I was originally the heir to a billionaire, but because I was mistakenly taken away, I became an orphan in the slums. When the Yi family found me, I thought I could get family love, but their indifference made me feel deeply lonely. Abandoned by my family and with a weak body, I eventually died at the hands of the Yi family's ruthless choice. After death, a mysterious voice gave me rebirth and power. Destiny made everything different, and my path was no longer lonely. My fate took a dramatic turn when I met a lost ghost and gave it a drop of blood. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Part 2. Yi Hao anxiously. He fainted. Send him to the hospital. Yi Hao started the car without hesitation, and Yi Jing held me and put me in the car. Shan Shan followed closely behind. You go to school first, I'll follow you. As soon as she got in the car drove away quickly, and Yi Lin and Yi Wen stared at us in a daze. Yi Lin asked in a trembling voice, "What happened to him?" Yi Wen did not respond, but he prayed silently in his heart. It would be better if she died, so that she could return to her previous life. In the car, Yi Hao asked while driving, "Dad, how is he?" Yi Jing replied in a low voice, "Unconscious, breathing is still normal. Be careful." Shan Shan gently touched the top of my head and said, "Why are you in such poor health? It's scary." Yi Jing hugged me and sighed, "He looks like you." Shan Shan's eyes, "Yes, he is most like me. Do you want to hug him?" Yi Jing suddenly asked. Shan Shan shook her head and said, "It's stuffy in the car. Don't touch him." Yi Jing sighed and held me tighter in his arms. Shan Shan didn't know that after this moment, the distance between me and them would become farther and farther. The closeness in front of us would eventually become an unattainable luxury. After arriving at the Yangtze River Hospital and undergoing a checkup, Su Sun took off his mask and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that he was overexerted and depressed, causing his drowsiness." Yi Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Su Sun continued, "But he has been malnourished for a long time, has great mental stress, and has suffered serious physical damage. It is best to provide psychological counseling, eat regularly, and pay attention to the people around him, so as not to put pressure on him." Yi Jing responded guiltily, "I know. I will find a psychologist." Yi Hao felt complicated. He understood that although the Yi family had enough resources, they chose to conceal it for the sake of face and fear that my existence would make. Yi Wen feel wronged. He began to understand my previous feelings. I have seen through everything and chosen to give up. 3 people walked into the ward. I was still sleeping. Yi Jing carefully lifted the quilt and saw the scars on my body. Shan Shan covered her mouth. Yi Hao whispered, "Dad, Mom, stop looking." He didn't want to embarrass me, even though it was too late. Yi Jing was furious. "I will make that couple pay the price." I was confused and suddenly heard a voice. "It is difficult to satisfy people's wishes, and regret is the norm. Do you understand?" I responded guiltily. "I don't think I did it well and failed to complete the task." "It doesn't matter. I originally asked you to reinvent yourself. Did you know I would fail? The human heart is unpredictable. The outcome is determined by heaven. I am just a bystander. So what should I do next? Follow your heart. The outcome is not important. When this life ends, my promise will still be valid. Why can I see things that ordinary people can't see? Extraordinary people have extraordinary abilities. Leave it to you to deal with." As soon as the voice fell, the god of the plains disappeared. My consciousness gradually became clear, and I opened my eyes, and the familiar smell of the hospital filled my nose. Yi Hao walked in the ward, saw me wake up, and smiled. "Finally woke up?" I responded indifferently. "Don't laugh, it's really scary." He immediately made a sad face. Okay, forget it. I'll bear it." He took out the food. "You've been unconscious all day, eat something." I shook my head. "I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat." Yi Hao didn't force it and put the food aside. "Then eat later. Tell me when you want to eat. I won't leave today and will stay with you." I looked at the accompanying bed and asked calmly, "Don't you feel wronged? Why didn't you go back?" "I don't need you to accompany me." Yi Hao's eyes. After waking up, "You seem to be further away from me." I replied calmly, "Because I am saving myself. I made a decision." He was silent for a long time, with a complicated look on his face. "Have you decided?" I smiled and said, "Well, otherwise I can't live." "Yi Hao, I'm tired of it." I took a deep breath and said lightly, "Thank you for taking care of me during this time." Yi Hao sat in silence for a long time, but in the end he didn't say anything to persuade her to stay. They both knew what was going on, and they were connected by blood. Silence was sometimes heavier than words. It's the Yi family that's sorry for you. Take care of yourself in the future. I nodded gently. I'll try my best. That night, Yi Hao tossed and turned, unable to sleep the whole night. But I slept soundly as never before. The next day, Yi Hao sat in Su Sun's office, his eyes full of fatigue and his voice hoarse. Why didn't you tell me he had so many injuries? Su Sun responded calmly. I said he was abused, but you didn't take it seriously or thought it was just a minor injury. Should I be blamed? Young Master Yi, we are also friends. If you have no affection, fame and fortune are nothing but clouds. Life and death are determined by heaven. What's the point? Given Lin Shi's personality, I don't tell you this. I respect him. Yi Hao lowered his head in pain. Yes, maybe he could survive only if he leaves the Yi family. But it was too late. Su Sun said gently. If you want to listen to my opinion, I think it would be better for him to leave the Yi family and go to a relaxed environment. Yi Hao came out of the office and walked towards the ward. He heard a strange voice at the door. He pushed the door open and found it was Jing Nan. The hostility between the two was obvious. Yi Hao pulled Jing Nan away and warned, sitting so close, your saliva is about to spray on his face. Jing Nan sneered, what? Xiaoxi, look at him. I shook my head helplessly. You two are so childish. They both pouted at the same time, and I ignored them. How did you know Lin Shi was sick? Yi Hao asked. Jing Nan responded proudly. I have my own way. In fact, he learned about my situation through the hospital's network of connections and rushed to visit me. Yi Hao was a little irritated, but still said to me, I'm fine and could be discharged in the afternoon. I nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Yi Hao sighed. My parents are on their way. Let's talk about it when we get home. I responded coldly. Okay. After all, the reputation of the Yi family is more important. He sighed and said, that's not what I meant. I replied calmly. I know. No need to explain. Jing Nan handed me a peeled apple and said, eat some fruit and forget all your worries. We should have the domineering attitude of accept ourselves. Everything else is scum. I smiled and said, okay. Yi Jing and Shan Shan arrived. It was already noon. Jing Nan had already left and agreed to have dinner with me on the weekend. Only, Yi Hao and I were left in the ward. I felt a little tired. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the breath of winter had already arrived. Shan Shan sat down and reached out to touch my face, but I dodged her as she pulled her hand back awkwardly. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? I replied coldly. No. Thank you for your concern. Yi Jing hesitated to speak and finally said, eat something and you can go home in the afternoon. I ate a few bites and then lay down to rest. Shan Shan felt sad when she saw me avoiding her. She couldn't help but shed tears. She had never felt so helpless in her life. She was a talented woman with a brilliant career. After marrying Yi Jing, she put her family first. But she never thought that I would reject her like this. Yi Jing patted her shoulder. I'm going to go through the discharge procedures. You stay here with him. Yi Hao was in a heavy mood. He packed his things quietly, thinking about the possible conflicts and his parents' reactions after returning home. I was woken up, changed clothes, and left the hospital. Su Sun walked in and handed me a small monster model with a smile. I hope you are happy every day. I took it, looked at it, smiled, and said, thank you, it's cute. Yi Hao said with disdain, you dare to take out a thing that costs 10 yuan. Su Sun responded with a smile. It's not the price of the gift that matters, it's the thought that matters. I smiled. Brother Su is right. Yi Hao sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that if he could do it again, he would definitely do better. When I returned to the Yi family, I walked into the room. Shan Shan felt uncomfortable when she saw my cold attitude and went back to her room to rest. Yi Hao followed me into the room, but I said coldly, you can go out and do your thing. You don't have to hang around me. He looked at this simple room and suddenly asked, did you really want to jump down that day? I stopped the Rubik's Cube in my hand, raised my head, and said calmly, yes, but you misunderstood. I am sorry. Yi Hao said guiltily, I'm sorry. If I could do it again. I shook my head. No need to say sorry. You have no obligation to be nice to me. Compared to others, you have done enough. I continued, you can take whatever Rubik's Cubes and Legos you like. When I leave, I'll only take the things I brought with me. Yi Hao felt sad and finally asked, is there really no turning back? I lowered my head for a moment, then raised it with a hint of moisture in my eyes. I once thought that going from hell to the human world was redemption, but your injuries are deeper than those. I gently pointed to my heart. The deepest wound is here. The worst was when I was 12 years old. I was beaten with a belt by a drunk Lin Chong. I passed out among the broken bottles, covered in bruises, and had a high fever for 3 days. I thought I was going to die. At that time, death might have been a relief. Yi Hao's heart was broken. He held my fingers in great pain. I never told them about the pain in the past, but in order to give them a clear answer, I told them all the pain I had endured. From now on, you will also be the past that I will no longer mention. After a long while, Yi Hao whispered, I understand, Lin Shi, with all my heart. I wish you all the best in the future, and everything goes as you wish. I smiled faintly. I'll give you my good wishes. Yi Hao went downstairs and sat in the empty hall, looking at the gorgeous house, feeling mixed emotions. No matter how big the house is, it can never accommodate me. I tidied up the room, dragged out the old backpack that the Yi family brought from the closet, folded the clothes, and put them in. Looking at this empty house, I didn't feel reluctant, but instead felt a little relieved. At dinner, I sat there in a trance, waiting for them to finish. Yi Jing seemed to notice it, and his eating movements became slower and his appetite was gone. Yi Lin said impatiently, You are not in good health. Go upstairs and have a rest after eating. Don't sit there and stare blankly. It's really disgusting. I yawned and said lightly, Is it a sin for me to sit there? Just don't look at me. Yi Lin ignored me. Whatever, I can't beat you anyway. I smiled, thinking that I would no longer be disturbed by them in the future. Yi Hao glanced at me, ate a few mouthfuls of food silently, and was in a low mood. After they finished eating, I stood up and called Yi Jing, who was about to leave. Mr. Yi, I have something to talk to you about. Yi Jing waved his hand. You just came back from the hospital. Go back to your room and rest. We'll talk about it another day. I insisted. No, today, right now. I only need 5 minutes. Yi Jing looked at me with deep eyes, thoughtfully. Are you so anxious? I nodded. Please forgive me. He sighed. Come with me to the study. I followed his footsteps, walked into the study upstairs, stood still, and looked at him calmly. I stopped waiting. From the moment I stepped into the Yi family, I was in an awkward situation. I had already completely realized that I was not accepted and was treated coldly. Since the god of the plains asked me to follow my heart, my decision is to leave here. I'm almost suffocating. Yi Jing seemed to guess what I was going to say, which made him feel uneasy. He had experienced countless storms in his life, but he had never faced such a difficult decision. What do you want to say? Some words can't be said easily. You will regret it later. His voice was low and tense. I looked at him and said calmly, I voluntarily terminate my adoption relationship with the Yi family and do not want a single penny from the Yi family. We have reached an agreement to move back to my hometown or start my own business. It's up to you to decide. Mr. Yi, the wind blows from all directions, rises in the east, and sets in the west. Take care of yourselves. I was dressed simply, but my tone was full of pride, and I exuded a strong aura that even overshadowed him. Yi Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt powerless in shock. He seemed to feel something moving away from him. He couldn't stop it. After a brief confrontation, Yi Jing stared at me, was silent for a moment, and asked, What if I don't agree? I smiled coldly. I thought you would be very happy. No. Yi Jing answered reflexively. I don't agree. I shook my head. It's useless, you forgot. I am uneducated, scheming, rebellious, and greedy. If you keep me in the Yi family, it will only bring endless troubles. I will not coexist peacefully with you one. I will not listen to you. Never. There was a cold determination in my eyes. Mr. Yi, I don't want to have your blood. I don't owe you anything. I will return all the money given by the Yi family. Please part ways and don't meet again unless necessary. Yi Jing was stunned, as if I poured cold water on him. I have changed my mind. Where can you go after leaving the Yi family? Go back to that broken place of the Lin family? You don't understand the complexity of this society. You can't survive if you leave here. I responded firmly. Whether I can survive or not is none of your business, Yi Jing. I gave you face in the past, and I don't owe you anything. Do you think you can still provoke me? You told me to get out, and I got out ahead of time. But you're not happy? You have been so selfish and cold, and you only care about fame and fortune. I've had enough. I will not change my decision. Yi Jing seemed to realize something. He looked at me silently, his tired expression revealing helplessness. I will find out the truth about that matter and clear your name. I sneered. I don't want to know what the outcome will be. No matter how you analyze what happened, it will still leave scars. I'm leaving goodbye. I turned around and left in style, feeling relieved. Yi Jing stood there, his eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions. He looked at me deeply, without moving for a long time. Yi Lin asked in confusion, What could possibly happen to him? He looks so serious. Is he up to something strange again? Yi Hao glared at him and said, "You are so stupid. Who taught you to be so disrespectful to your brothers? Why are you so arrogant? Apart from the false reputation of the Yi family, you are nothing. What qualifications do you have to criticize your own brother?" Yi Lin was scolded so much that his eyes were filled with tears. He choked and said, "Brother, you are too much. I didn't do that." Shan Shan quickly pulled Yi Lin over and said, "Ah Xing, he is still young. Don't say that to him." Yi Hao shook his head. "Mom, you are 16 now. You should have a basic sense of right and wrong. Don't let people fool you." He glanced at Yi Wen. Yi Wen silently wiped Yi Lin's tears and wisely kept silent. Shan Shan touched Yi Lin's face and comforted him. "Don't cry. You are 16 years old, and you will be an adult in 2 years. You can't be so heartless anymore. Your parents can't protect you forever. You should be more careful in everything, okay?" Yi Lin nodded with sobs, and Yi Hao was too lazy to look at him. At the age of 16, he still looked like a child who had not been weaned. He thought of Lin Shi, whose fate was so different, but what qualifications did they have to look down on him? Back in the room, I took out my cell phone and found that it had run out of power and turned off. After charging it, I pressed the power button and saw a lot of messages, including those from our class teachers Zhang Hingrui, Li Mei, Lu Beibei, Song Yi, Jing Nan, and Jing Xiao. I clicked on Jing Zhao's first post, which said that the male ghost's identity had been preliminarily confirmed, but the case had been going on for many years and was still under further investigation. He reminded me to notify him immediately if I saw the male ghost again. I replied, "Okay." Jing Xiao replied immediately. "It took you so long to reply. Are you busy with studies?" I explained. "No, I was delayed by something. I didn't read the message, sorry." "It's okay. I'm rehearsing. Go to bed early." I smiled, thinking about how he was preparing for the concert, working so late, and how hard it was. Then I clicked on Jingnan's message, and he sent a series of weird faces. "Xiaoxi, are you feeling better?" I was amused. "Nothing." Jingnan continued. "The world is big, but happiness is the most important thing. Always smile." I replied to my classmates and teachers. "I'm fine. I'll be back to school the day after tomorrow." Unconsciously, I also have friends. My eyebrows relaxed. I browsed the rental information and counted the money on hand. In addition to the money I had to return to the Yi family, there was also the 6,000 yuan I earned from working, which I had secretly saved and did not dare to let Lin Chong know. After choosing and choosing, I don't want to share a house. Several one-bedroom houses look good. They are a little more expensive, but they are closer to the school, and I can sleep in. Finally, I decided on an option, made a phone call, agreed on a time with the landlord, and planned to go and check it out the next day. If it was not suitable, I would stay in a hotel for one night. After I settle down, I will find a part-time job to earn some money to support myself. It may be tiring, but this is the price I have to pay. I watched for a while, then felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the bed. But Yi Jing and Shan Shan upstairs did not sleep all night. Shan Shan asked in disbelief, "You just agreed? Why didn't you ask for my opinion?" "He is my son. I don't agree. If it gets out, what will happen to the reputation of the Yi family?" For the first time, Yi Jing looked at her like a stranger. "Don't you have any feelings for him? When you were pregnant, he was very well behaved in your belly, and you said he was a baby given to you by God. Now, he has been treated harshly by the Lin family and is covered with scars. Do you want to keep him?" Shan Shan's eyes sparkled with tears, and she whispered, I said that in anger. I know I was wrong. Thinking about him leaving, my heart aches. Yi Jing sighed and hugged her gently. "Let him go. Our own flesh and blood has been abused like this. Why should we keep him? If we keep him, he will almost die. It's our fault." Shan Shan still murmured. "Why does he hold a grudge like this? Wasn't he the one who did something wrong first? Xiao Jiao has been with us for so many years. I can't bear to let him go." Yi Jing closed his eyes and finally understood that no one was innocent. At 6 o'clock the next morning, I got up, dressed, tidied my room, and went downstairs with my school bag. Unexpectedly, Yi Jing, Yi Lin, Yi Hao, Shan Shan, and even Yi were all there. I walked down the stairs and asked in surprise, "Is this a meeting? I won't bother you anymore. The bank card is in the desk drawer in my room." I didn't touch the part given by the Yi family. I also transferred some money as accommodation fee. Goodbye. I was wearing a simple, clean coat and sneakers, and I exuded a warm and easygoing aura. Although the appearance is still pure and calm, I know that the sharpness in my eyes is long faded, and my heart no longer has the expectations and joy of that time. Yi Jing is right in front of me, but he seems to be far away. After he finished speaking, his eyes remained calm. He carried his school bag and started walking towards a future without the Yi family. Behind me, Yi Jing clenched his fists, caught up with me, and stopped me. Are you leaving so soon? Have you found a house? Where is it? He asked. I sighed softly. It has nothing to do with you where I am. From now on, don't contact me again. Last night, Yi Jing briefly said in the family group that I would move out today, which was considered as a notification to everyone. Yi Lin stayed awake all night, feeling anxious, while Yi Wen was ecstatic. He didn't expect that I would leave so easily and so quickly. Yi Lin became anxious and asked loudly, "What do you mean don't contact me anymore? Where are you going? Are you really not coming back?" I smiled slightly. "Yeah, are you happy?" He was stunned, with a dazed expression on his face. "Why should I be happy, you bad guy?" Yi Lin said in a muffled voice. I smiled and shook my head. "The bad guy is gone, and it's time for you to grow up." He pouted unwillingly, his eyes full of reluctance, and said vaguely, "You don't have to leave. As long as you don't leave, I can treat you well in the future." Hearing this, I pretended to think for a moment. "No, Yi Lin, I hate you." He was so angry that he jumped up and down. "I hate you too. You are still so bad." A smile appeared in his eyes. See, once the words came out, he couldn't bear it. Why didn't he consider other people's feelings when he said bad words? Yi Hao walked up to me, stood in front of me, and opened his arms. "Be careful when you are alone in the future." I hesitated for a moment and finally hugged him, smiled with relief, put on my backpack, and left without looking back. Yi Jing looked at my departing back and turned to Shan Shan. "Don't you have anything to say to him?" Shan Shan's face was pale and her eyes were blurred. She looked at me, feeling depressed, and finally spoke with a trembling voice, "Xiao Shi." I didn't look back, but just waved my hand gently and continued to walk forward, facing the rising sun, with firm and steady steps. Shan Shan's voice came again. "Do you hate me so much? You don't even want to say a word." Yi Jing hugged her tightly, his eyes full of helplessness. I suddenly felt a faint sadness. Yi Hao patted Yi Lin's head and said seriously, "It's time to grow up. Not everyone will always tolerate your willfulness and arrogance, you know?" Yi Lin lowered his head, his face full of regret. "Brother, was I too bad before? I'm so confused. Will he really never come back?" A trace of sadness flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. "He won't come back." I walked out of the Yi family. When I passed by Xiao Zhang, he saw me and asked in surprise, "Master Shi, you're out so early today? Are you waiting for me to pick you up?" I smiled and shook my head. "I'm not going to school today, brother Xiao Zhang. You don't need to pick me up anymore. I'm leaving." Xiao Zhang frowned. "Let's go. Where are we going?" "Do Mr. Yi and his wife know?" I nodded. "They know. I want to leave here." Seeing my determination, Xiao Zhang showed sadness on his face. "Although I don't know why you want to leave, I hope you can untie the knot in your heart and be safe and happy." I said him gratefully, "Thank you, brother Zhang. Goodbye." He sighed, watched me disappear, and suddenly thought of resigning. Life is short. Why settle for one corner? I got on the bus, feeling calm, but also a little reluctant. When I arrived at the new house, it was already 10 o'clock downstairs. A fashionable woman came over with the key, looked at me, and said in surprise, "What a handsome boy." She was the landlord, Zhou Xiaomei. I smiled and greeted, "Hello, I'm Lin Shi." She nodded and opened the door to let me in. "You can take a look. I lived here before, but then I got married and bought a big house, so this one has been idle." I looked around and nodded with satisfaction. "It's good. Can I settle down now?" She smiled and agreed, as long as I showed my ID card to confirm that I was an adult and could provide proof of salary. I signed the agreement, paid the rent, and got the key, feeling relieved. This is a small place, although it can't be compared with the Yi family, but it is my own place and I don't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. After I left the Yi family, Yi Lin and Yi Wen were sent to school. Yi Hao stood in front of Yi Jing and said, "Dad, I decided to start my own business and not go to the company anymore. You are still young, and I want to create my own business empire." Yi Jing seemed to have aged a lot in an instant and said dejectedly, "I understand your disappointment. Ah Xing, you have always been my pride. It seems that you see things more clearly and are more responsible than me." Yi Hao's eyes were firm. "I am not capable enough, and I hate the feeling of being powerless. Dad, I want to be a towering tree that can protect him at the critical moment." Yi Jing said, "I will give a Yi family to you. It is easier to do things standing on the shoulders of giants. Isn't it good?" Yi Hao shook his head. "No, I have my own goals." Yi Jing looked at him appreciatively. "Do whatever you want to do. I'm old and my heart is trapped." The future belongs to you, young people. Yihao's face was full of sharpness. Dad, Lin Shi's reckless departure woke me up, and I thank you too. Even if he doesn't care anymore, I will try my best to clear his name. We are blood related, and I believe in him. Yi Jing was silent and then said, Okay. He felt powerless and regretful and showed his vulnerability in front of his son. I feel very uncomfortable. Yi Hao was silent. Who wouldn't be? Yi Jing went upstairs, pushed open the door of my room, and looked at the empty room. He had rarely come in and had never looked around carefully. On the table were the watch he gave me, my bank card, and my house key. In the drawers and on the floor, the Rubik's Cube and Lego were neatly arranged. The clothes I bought in the closet were all there, as well as a new school bag. The room was very simple. The room was spotless. The wind blew in, blowing away all the smells I left behind. Shan Shan stood at the door at a loss. Let's keep the room. Maybe he will come back. Yi Jing closed his eyes and opened them again. He knew in his heart that I would not come back, but he still nodded, giving his wife hope. I bought bedding from a grocery store near the community and made my bed. I also bought daily necessities, pots and pans, oil, salt, seasonings, noodles, eggs, vegetables, bread, and other dry food from the supermarket. After doing all this, I was so tired that I collapsed on the bed, sighing in my heart. Life has put pressure on my thin shoulders, and it hurts. I am now poor and have no parents. I am just a poor little cabbage. I slept with my head tilted and woke up at dusk. I got up and cooked myself a bowl of boiled noodles, which I ate with relish. I turned on my phone and saw news about major achievements in the field of artificial intelligence, which will be used in the fields of medicine, manufacturing, etc., to promote the progress of human civilization. I think that when human technology develops to a certain level, it is inevitable to study AI. Even if there is a risk of losing control, no businessman is willing to give up this piece of fat meat. Just don't go too far. With human technology, it is not possible yet, so we just need to take precautions. I finished my noodles, washed the dishes, took a shower, and sat at the table, deleting the contact information of the Yi family one by one, leaving only Yi Hao S. After all, I would need it after I moved my household registration in a year. Then I started looking for part-time job information. Relying on myself was more reassuring. I picked through hundreds of messages, eliminated fraudulent messages, marked some, and planned to try them out when I had time. The next morning, I got up, fried an egg, ate a piece of bread, and rode a public bike to school. As soon as I entered the classroom, the whole class was staring at me. I wondered, why are you looking at me? Liang Wei said happily, Are you well today? Is your midterm exam? Come on, get a good grade. I didn't forget the exam, so I touched my nose and went back to my seat. My desk mate Li Mei smiled and explained, You are famous. The blackboard poster you drew was praised by the principal, and many people from other classes came to see it. So that's how it is. I've always been low-key and didn't want to be the center of attention. It's just a blackboard poster, and everyone will forget about it after a few days. I was uninterested. With human memory, they will forget about it and me as the painter within a week. Li Mei shrugged. Okay, but at least now you have gained a lot of fans. Then she said, But are you sick again? Are you well? Your physical fitness is too poor. You need to exercise. You will have an exam soon. Do you remember what you learned last week? Don't fail the exam. I patted my chest and promised. I've remembered everything. I can definitely improve by 3 or 5 places this time. Liu Beibei chuckled. You are really ambitious, but you were sick for 3 days at a critical moment, so it's understandable that you failed the exam. I smiled. I think so too. Li Mei pouted. What do you think? You should try your best to do well in the exam, so as to live up to the hard tutoring of the class monitor. I fell. How about improving by 50 or 60 places? That should be okay, right? Li Mei said, Do you think this is just a game? Take as many exams as you want. Our school is a key high school, and the competition is extremely intense. If you're not careful, you will be left behind. She was also helpless about my attitude towards study. No matter what others said, I was never in a hurry and kept a stable mentality. I propped my forehead up and said, I just said it casually. What if I guessed it right? Well, it's better to sharpen your sword before the battle. Even if you don't do it quickly, it's better to read books. I flipped through the book quickly. It seemed that I was flipping through it randomly, but in fact I was checking for omissions and filling in the gaps. My brain was working quickly to review the knowledge. Li Mei shook her head, thinking that I was hopeless, and continued to do her test questions without paying attention to me. When I first came here, my scores on the quizzes were average, and I was not even among the top 300 in my grade. I remember that in my previous life, the teaching quality of the school was poor, and the knowledge taught was limited. I had trouble making ends meet, and I didn't study seriously, but I still scored average. Later, I studied hard to please the Yi family. Even though I got first place in the exam, no one cared. They only cared about Yi Won and Yi Lin, and I was completely ignored. In this life, I am alone now and have not figured out what to do in the future. I just hope to live a peaceful life. Make money first, and more possibilities will come with money. The exam started at 8:30, and I took my pen and admission ticket to find my seat in the exam room and sat down. Many people looked at me along the way, especially girls. My face was too conspicuous to be ignored. I was looking out the window nonchalantly when something hit my shoulder. I looked down and saw it was a piece of eraser. I bent down to pick it up and turned around. I saw a square-faced, dark-skinned boy named Jiang Qing looking at me provocatively from behind and silently mouthing little white face. He has always been naughty. When he sees someone who is more popular with the opposite sex than himself, he gets jealous and looks down on people like me who rely on their looks. I held the eraser in my hand, thinking, I don't know you. Why am I asking for trouble? The exam was about to start, and the teacher was coming soon. I flicked the eraser back with my finger. Jiang Qing thought I was timid and proudly reached out to take it, but his face suddenly changed, his palms turned red, and the eraser fell to the ground. He rubbed his palms, which hurt a lot. I smiled and mouthed rubbish to him, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to look at me again. I felt the power in my body. Although I didn't complete the mission of the God of Plains, it didn't take away my ability. After using it, I only felt a little dizzy, and the negative effects were much smaller. It seems that it showed me some leniency. This power is usually not very useful, but it can protect me at critical moments. After the little episode, the exam began. I got the paper, glanced at the questions, picked and chose, and wrote quickly. The exam was finally over on Friday afternoon. The students in class 4 were checking their answers in the classroom. Some were happy while others were worried. Liang Wei came to ask me how I did. I thought for a moment and said I should be ranked around 150th in the grade. Lu Bei exclaimed, Really? Such great progress? It's like riding a rocket. You were ranked over 400 before. You're awesome, Lin Shi. Jiang Xiaoming shook his head. Listen to his nonsense. Those who are ranked in the top 150 are all top seedlings. To improve so much in a short time, you must be a genius. Liang Wei had no choice but to let me be pragmatic. Improving by 50 places is good enough. I complained, I'm serious. Why don't you believe me? Maybe I'm a genius. Don't judge a person by his appearance. Wait until the results come out and you'll be slapped in the face. Everyone else smiled and tried to please me, saying that I would definitely be the top student in the grade next time. I couldn't help but smile, and everyone thought I was cute again. The head teacher Zhang Hengrui walked in and said, Everyone be quiet. The midterm exam is over and the results will be announced next Monday. You can go home after cleaning the classroom together. You can study on your own on the weekends and relax appropriately. You must combine work and rest and complete the exercises and test papers in each subject. The college entrance examination is approaching, and you cannot relax in the last few months. Everyone responded in unison that they understood. I looked at the thick books and test papers on the desk and remembered the saying, study hard for your youth, and your youth will not be wasted. After Zhang Hengrui finished speaking, everyone packed up their things. I put my books in place and put a few books and test papers into my school bag. When I looked up, Teacher Zhang was standing in front of my desk, smiling and asking me how I did on the exam and whether I had confidence. I felt very complicated. He was a good teacher, but I was not a good student. I replied, It's okay. I feel I will make progress. He was very happy and said that he found that I integrated into the class and took the initiative in studying. He hoped that I would continue to work hard and get into a good university. I nodded and thanked him, and he left with satisfaction. After cleaning up the classroom and corridor, the students left the school with their heavy school bags on their backs. I also went downstairs with my bag on my back and followed the crowd out of the school. Yilin waited for a while downstairs of the senior high school building. He couldn't tell me why he came to see me, but he felt relieved to see that I was in good condition. He pouted his lips and thought to himself, this guy is doing well. When patted him from behind, saying that the head teacher was wasting time and asked him to go home. Yuan was very happy. After all, no one else in the family was happy recently. Yuan was stunned and said that he was not gloating. He was also a victim, and if his parents agreed, he could leave immediately. Yilin panicked and said that he didn't mean that. Yuan was his second brother, and they grew up together, so he wouldn't miss him that much. He asked him not to be sad, and he would never mention it again. Yuan asked him if he was going home, and Yilin agreed. I was nowhere to be seen, and they got into the Yi family's car and drove in the opposite direction of me. I walked out of the school gate and headed towards the public bicycle direction. When I passed the back alley of the school, I heard the sound of fighting coming from inside. Hey, this sounds familiar? I stopped and looked inside. Oh, it was Shunjua, Chinyu, Wu Feng, and the guy who threw the eraser at me yesterday. The four of them were fighting with each other. Their faces were red. After watching for a while, I couldn't help but shake my head. Shunjua and the other three together were no match for one another. How shameful. I leaned against the wall and said slowly, fighting is wrong. Look, my pants are torn. When these energetic guys heard this, they froze in their tracks. Who is this? Looking for death. The four turned their heads and shuddered. Why was it him? I approached and squatted, looking at the people fighting on the ground. If you have more energy, help your parents with housework. It's not easy to raise you. What's the point of fighting? Can you get spiritual pleasure? I shook my head. It's so ugly, so barbaric. What's it got to do with you? You're meddling too much. Jiang Qing threw a punch at me. I frowned and slapped his hand away. It's okay to talk, but it's wrong to hit someone. Jiang Qing groaned. His palms went numb, his hands trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The other three, he is indeed the boss. I was just passing by and had something else to do, so I said Shunjua and the others, I'll help you this time, and the last matter will be even. Take care of yourself. After saying that, I walked away. Jiangqing and Shunjua were left behind, and the four of them looked at each other. After a while, they stopped fighting and started to argue. Look how you ripped my pants. Are you born the year of the dog? You still said that. You ripped off my sleeves and bit my ears. I'll bite you to death, woof. Fuck, you really are born the year of the dog. Woof, woof, woof. Whiff, 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 whiff. Okay, you win. Woof. Ha ha ha. I returned to my residence, changed my clothes, took the concert tickets I had been collecting, and went all the way to the performance venue. Wow, so many people. Are they all Jing Shao fans? Men, women, young and old, holding red glow sticks in their hands, queuing up to enter the venue happily. I was also infected, bought a glow stick, and stood behind the line. What a handsome boy. A girl saw my face and whispered. He looks like a high school student. So good looking. And he's a boy fan. So cute. I really want to know his contact information. You go, you go. You go. The girls pushed each other shyly, but a boy took the lead. Hello. A sunny and handsome young man greeted me gently. I looked confused. The young man smiled and said, I'm Chu UNC. Can I add you as my friend? Wow. There was a burst of excitement around us. This scene was so pleasing to the eyes. It turns out that good-looking boys are popular. I was embarrassed, and the people around me started to make a noise. Give it to him. Give it to him. That's enough. The girls from before also came over. We want it too, handsome guy. Let's share it equally. I have never encountered such a difficult situation in this life or the previous one. I resigned myself to my fate and took out my phone, then added a few people on WeChat amid the cheers of the crowd. Seeing that more and more people were eager to try, I quickly waved my hand and said with a blushing face, no more. The concert is about to start. Laughter broke out at the scene. I was there. I had never been to such a place, full of joy, no negative emotions, no sadness, torture and haze like another world. Chu Yunci added WeChat and said, let's chat back, little friend. Then he left in a hurry. I followed the line, and finally it was my turn to check my ticket, but I was told that VIP was in the front. I scratched my nose and thought it was normal to enter the wrong door because I had never been there. So embarrassing. I went in through the designated entrance and sat down. The viewing angle was amazing. There were people all around, so dense and crowded, and my heart was filled with ripples. The gorgeous stage, the lights, the breath of life, and I felt the freshness of life. Yang Fan, Heling Fei, Jinan, and a group of 9 people from group 783 sat in the first VIP row. Yang Fan kept looking at me, and I finally noticed it. I wondered, was there something on my face? When Yang Fan looked at me for the 3rd time, I said angrily, what are you looking at? I'm not someone you can easily bully. Yang Fan coughed twice and said, are you the younger brother our boss was talking about? What? I wondered, who is your boss? Jing Xiao. Where else did you get the VIP ticket? These seats are not for sale. I understood and nodded. He gave me the ticket. Yang Fan chuckled. I knew it was you. You're the only stranger in this VIP area. My name is Yang Fan. Jing Xiao is my boss, and except for his brother Jing Chun at the very edge, the rest of this row are his subordinates. I nodded as a greeting. I'm Lin Shi. Heling Fei opened her red lips slightly. Oh, your face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it. I sat upright, looked at the stage, and said, I'm 18, not a child. Healing Fei smiled sweetly. In my eyes, 18 is still a little brother. Little brother? A little brother is just a little brother. Why add a little word? I turned my head away and stopped talking to her. Is she angry? Yang Fan took out a piece of chocolate from somewhere to coax me. I give it to you. Only children mind saying he is little. I took it depressed. You can shut up now. The child is quite individual. The others smiled lovingly. The eldest brother's brother is our brother. Not to mention he is so cute. Jing Chung glanced at me indifferently from the other side. He was dressed in a suit and tie, and his glasses were rimmed with gold. He had the temperament of a gentleman. The lights dimmed, and the concert was about to begin. It was my first time watching a concert, and I craned my neck slightly out of curiosity. Jing Xiao was cool and quiet in private. In my previous life, I had only heard his songs and never seen his live performances. It's hard to imagine what he looks like on stage. He must be super cool. After a while, the lights went dark and bright, and warm cheers broke out all around. From where I was, I could clearly see Jing Xiao rising from the lift platform. He was wearing a bright red performance costume, with handsome eyes and long legs. He captured everyone's heart as soon as he appeared. Jing Zhao's voice is extremely explosive, and the main theme of the whole performance is life, which stirred up thousands of waves and was sincere and passionate. Yang Fan clapped his hands desperately beside him, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. When it was almost over, Jing Xiao smiled and looked towards me. This is the last song. I sing it for you and for a little friend of mine. I hope he will be happy, live out his true self, and face life with a smile. I met Jing Zhao's gaze, and my heart trembled. A tingling sensation spread from my heart and quickly spread throughout my body. I felt a little hot, so I reached out and patted my cheeks quietly. It must be because the venue was too hot. Everyone in group 783 looked at me. Little boy, is this a special song for you? Wow. I glared back at them one by one. What are you looking at? Nothing. Everyone looks at the nose and the heart. The child is very angry. For the last song, Jing Xiao sat on the edge of the stage and sang, facing me, just a few meters away. He sang about the rise in the east and the fall in the west, the turmoil in the four seas, the picking of flowers in the morning and the harvest in the evening, the withering of all things, the joys and sorrows, the ups and downs of life. He was singing about the meaning of life. I suddenly realized that maybe this was why he invited me to the concert. He was encouraging me. I smiled and looked at him amidst the roar of the crowd. Thank you, Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao waved his hand. When the song ended, he stood in the center of the stage, looking at the dense crowd around him, and said calmly, We will meet again in the future. See you soon. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when I got out. I received a call from Jing Xiao and picked up the phone. Hello, brother Jing Xiao. My soft, boyish voice came from the phone. Jing Xiao's body couldn't help but soften, his ears slightly reddened. Brother, these two words are magical? Why does it sound so comfortable? It must be that there is no younger brother at home. He is not used to it. He avoided the noisy crowd and asked me without changing his performance clothes, Lin Shi, are you going home? I followed the crowd on the road, ready to take a taxi back. Standing on the side of the road, the north wind whistled in my ears in the late autumn and early winter. Yeah, I'm on my way back. I'm taking a taxi. I'll have someone wait for you at the back door of the venue to take you back. It's not safe for you to be alone. The license plate number will be sent to your phone later. I felt warm in my heart. No need. I'm very good. I can beat 3 people by myself. Jing Xiao couldn't help but smile. There's so many people outside now, it's not easy to get a taxi. So it's settled. I invited you here. I have to be responsible to the end. I had to say, thank you, brother Jing Xiao. Here we go again. Jing Xiao scratched his ears. It was itchy. At this time, the staff called him to change his clothes and go to the celebration banquet. Jing Xiao, I said, send me a message when you get home. I'm hanging up now. I heard a voice on the other end and knew he was busy. So I replied obediently, okay. It was indeed difficult to get a taxi in this place, so I walked toward the back door of the stadium, compared the license plate number, and knocked on the window of a black car. The car door opened, and Yang Fan got out with a smile. Are you surprised? I resisted the urge to leave. It's only a surprise, not a joy. Yang Fan didn't care and opened the door. Get in the car, little classmate. We have been entrusted with a mission, and we must accomplish it. I got in. Yang Fan yelled, Let's go. On the way, Yang Fan asked, Little classmate, how did you get to know the boss? I replied, By chance. Young Fan continued. Don't think the boss is cold. He is actually warm-hearted. But I've never seen him be so considerate to anyone. You're the first one. I suddenly asked. What do you do? Why do you call him boss? Young Fan laughed. Boss is boss. I'm just calling him boss for fun. Who is he kidding? He looks stupid, but his mouth is tight. I snorted. Forget it, I don't want to know. Are you unhappy again? Young Fan smiled, but suddenly his expression changed and he glanced outside, as if something was wrong. He immediately said, Let me tell you a story. My sister loved it when she was 5 years old. Once upon a time, there was a little turtle and a little tiger. They were good friends. One day, the little turtle found an orchard at the foot of the mountain. Help! I was forced to listen to it all the way, feeling drowsy and laughing in my heart. I'm not a child, this is too hypnotic. Young Fan listened to my even breathing and knew that the sleep-aiding technique was working. He drove the car to a secluded place, got out of the car and walked to a farther place, and shouted in a low voice, Come out! A female ghost with disheveled hair appeared on the opposite tree, wearing a white dress and a deathly pale face. She sat on the tree, staring at me and muttering, What a nice smell, the smell of light, so warm. Lin Xiang, don't be stubborn. You should have left long ago. Staying in the world will only make you more miserable. Yang Fan said sternly. The ghost girl opened her eyes wide, revealing her ferocious look. Why should I leave? You shouldn't. I have a bright future. My parents are waiting for me. I want to go back. Yang Fan had a headache. Back? Why? You are dead and your body has turned to ashes. Sister, face the reality. Isn't it uncomfortable to always float around? Who are you calling sister? Lin Xiang glared at him. Yang? Fan complained in his heart. Even after becoming a ghost, she is still sensitive to age. Girls are really amazing. Lin Xiang was originally a rich lady from a scholarly family. She was talented in painting and had a little fame. She was a proud daughter of heaven, but she fell into the water and died while sketching in the wild. The river water was cold, and she turned into a ghost. She was reluctant to leave the world and wandered around. Because she didn't hurt anyone, Group 783 mainly persuaded her. She could be freed if she figured it out herself. Yang Fan was helpless. Then what do you want? Why are you following me? Lin Xiang floated down. Who is following you? You are so shameless. I will follow him. She pointed at me in the car with greedy eyes. Damn it. Yang Fan hurriedly blocked her sight. This is our boss's friend. If you dare to touch him, the boss will not forgive you. Wait for your soul to fly away. Lin Xiang's long hair grew rapidly. So what, he won't know? Yang Fan's body stiffened. Is she going to become a ghost? Ah, boss, help me, I can't handle it. Lin Xiang's long hair wrapped around Yang Fan's neck and tightened. Yang Fan took out a black silver gun and pulled the trigger. A faint blue fire shot out, and Lin Xiang screamed. Ah, you're looking for death. The female ghost stared at him with red eyes and suddenly went around behind Yang Fan, pinched his neck with both hands, and her nails dug into the flesh. Go to hell, Yang Fan said. You want to kill me? Die a few hundred times. He pulled the trigger again, aiming at himself. The strong light burned his skin. Lin Xiang let go of Yang Fan in pain, stepped back but didn't dare to get closer. You! I was awakened by their loud voices, pushed the door, and got out of the car, looking at the man and the ghost in a daze. Don't fight. I squeezed out a sentence. Yang Fan thought to himself that this kid is stupid. Suddenly he reacted and said in surprise, Can you see her? I gave him a look of looking at a fool. Yang Fan wanted to cry, but had no tears. This kid is too fierce. I walked to Yang Fan, helped him up, and looked at the wound on his neck. Are you hurt? Yang Fan was a little ashamed. Just a little bit. Lin Xiang looked at me greedily. You smell so good. I want you. Yang Fan was horrified. Miss, he is still a child. You are dead and still want to eat young grass? Aren't you ashamed? Lin Xiang screamed in anger. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? I mean, he's very special. Lin Xiang was confused. She couldn't explain it. She just intuitively felt that I could help her realize her wish. I looked at the female ghost. What's so special about me? Why are you afraid of me? You smell like sunshine, which can help me escape from suffering. Lin Xiang said firmly, but sunshine is also something we ghosts fear. I didn't understand, so I asked Yang Fan. What do you mean? Yang Fan spread his hands. God knows. It was late at night, and I was so sleepy. Miss, what do you want? It's too late. If you don't sleep, we need to rest. Lin Xiang sniffed greedily. I want your flesh and blood. Hey, that's too much. Yang Fan jumped up and down. I'm going to beat you to a pulp right now. I stopped him and walked towards the female ghost. The closer I got, the more she retreated. Don't come over. Look, it's hard for you to get close to me. What's the point of having my flesh and blood? I said calmly. Lin Xiang was unwilling. Then give me a drop of blood, okay? I refused. No. Who knows what you're thinking? Lin Xiang suddenly knelt down. Please. She actually knelt down to me. Yang Fan was stunned. Who is this, brother? I was also confused, but finally nodded in agreement. It was just a drop of blood. I was a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of tigers. Ghosts were not as scary as humans. I stretched out my finger. Come and get it yourself. Lin Xiang hesitated, but her desire for the world finally overcame her fear. Her nails stretched longer, and the closer she got to me, the more black smoke appeared on her body. It looked like she was going to turn into ashes. I retracted my hand, bit my finger, and sprinkled a few drops into the air. Ah! Lin Xiang was splashed with blood, and she rolled over in pain. Her whole body seemed to be burned by flames and seemed to be dissipated. Gradually, the black smoke dissipated, and she turned into a quiet and gentle girl. She had no ghost spirit at all, and her body was almost transparent, and it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Lin Xiang said, "Thank you for purifying my soul, letting me get rid of the pain, and I feel like I'm a human being again." I said, "But it seems that you don't have much time left. If there is something unfinished, you can do it now." Lin Xiang nodded and disappeared in a flash. I turned around and said, "Let's go." Yang Fan continued to drive tremblingly. The way he looked at me changed, and his curiosity was like a cat scratching. I saw that he was confused and said frankly, "Don't ask me. I don't know either." Yang Fan hesitated for a while before saying, "Little classmate Lin Shi, you really surprised me. Are you a human?" I couldn't help laughing. "No." Yang Fan was so shocked that he almost dropped his hands on the steering wheel. I was dizzy. "Drive carefully." "Big brother, who is this monster?" Yang Fan asked carefully. I laughed and scolded. "Get lost." Yang Fan sighed. "You are so awesome. I have lived to be 22 and have never seen such ability." After sending me home, Yang Fan immediately called Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao had just attended the celebration banquet and was in the car preparing to go home. He picked up the phone. "Yang Fan, have you sent the person?" Yang Fan immediately blurted out everything. "What did you say?" Jing Xiao frowned. Although he thought I was different, he didn't expect me to have this ability. "Keep this secret. Don't tell anyone else." Jing Xiao reminded him. Yang Fan knew the seriousness of the matter. "I know. Don't worry. But big brother, who is he? How did you get to know this little monster?" Yang Fan was really shocked. "What little monster? He is just an ordinary person. There are many mysterious things in the world. Don't call him that." Yang Fan agreed and said to himself, "This protective child is not an ordinary person. He is obviously a super pervert." Jing Xiao thought about it and called He Lingfei again, asking her to keep an eye on Lin Xiang's movements, fearing that something might go wrong. Just thinking about it, I sent a message to Jing Xiao. "I'm here, thank you." Jing Xiao replied, "Okay, go to bed early." It was almost dawn. I ate some bread and looked at the stars on the balcony. The hazy moonlight added a bit of fantasy. I sighed softly. Everything was off track after rebirth. I looked down at my fingers, and the small wound was almost healed. I found some muddy water and squeezed a drop of blood into it. After a few seconds, the water became clear and transparent, and I was stunned. This is the purification ability, which is simply horrifying. If someone knew about it, I would probably be dissected, but why do I have this ability? Is it the god of the plains? The god of the plains never appeared again, and it seemed that he really gave me the autonomy. The power of purification can purify everything. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, took off my clothes, looked at my body covered with scars, and doubted my origins. I made up for a day of sleep on Saturday and took a bus to the food street in the city center on Sunday morning. Jingnan waved from afar. "Xiaoxi." I raised my hand and waved, and Jingnan dragged me to eat all over the street. I was so full that I had to hold my stomach. "I can't eat anymore," I said bitterly. Jingnan looked down on me. "You are full after eating only this little? Then watch me eat." I glanced at his stomach. How can he eat so much but still be so fat? Is he a glutton? He really looks like one. The two of us ate and shopped for most of the day. In the afternoon, Jingnan drove me back. He was stunned when he heard the address and then smiled. I could see what he was thinking. "I'm free." Jingnan laughed. Congratulations. Staying away from people who make you emotionally unstable is the greatest respect for your health. I asked with a smile. Aren't you curious? Jingnan said. What are you curious about? I'm dating you. It has nothing to do with the people around you. Xiaoxi, do whatever makes you happy. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I'll help you if I can. I nodded. Okay. Many people want me to be happy, and I show it so obviously. But how can it be so easy to be happy? Who doesn't want to live a carefree life? Jingnan sent me to the gate of the community. He had something to do in the evening, so he drove away in a hurry after agreeing to meet next time. I was going to the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner when I saw a familiar figure at the gate of the community. It was Yihao. Yihao stopped me. Lin Shi, why don't you reply to the message? I remembered that Yihao had asked me about my address and recent situation, but I didn't reply because I felt there was no need to contact him and I had to do what I said. I forgot. I said. Yihao was so angry that he laughed. You just don't want to reply? Don't want to care about me? I smiled falsely. Yes, but you still found out. Yihao, let me go. I'm living well now. It's much easier not to be at the Yi family. Don't bother me, okay? Yihao has been working on a project recently. His eyes are red, and he looks at me. You are so heartless. Yihao handed over the things in his hand. There are 30,000 in the card, and the password is 6 zeros. This is what you won from me. You can transfer it back when you leave, but you deserve it. And this school bag is a gift from me. Take it. I didn't answer. I said I won't ask the Yi family for a penny. Yihao advised. How can you live without money? Don't be willful. You can only support yourself when you are an adult. This is what the Yi family owes you. My eyes sparkled. You can call me stupid or foolish. Please let me keep my last dignity, okay? Yihao slowly withdrew his hand. I just want you to live an easy life. I'll feel relaxed if you don't come to find me. The Yi family is big and powerful, and they will soon forget about me, a little cannon fodder. You go your way, and I go mine, and we won't disturb each other. After saying that, I left. Yihao watched me leave, carrying his school bag and walking towards a black business car not far away. He got in, and next to him was Yi Jing. He confiscated it. Yi Jing stared at me for a long time, with a worried look between his brows. Yihao nodded. Dad, this is a dead end. Yi Jing said tiredly, let's go. How's that matter going? Don't worry, the private detective is investigating and the truth will come out. A heavy sigh came from inside the car. I bought some rice and vegetables and had a simple dinner. At this time, Jing Xiao received a report from He Lingfei. Lin Xiang went home, reunited with her family, and disappeared after an hour. I don't know why her parents can see her. Jing Xiao guessed that it was related to my ability. The spirit that exorcises the ghost can only exist for a short time. It is also a blessing for relatives to see the deceased again. Jing Xiao thought I was amazing. Since we met, I always surprised him. On Monday, I entered the school with my school bag on my back, and my classmates were anxiously waiting for the midterm exam results. I put down my school bag and sat down, listening to Li Mei praying softly. God bless me and help me improve by 50 places. I beg you, great gods. It's better to rely on yourself than on God. The results are determined after the exam. Can God help you correct your wrong questions? I couldn't help but say. Li Mei kicked me. You were so annoying. I was already nervous, and what you said made me even more scared. What are you afraid of? If I don't do well in the exam this time, there will be next time. It's not the college entrance examination, so just keep calm. I said with a smile. Li Mei admires my mentality and has never seen me anxious. I am definitely a poor student with no ambition to make progress. At 9 o'clock, the rankings were posted downstairs, and the students swarmed up there. I pushed Li Mei and said, Aren't you going to take a look? Li Mei pushed her glasses and said, Whether I go or not, the results are there. She would have been smart and would have retorted. I smiled and said, Then I'll go. I'll tell you when I come back. Li Mei nervously twirled her fingers and said, Then you go quickly and come back quickly. I walked downstairs under the gaze of Li Mei, and Liang Wei followed me. Lin Shi, do you want to check the ranking? Let's go together. I nodded and asked. The class monitor must have done well in the exam, right? Liang Wei knew it in his heart. It should be about the same as last time. I got the last math question wrong, and I made mistakes in foreign language, but the comprehensive science was okay. I joked. You are too modest, you idiot. How can we ordinary people live? Liang Wei touched his head. I am not an idiot. Those in Class 1 are perverts at the level of academic gods. I estimate that the top scorer in science in the city in the college entrance examination next year will be in Class 1. It will be difficult for us to catch up. Class 1, Ewan is in Class 1. I said, don't be so sure. It's not certain that we will have the last laugh. You have made progress, classmate Lin Shi. This is a good awareness. No one can say until the end. Liang Wei was full of energy. Have confidence in yourself. We talked and laughed as we walked downstairs. The list was crowded with people, and we couldn't squeeze in, so we could only worry on the outside. As we were waiting, a sarcastic voice came from behind us. You guys from the bad class are also here to look at the list. Aren't you ashamed? Liang Wei and I turned around and saw Luo Su, Jiang Ning, and Yuan standing behind the crowd. Yuan looked calm, while the other two were full of pride. Jiang Ning said, what do you know? Bad students have no sense of shame, so they don't feel ashamed. Liang Wei's face flushed red. The three of them seemed to be chatting, but in fact, every word they said was sarcastic, and they deliberately looked at us, and their meaning was very clear. You! Liang Wei was frustrated. Who are you talking about? Luo Su smiled playfully. Who are you talking about who is a bad student? Yuan said at the right time. Okay, we have to go to class after looking at the results, so don't say anything. Luo Su and Jiang Ning glanced at us arrogantly, squeezed into the crowd to look at the results, and Yuan looked apologetic. Sorry, Lin Shi, they are not talking about you. I forced a smile and looked at him. Are your grades good? Yuan said modestly. It's okay, I'm just in the top 30 in the grade. Liang Wei's expression was stiff. He was the monitor of class 4, and his best score was only 40th in the grade. He sighed in his heart. There's a big gap between people. The top 30 students in the grade are basically from class 1. Tian Li, Zhang Yixuan, and Dong Jiayong from class 1 occupy the top 3 of the grade list all year round, as stable as Mount Tai. I said disdainfully, not so good. Yuan looked weird, and he was extremely contemptuous in his heart. With his level that was hundreds of places away, he dared to say that to me? Do you have any shame? Of course I can't compare to you, Yuan said with a stiff face. I raised the corners of my mouth. You are self-aware. Damn, this shameless bastard. Yuan walked away angrily and didn't talk to me. Liang Wei gave me a thumbs up. Brother, I admire your courage and shamelessness. But are you familiar with Yuan? I shook my head quickly. Not familiar, I'm not that thick-skinned. At this time, there were fewer people, some were happy and some were sad. Luo Su and Jiang Ning squeezed to the front, and Liang Wei and I also saw the ranking of grades. I started from the upper middle level, and sure enough, I found myself ranked 130th in the grade, which was a little higher than expected. Then I looked for Li Mei and saw her name at 279th. Not bad, the improvement was more than 50 places. Liang Wei was ranked 38th, and he was smiling. He did well in the exam and broke his own record. Luo Su was 35th, Jiang Ning was 34th, and Yuan was 21st. Yuan couldn't help but smile happily. It was not in vain that he studied day and night during this period. Only if he was good enough could he continue to be recognized by the Yi family. Now that Lin Shi has left the Yi family, although they are still uncomfortable, everything will return to the past over time. Lin Shi is only ranked 130th. No matter how much she improves, the gap between her and herself is still big. What can she use to compete with herself? Mud should stay in the field. How can it compare with him, Yuan? Luo Su and Jiang Ning looked at me, and Liang Wei provocatively laughing and mocking. Student scum is student scum. Think that you can compare with our Yuan by having a fairy face. Dream on, people still need to look at the inner qualities. What's the use of just having a face? Some time ago, I squeezed Yuan to become the school hunk, and Yuan was depressed for a while. They took the opportunity to please Master Yi. I was helpless. I don't know you. It's not appropriate to be so hostile, right? Fairy face? I was also convinced, pretty boy, fairy face. What other words can you come up with next time? In this society that values appearance, spare me, Luo Su said arrogantly. What does our chat have to do with you? If you are not, how do you know it's you? Could it be Liang Wei? He is big and strong, and he doesn't look like a fairy face at all. Isn't it obvious that he is talking about me? I was not annoyed. I was calm and composed, and I was not angered by their ridicule. The students around pretended to look at the list, but they were actually listening to us. Wow, the new and old school hunks are competing. There is gossip. I said, you have the upper hand, you can say whatever you want. But you are only ranked 20th or 30th, not first. What is there to be proud of? You. The three of them were defeated by my shamelessness. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. It was ridiculous. You clown. What qualifications do you have to say that? If you have the guts, show us who'll get first place in the exam. My face turned cold, and I stared at them. Those who insult others will be insulted. I advise you to stop. This is a school, not a place for you to show off your superiority. Who is the clown? Students should study hard. Who gives you the qualifications to mock others? Liang Wei snorted coldly. That's right, too arrogant. It's your business if you do well in the exam. It's none of your business how we do in the exam. I think you were just scared. Only incompetent people are furious. Stop talking about big principles. Students should prove themselves with their grades. Luo Su rolled his eyes. How about a bet? As long as you can get into the top 30 in the monthly exam 1 month later, Jiang Ning and I will eat shit live. Otherwise, if you can't make it, you will kneel down and kowtow to Master Yi 100 times. Do you dare? Liang Wei got anxious when he heard it. Who is betting with you? It's too much. I agree. I interrupted Liang Wei and looked at them indifferently with cold eyes. A barely perceptible happiness flashed across Yuan's face, and he said worriedly, Lin Shi, it's very difficult to get into the top 30 in the grade, and it's difficult to get into the top 100. Don't be willful. Just forget it. It's impossible to do it within a month. I was a little annoyed. Class was about to start, and I suddenly laughed. If you promised, you will do it. Put away your white lotus look. It's useless to me. Aren't you tired of always wearing a mask? Luo Su and Jiang Ning glared at me. What did you say? Okay, it's settled. You just wait to kneel down and beg for mercy from Master Yi. After the two finished speaking, they smiled smugly again. Yuan had no choice but to say, forget it, whatever you want, let's go. After the three of them left, I turned my head to Liang Wei and said, don't pull it. Your sleeves are almost torn by you. Liang Wei said anxiously, why are you so reckless? The top 30 in the grade are all academic masters, and they can definitely get into Kyoto, Tsinghua University, and Peking University. Getting into the top 30 within a month is a dream. This is impossible. Do you think that if you have made progress this time, you can easily move forward next time it is difficult to be in the top 100 in the grade? You guy, why didn't you listen to me when I pulled you? Liang Wei was really anxious. It would be so embarrassing to kneel down to others. How could Lin Shi stay in school then? The criticism and eyes of others could crush him. If he can't graduate normally, his life may be ruined. My heart warmed and I blinked. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, class monitor. What's the use of you knowing you were wrong now? You have already said it. Can you still regret it? You make me angry. I comforted him. Okay, the boat will straighten out when the time comes. Let's go back to the classroom first. Class is about to start. We both enter the classroom on time. Li Mei had already learned her results from Lu Beibei and was wondering why I hadn't replied yet. Why does it take so long to look at the list? I returned to my seat and said to Li Mei, you are ranked 279th. You have made great progress. Are you happy? Li Mei said happily, I have improved by 100 places. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain. Why did you take so long? I was depressed. Nothing. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Li Mei laughed. It means you are also very attractive to dogs. Otherwise, why don't you bite others? Me? Question mark. It seems to make some sense. I put aside my worries and asked mysteriously, do you know how many places I took? Li Mei had no idea that time was tight, and no one had time to look at other people's results. Lu Beibei saw her results by chance. Anyway, the head teacher will announce it. At this time, the head teacher, Lu Hongrui, came in with a score sheet and said happily, classmates, everyone has made great progress this time, especially Lin Shi, who jumped from 430th to 130th, a rapid improvement. Everyone applaud. Wow. The classmates applauded. Li Mei's eyes widened, and Lu Beibei and the others were also stunned. Liang Wei was very proud and felt a great sense of achievement. Look, it was all because of my good teaching. My face turned red quietly. I was a little shy to be applauded. Zhang Henrei looked at me with a smile and said, Student Lin, you should keep up the good work and strive to be in the top 100. You should have confidence in yourself. Now I will read out everyone's rankings. Those who did well should keep working hard. Those who did not do well should not be discouraged. Until the end, everything is possible. I was ranked 15th in my class, and Li Mei was ranked 25th. Lu Beibei was ranked 8th and 110th in the grade. Song Yi was ranked 5th and 103rd in the grade. Jiang Xiaoming was ranked 3rd and 50th in the grade. Chu Weidong was ranked 10th and 120th in the grade. Liang Wei was ranked 1st and 38th in the grade. Everyone has made progress, especially me. I am impressive. During the break, Lu Beibei ran over and said, Great, Lin Shi, you made so much progress. Have you worked hard secretly? It turns out you weren't bragging last time. I said calmly, I told you I was a genius, but you didn't believe me. Now you're embarrassed. Yes, yes, genius. Can you teach me the secret of studying? We also want to improve. I thought about it and said, of course it's hard work. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. I study until late at night, every night. I believe that if I work hard, I can get the first place in the grade. Come on, you're so proud of yourself after doing well in the exam once. Liang Wei came over worriedly. Lin Shi, what are you going to do? Yua, what's the matter? Song Yi came over. Why are you frowning when you have a good day? Liang Wei told everyone about the bet he made with Ip Man and the other two, and everyone was stunned. Shinjua couldn't help but look over. Damn, the boss is going to be in trouble. I cover my face. Don't look at me like that. I know what's going on. It's scary. You counted a fart. Liang Wei was so anxious that he cursed. I pulled you, but you didn't listen. What should I do now? Li Mei looked at me like a fool. You're done. I thought you were stupid, but I didn't expect you to be even more stupid than I thought. Can you regret it? Otherwise, break the contract. Verbal agreement will not count. I was speechless. You still have a nerve to call me stupid. I emphasized, I improved by 300 places this time, which is the biggest improvement. Maybe I can create a miracle next time. I'm really not stupid. The whole class looked at me like a fool. Shenjua, Qinyu, and Wu Feng were among them. I glared at them. What are you looking at? Counting down 1, 2, 3, you still have a nerve. Liang Wei hesitated. How about breaking the contract? Although it's embarrassing, it's better than kneeling down. A man who knows the times is a hero, and the situation is stronger than people. What do you think, Lin Shi? I sighed. You underestimated the viciousness of human hearts. Within half a day, the news of the bet spread and became a sensation. I was in a dilemma, and everyone was waiting to see me laugh. I get sympathetic looks when I walk on the street, but I can face it calmly. What I'm most anxious about now is not this, but making money. I am running out of money to eat. After school, I rejected Liang Wei and others' kindness to give me extra lessons. Time in the third year of high school is precious, and I don't want to delay them. I found a part-time job on a recruitment website and prepared to go for an interview. I pushed open the door of the mall, found a store, and went in with my school bag. There were more than a dozen artificial intelligence products on display. The newly launched robot said in fluent Mandarin, "Welcome, guest." I looked around and saw housekeeping, entertainment robots, new computers, mobile phones, etc. This is the embodiment of scientific and technological civilization. At this time, the clerk came up to me with a smile on his face. Hello, what do you need to buy? We have the latest models here. You can choose whatever you want. I smiled and said, hello, I'm looking for a job. I saw that you were recruiting part-time workers online. The clerk was stunned and looked at me. Yes, we are recruiting AI debuggers. You need to understand the operating principles of AI, explain the purpose and demonstrate the usage to customers, and you must be able to maintain and perform simple repairs. There are many requirements. I saw doubt in the clerk's eyes, which is normal. I looked unreliable with my school bag on my back. I said, I can do it. The clerk shook his head. I am the store manager, Heejun. You may not understand the requirements of this part-time job. It is clear that you need to understand AI knowledge and technology. You look like a high school student. Heejun is worthy of being the store manager. She has good quality. Although she doesn't trust me, she is not impatient. I nodded. I am interested in this. Give me 3 days, and I will prove it to you. These 3 days are voluntary labor. If you're not satisfied, I will leave immediately. Heejun hesitated. This position has been recruited for a long time, and there are few people who meet the requirements. The young man in front of him is too young. Can he do it? It shouldn't be possible. Seeing her hesitate, I continued. It won't hurt you anyway, so why not? Heejun thought for a moment and said, okay, the working hours are from 6:30 to 9:30 every day, 3 hours, and the hourly wage is 500. If you meet the requirements, this price is not low. I smiled and said, okay, thank you. Heejun has no other choice recently. Hay talents a descarche. The store is fine during the day, but it is short of staff at night. She can only try her best. The half-grown boy in front of her has a confident and enthusiastic look in his eyes. She felt sympathetic. Besides, the boy is handsome, which is also a bright spot in the store, but he needs real skills to succeed. When I returned to my residence, I had just cooked noodles and was about to eat when my phone rang. It was Jing Xiao. I picked up, hello, Jing Xiao. He seemed a little regretful, probably because I didn't call him brother. He asked me if I was home, and said he had something to talk to me about. I was confused. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. What could it be? I said I was at home, but I changed my address. He actually said that he was at the gate of my community and asked me to tell him the building and house number. I guess that Yang Fan told him. I looked at the noodles on the table, and it seemed that I could only eat later, so I asked him to come up to 301, building A03. I thought he must have something important. I simply cleaned up the house, and there was a knock at the door. I opened the door, and Jing Xiao, wearing a mask, stood there coolly. I smiled and let him in, and joked that he was too polite to bring something. He squinted his eyes, probably satisfied that I called him brother. I poured him a glass of water and told him to make do with the simple room. He changed his slippers, frowned at the small room, and looked at the boiled noodles on the table, which only had 2 vegetables and not even an egg. I explained that I lived more comfortably, and I came back late today to make do with it, and I would usually cook something else. Jing Xiao sighed, put the fruit on the table, and said that I was growing up and couldn't eat these non-nutritious things. He also called someone to send food, saying that it would arrive in 20 minutes. I sat next to him and said it was too much trouble, but he said that he treated me as his younger brother and treated me as a treat. Brother? I don't want to be a younger brother. I asked him why he was looking for me so urgently. He said that he was afraid of disturbing my class during the day, so he asked Yang Fan for the address and came in the evening. He looked serious and said that there were 2 things. One was that the results of the investigation of the dumb male ghost last time came out, and the other was that he had something to remind me. I thought that the results of the investigation were the police's business and had nothing to do with me, a warm-hearted citizen. He went on to say that the male ghost had turned into a fierce ghost and was killing people everywhere. He was afraid that I would be affected, so he came to give me something. I frowned. Although the ghost was ugly, I could see that he was not a bad person. Jing Zhao's anger emerged, and he said that the ghost was called Zhang Wen, a construction worker. In order to earn medical expenses for his sick daughter, he worked part-time as a delivery man, but was tortured and killed by gangsters. His tongue was cut, his limbs were broken, his eyes were dug out, his skull was smashed, and his body was thrown into the wasteland. If it weren't for the guidance of the ghost, the identity of the body would be difficult to determine. I was furious and cursed. These beasts! Jing Xiao sighed and said that the case could not be solved because there was no evidence. Zhang Wen started killing people in anger and had killed 3 people. The ghost became a fierce ghost when it was stained with blood. There was no turning back, and it could only be reduced to ashes. I said that if he was seeking revenge, it was the retribution of the murderer. I believed in cause and effect. Jing Xiao said that if a ghost kills too many people, it will lose control and attack indiscriminately. Worried that I would meet it again, he took out a small silver pistol and said it was an energy body eliminator for dealing with ghosts. It can only deal with ghosts and has no fatal harm to the human body. I took it and felt it was very light, as if I had seen Yang Fan use it, and thanked him. I asked about Zhang Wen's wife and daughter. After a silence, Jing Xiao said that his daughter died of illness 5 years ago, and his wife died of depression because of the great blow. I felt heavy in my heart. The sufferings in the world are really helpless. Jing Xiao told me that I should not be careless even though I have a special physique, and asked me to carry it with me for self-defense. He also said that Yang Fan told him what happened that night, and asked me not to expose my ability to purify ghost energy and condense manifestation. He said that humans have been studying souls, and if my ability is discovered, there will be endless trouble. I thought to myself that I can do more than that. I don't understand what the meaning is for ghosts to linger in the world, and it goes against the way of heaven. Jing Xiao looked solemn, saying that only a few people can see through life and death, like Lin Xiang, who disappeared within an hour after returning home to reunite with her family. Scientists will not miss the opportunity to study, and alien species are difficult to tolerate in the world. I know this, so I thanked him. At this time, the food arrived, 4 dishes and 1 soup, balanced nutrition, fragrant. I was already hungry. Jing Xiao stood up and said it was late, asked me to eat and rest early, and also reminded me to pay attention to safety and contact him if there was anything. I sent him away, put the rest in the refrigerator after dinner, cut my finger, and looked at the blood purification oil stains, knowing that once exposed, what awaited me would be crazy research. After rebirth, everything seems to be getting better, but in fact, it is like walking on thin ice, and the future is full of uncertainty. The next day, walking on campus, I received a lot of turning heads and became a campus celebrity. I walked to the classroom without looking around, and when I sat down, I received sympathetic eyes from my classmates. I glared. What are you looking at? I'm not a giant panda. Go do what you need to do. I'm so annoyed. My classmates were still muttering that I was anxious and worried about what I should do. Liang Wei came over and touched my head and said, Brother, this is my notebook. You look at it first. Now you can only work hard. Maybe there will be a miracle. I collapsed in my seat and replied to him, Thank you. He also said that my hair was smooth and wanted to touch it again. I was furious. Okay, if you touch me again, I will become shorter. He must be thinking that I was not tall to begin with, but he didn't dare to say it for fear of being beaten by me. He cleared his throat and said, We have agreed that for the next month, you guys will come to my house every Saturday and Sunday to supervise your study and help you with tutoring. We can also review what we have learned. Classmate Lin Shi, do you have any objections? I smiled bitterly and said, No need, Li Mei said directly. If you don't do this, you won't take the initiative to study. You haven't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. It's settled. If you don't go, we will beat you. Liu Beibei, Song Yi, Jiang Xiaoming, and Chu Weidong also echoed in unison. I was dumbfounded. I worked at night and went to school during the day. I counted on catching up on sleep on the weekends. Now I don't have any free time at all. I pinched my arm and felt that I was thinner than when I was at the Yi family. There was no light in my life from now on. But after a while, I remembered that the food cooked by Liang's mother was delicious. I missed it a little, so I slowly accepted it. Zhang Hengrui, the head teacher, called me out and said to me, a fair-skinned student, Why are you making a bed at such a young age? You are so competitive. If you're not sure, I can ask the school to cancel it. I didn't expect that the teacher knew about this matter. I hurriedly shook my head and said, It's just a small fight between students. There is no need to alarm the school. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer. At most, I will apologize. Zhang Hengrui stared at me and said, You must be down to earth in life and work. The top 30 in the grade are all reserve teams for top universities. You want to get in 1 month? The possibility is 0. I responded with full fighting spirit. Everything depends on human efforts. Man can conquer nature. I can do it. Teacher, you have to encourage me and don't pour cold water on me. Zhang Hengrui asked me to get out and said that I would know how difficult the next exam would be. He would tell the dean of studies so that I would not make a fool of myself. I touched my nose and went back to the classroom. Li Mei asked quietly, Are you scolded again? What do you mean by again? It's like I'm scolded every day. I didn't sleep well last night, so I lay on the table to catch up on my sleep. Li Mei pulled me up and said anxiously, You can still sleep? You should be working hard now. How can you sleep? I was so sleepy that my eyes were filled with tears, thinking that I couldn't live like this. Yilin was in class 1, grade 2. He heard someone discussing my bet, so he found Yuan during lunch break and asked, Second brother, did you make a bet with Lin Shi? Yuan shook his head and said, No, it was Luo, Su, and Jiangning. Yilin asked in confusion, You mean it has nothing to do with you? Lin Shi's grades will definitely not win, and he will kneel to you, which is not appropriate. Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain, thinking that there was nothing inappropriate. He also said that I agreed to the bet myself, but he would not let me embarrass myself. Yi Lin said with confidence, After all, we have lived together. I don't think you would do this. Yuan responded gently that it was a joke, but there was a chill in his eyes, thinking that he wanted me to be ruined. Even if he didn't let me kneel, he would make me have a reputation of breaking the contract, breaking my promise, and being a coward, and being criticized by thousands of people in school, and see how I can stay. After school in the afternoon, I went to the mall. The store was called Tianshu. Hijun welcomed me in, gave me a set of work clothes, and said, Today you will first learn product information. This is the product introduction, with brand information, product performance, price, and usage. I took it. It was a thick book. I had to remember it in one night. I studied abroad for a period of time in my previous life, and was quite interested in this. After all, this is the future direction of technological development, and all countries are studying it. I sat in the backstage of the store and flipped through it quickly. Hijun shook her head and probably thought I was pretending. An hour later, I put down the book and frowned. These robots are too clumsy. The design and construction principles are not difficult. If the conditions and materials are sufficient, I have the confidence to make more flexible products. Hijun came over and asked if I had finished reading it. She also said that she could read it again if she had less time. She had to remember it so that she could deal with customers conveniently. I handed her the book and said it was okay. She asked in surprise, Okay? What do you mean? You remember it all? I nodded. She didn't believe it at all. This book covers all the products of Tianshu Group, AI, mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products. It is impossible to remember it in 1 hour. She said she wanted to test me. So she opened the book and asked me about 5 products in succession. I answered fluently about the model, performance, usage, maintenance, etc., without any mistakes, which really surprised Hijun. How did you remember it so quickly? Hijun looked at me again, and her eyes lit up instantly. I looked carefully for an hour, and my thoughts were clear. I had already understood the products in the store, but I was a little disappointed. If this is the level of modern technology, there is still a long way for human development. There are many things that need to be improved and unreasonable. I nodded and said, my memory is okay. Hijin praised. More than okay, it's amazingly fast. Lin Shi, you surprised me on the first day. I'm looking forward to your performance next time. I smiled shyly. I shouldn't disappoint you. Hijin nodded vigorously. Get familiar with the products today. By the way, do you speak a foreign language? Sometimes there will be foreign guests. I raised my eyes, my eyebrows curved, and said, yes, I have no problem communicating in wild language. Hijin said with satisfaction, not bad, but you are still a student. Won't it affect your studies? I shook my head. It's okay, it won't affect much. Hijin went to greet the guests. I looked around, stopped in front of a computer prototype, and reached out to click a few times. This is still at the stage of electronic computers, which are slow and generate heat. If photonic computers do not have these problems, they will be a technological leap if applied to the field of artificial intelligence. If applicable quantum computers are fully available in the future, it will be epic-making and human civilization will enter a new stage. My eyes are dark, standing here, my thoughts drifting to another dimension. If I have the opportunity, I really want to try and see how far I can go. Every stage of human civilization is driven by giants, and I want to try it too. What are you looking at? A male voice sounded in my ear. I came back to my senses and looked sideways. It was a male clerk in store uniform, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who was looking at me curiously. Hello. He smiled. I'm Lin Yedenashcha. I heard from the store manager that there will be a handsome intern. It turns out to be you. Hello. My name is Yin Su, responsible for online operations. Welcome. Yin Su looks ordinary, but his smile is easygoing and warm, which makes people feel good. I said thank you. I may not be able to stay, but I will try my best. Yin Su encouraged me. Believe in yourself. If you don't understand, just learn. It's great that you could try at your age. The best scientists also started from knowing nothing. You know that, Thankayu. I will try my best. At 9:30 in the evening, I changed my clothes and came out of the store to catch the last bus. Along the way, I was thinking that I had to have enough funds to do my own research. When I make money from my part-time job, I will first buy professional books, then buy computers and materials, and put the theories in my mind into practice. At Jing Zhao's concert, I felt the throbbing of life. Since I was reborn, I wanted to experience life again, make up for the regrets of my previous life, and maybe find the meaning of life. Just as I was thinking, the bus suddenly braked and I was almost thrown out. With the harsh sound of brakes, I saw a person falling in front of the car. Did I hit someone? No. My eyes suddenly became solemn. Zhongwen was floating 2 meters in the air, and a woman was lying on the ground, bleeding and gushing out. It seemed that she was beyond help. I was the only passenger on the bus. The driver was still in shock and got off the bus to call an ambulance and the police. I looked at Zhongwen in the shadows. After staring at each other for a few seconds, I reached out from my school bag and took out the silver gun, got up and got off the bus. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the road was quiet and deserted. The bus driver was anxiously circling around the woman, wondering where this person came from. If he hit her, his career would be ruined, and he would have to pay a large sum of money. He had a wife and children at home, so he wanted to cry, but had no tears. I walked up to him and said, "It wasn't you who hit her. Don't worry, you'll be fine." It was Zhang Wen who started killing again. The driver was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Really? Did you see it? I clearly didn't see anyone. There are usually not many people here. Where did she come from? I thought to myself, she fell from the sky. I looked up at Zhang Wen in the air. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Did you kill an innocent person? The driver was horrified. Who was he talking to? Oh my God. Zhang Wen's eyes were red, and he had lost his mind. He opened his mouth and screamed. When he looked at me, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by ruthlessness. He was attracted by a scent and was so bloodthirsty that he dared not approach me, but stared at the driver with a fierce look. He only knew that killing could relieve the pain. The pain, like a maggot attached to his bones, tortured him all the time. Why? Suffering in life, suffering in death. I stared at Zhongwen. You have already avenged. Don't hurt innocent people. Let go of your obsession. Take the right path. I can help you. Zhongwen didn't listen at all and rushed towards the driver with blood. The driver was still in shock about who I was talking to, and the next second there was a sound of breaking wind, and I felt the bloody smell at the tip of my nose, and then my neck was strangled, and I couldn't breathe. I raised the silver gun and pulled the trigger. A faint blue light brushed the driver's ear and shot Zhongwen. He let go of the driver in pain and was furious and rushed towards me in pain. I dodged in a hurry, and a small wound was cut on my neck and a trace of blood flowed out. Zhongwen's hands were stained with my blood, and he kept wailing and rolling. I covered my neck, and the ghostly aura on him dissipated a little, revealing a simple face, no longer as ugly as before. The driver saw a person appear out of thin air, and he screamed in fear, closed his eyes, and fainted. Me, a big man so brave? But it's normal. Who wouldn't be scared to death if they encountered it? I looked at Zhongwen and squatted down. Zhongwen sat up and moved his body, and he finally didn't feel any pain. He got back the feeling of being alive. This is the real Zhongwen. Do you have any other wishes? I asked him. Zhongwen suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to me with gratitude. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me be free. My wife and daughter are dead, and my great revenge has been avenged. I have no regrets. I sighed. Let's go. If there is a next life, I hope you will be happy all your life and your family will be healthy. Zhongwen's body gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. I looked up at the starry sky, stood between heaven and earth, waved to him, and said goodbye. The ambulance and police car roared in, breaking the tranquility of the night. When the driver woke up, I was standing against the wall. He shuddered and looked around. Is this person a human? Is the one who appeared out of thin air a human? Also, who is this young man in front of me? Is he a monster? You. Where is that person? Seeing him wake up, I yawned. Who is that person? You are dazzled. People will have hallucinations when they are extremely frightened and nervous. I am so sleepy. The police will find you to take a statement later. I am leaving. Oh, by the way, the woman is out of danger. It has nothing to do with you. The police will not look for you after taking the statement. I waved and walked out, leaving the self-doubting driver behind. Outside, Jing Xiao and Zhong Qiming said a few words. Seeing me come out, Zhong Qiming looked at me meaningfully. Little classmate Lin Shi, one Jing Xiao is fine. And there is another one, please let him go. I looked at Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao nodded, and I looked up at the sky. Everyone has a responsibility to be brave and righteous. Zhong Qiming chuckled, waved his hand, and told us to get out. Jing Xiao and I smiled at each other and left together. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I was listless and sat on a chair in the small garden of the hospital with my head tilted back. Jing Xiao carefully disinfected me and put on a Band-Aid. If I didn't take care of it, the wound would heal. I looked at him and then at the sky. About 2 minutes later, Jing Xiao said, "It's done." I hummed and muttered, "I'm so sleepy." Jing Xiao took me to the car and sent me back to my residence. If you're sleepy, just take a nap in the car. You've worked hard. Are you scared? Scared? I sighed. I didn't expect to meet him. It's so scary. I'm almost suffocating. Jing Xiao looked at my face and didn't see any fear. He said with a smile, "Okay, stop pretending. Hurry up and take a rest. If you don't take a rest, it will be dawn. You still have to go to school in a few hours." My face changed immediately and an idea came to me. "Can you do me a favor? Lie to the teacher?" Jing Xiao shook his head with a smile. "No." I pouted. "I made a contribution today and was injured. Look, it's a work injury. Can I take a rest?" I raised my face and showed the Band-Aid. Jing Xiao continued to shake his head, saying seriously, "I'll apply for a silk banner for you later, so you can wear it and walk around. Wouldn't that be prestigious? Pull your neck back quickly. The wound has healed." I was so sleepy that I staggered all over the place. I finally managed to make it to the community. Jing Xiao stuffed a lemon candy into my mouth, and I was instantly awakened by the sourness. My facial features wrinkled together, and I swallowed my saliva with sourness. I said angrily and angrily, "Bad guy." Jing Xiao was amused by my appearance. He must think I was as cute as a kitten. This reminded him of the little white cat in the hospital. He thought about raising it himself instead of giving it away. After all, it was so cute. "Go up quickly and send me your teacher's phone number. I will help you ask for leave," he said. When I heard it, my eyes lit up and I nodded hurriedly. "Really? Okay, don't regret it. Remember to call tomorrow morning and ask for a day off." Jing Xiao said helplessly, "Don't push it. It's only half a day. The course can't be missed." I wilted immediately, opened the car door, and waved weakly. "Goodbye. I will escape from Blue Star tonight." Jing Xiao laughed and told me with pampering, "Go home and take a bath and go to bed immediately. Go to school tomorrow afternoon." I grinned to show that I knew. After returning home and washing up, I fell asleep and slept until noon. I woke up in my 1.2-meter long bed and picked up my phone to see that it was 10 o'clock in the morning. When I was dozing off while hugging the quilt, Jing Xiao sent me a message. "Are you up? Remember to go to class in the afternoon." I chuckled and replied to him, I know. After getting up and packing, I fried an egg and ate it with bread. Looking out the window, everything was clear under the sun, and the thrilling experience of last night seemed unreal. This world will not stop because of someone's misery. If you are alive, you have to move forward. However, karma will come sooner or later. At lunch, Yi Lin habitually wanted to make sure if I went to eat, but he didn't see me coming down. He went upstairs and saw that the classroom of class 4 was empty. He walked downstairs in confusion, feeling upset. My father asked him to supervise my meals. I went to the cafeteria these days, and he thought he was relieved. But today he didn't see me, and he was worried that something had happened to me. Just when I was feeling depressed, Shenjua came stealthily with a takeaway. Yilin called him classmate. Shenjua quickly hid the takeaway behind him and asked vigilantly, "What are you doing?" Yilin asked, "Excuse me, is Lin Shi here today?" Shenjua breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, Lin Shi, he didn't come this morning." Yilin frowned. "Why?" Shenjua thought for a moment. "I seem to have heard from them that he is sick." Yilin was anxious. "Is he sick again?" He hurried to the locker at the school gate to get his phone, wanted to tell his father and brother. I looked at Yilin, who ran by me in confusion. "What is this kid doing?" Yilin stopped and looked back at me, almost collapsing on the ground. "Isn't this guy fine?" He stared at me while panting, unable to speak for a while. I tilted my head and teased. "Was he chased by a dog?" Yilin was furious. "Where did the dog come from in the school? What nonsense are you talking about?" I was too lazy to pay attention to him and wanted to go back to the classroom. Yilin hurriedly grabbed me and asked me where I went in the morning. I turned around and said, "What does it have to do with you where I go?" He looked at me carefully, saw the Band-Aid on my neck, frowned, and asked me how I got hurt. I said unhappily, "It was a ghost scratching me." "That's enough. Go do what you need to do. We need to keep our distance." Yilin let go of my hand and said unhappily that I was too much. My eyes became sharp. "The first day I entered the Yi family, you asked me to keep my distance from you. Have you forgotten?" Yilin was silent. I shook my head, ignored him, and went upstairs to the classroom. Behind me, Yilin looked lonely, and tears were about to burst out of the corners of his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable. A spoiled child, at an age when he is ignorant of the world, hurts people the most. I sat in the classroom and stared at Shunjua eating takeout, but my mind was actually far away. I finally climbed out, and I won't look back. Hurt is hurt. I can't forgive, otherwise I can't hold on and will die. Shenjua looked at me tremblingly and begged me with a sad face not to stare at him. He was scared and thought I was going to report him. I smiled sinisterly and said, "Just wait." He panicked even more, thinking that I would definitely report him. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. I didn't have the time. After a while, classmates came in one after another, asking me what disease I had and whether I felt better. I took the opportunity to say, "I am so weak. You see, don't give me extra classes on Saturdays and Sundays. I need to rest." Liang Wei disagreed, saying that extra classes are not physical labor, and his mother can make nutritious meals, which guarantees that I will be healthy after eating them. I thought to myself, if I had known this would happen, well, even if I had known this would happen, I would not regret it. Yilin was absent-minded all afternoon and immediately sent messages to Yi Jing and Yi Hao after school. Yuan asked him puzzledly why he was absent-minded and who he was sending messages to. Yilin was depressed and didn't want to talk. He was irritated by what I said. When I first returned to the Yi family, he thought I was unsophisticated and dirty-minded. Facing my approach, he asked me to stay away from him more than once. Little did I know that what I said came true. Now we're separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and it is difficult to get close to each other anymore. The atmosphere in the Yi family has been very dull recently. When I was there, the house was noisy every day, but since I left, the house has become increasingly deserted. Yi Hao suddenly became busy and doesn't come back often now. As for Yi Jing, after a few days of silence, he began to reflect on the past. While taking care of the Yi family, he also devoted some energy to paying attention to family members. His mentality changed, and his previous harsh words, arrogance, and superiority gradually faded, and he found the peace of his youth. He jumped out of his previous cognition and secretly kept a close eye on Yi Wen's every move. After raising a child for more than 10 years, people's hearts are unpredictable, and Yi Wen will always reveal his flaws. Shanshan naturally felt bad. Looking at Yi Wen, she often thought of me. I don't know if I had a comfortable life before I was taken away by mistake. After knowing my life experience, my biological son who had been looking for me everywhere was unwilling to get close to her. After more than 10 years, everything was messed up. She used to treat me as if I didn't exist, but after I came, she could never go back to her previous life. Especially when I left her again, her mentality could not help but change. Sometimes she felt as if I was still there, studying, or sleeping in the room, or eating at the end of the table, or looking at everyone with disappointment with those bright eyes. I seem to be there, impossible to ignore. The Yi family can never go back to the past. Everyone is quietly changing. Yuan sees it most clearly. Putting aside his character, he is also a first-class smart man. But he is not in a hurry. As long as there is no problem, he feels that he will be fine, and he is confident that the previous things will not be exposed. Sometimes, Yuan also finds it funny, thinking that it is just his problem. How can he succeed without the cooperation of other members of the Yi family? He is for himself, and the other members of the Yi family are the ones who hold the knife. He also secretly thought that I am sensible, otherwise the end will be worse. He sat aside, looking at Yi Lin's unhappy look, and the emotion in his eyes gradually cooled down. For more than 10 years, he is also a human being, and he has some feelings for the Yi family, but the people of the Yi family have increasingly disappointed him. That night, Yi Jing and Yi Hao did not come back for dinner, and only Shan Shan, Yi Wen, and Yi Lin were left at the huge dining table. The three of them were cold and quiet. Yi Wen tried his best to please Shan Shan, speaking softly, and Shan Shan's brows finally relaxed. Yi Lin occasionally looked up at them, feeling annoyed. He actually felt that Yi Wen was extremely flattering now, which is a thought he had never had before. My eldest brother told me that he should grow up, but he didn't understand what growing up means. Is it that now, my mind has become complicated, I no longer speak without scruples, and I try to change my previous arrogance that is growing up? On the way to my part-time job, I received a message from Yi Hao. Lin Shi, I heard from Yi Lin that you are sick. What's wrong? Why do you feel uncomfortable? I replied to him, nothing, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Yi Hao and Yi Jing were in the car at the entrance of my community. They were relieved after seeing the reply. Yi Hao sent another message. That's good. Remember to eat well. I didn't reply. I watched the people coming and going outside the bus and closed my eyes for a light sleep. At the Tianshu store, I changed into a yellow work suit. The whole person looked fresh, with white skin, black hair, and black eyes. The more I looked at him, the more refreshing and handsome he looked. I have been growing taller recently, and my joints are well proportioned. Standing there, I am a sight to behold, attracting many female customers and quite a few boys. Dijon was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, thinking that she had found a treasure. I felt uneasy when a group of girls stared at me, so I hid in the backstage. Yen Su said enviously, if I were so pretty, my girlfriend wouldn't break up with me. I wiped the new prototype and said helplessly, the appearance will age. How can the inner beauty last forever? Yen Su said, no, a moment is eternal. Even if it is fleeting, it is worth it to have been dazzling once. I smiled and said, okay, everyone has their own reasons. After Hijun greeted the guests in, she said, Xiao Shi, here are some retired prototypes, all of which have some minor problems. You can choose one. If you can tell the problem, you will pass the trial. Of course, if you can fix it, it will be even better. I nodded, picked a smart sweeping robot, took it apart, and said, the fan is abnormal. I cleaned the dust off the sensor and repaired it quickly and attentively. After a while, I put the components and screws back one by one, turned on the switch, and the robot vacuum cleaner started to work with a buzz. It was obviously repaired. Hijun and Yen Su widened their eyes. They didn't expect that I could really repair it. It's amazing. I was so fast just now that they were dazzled and surprised. They kept sighing that young people nowadays are incredible. I said, the life of the fan is almost over. I estimate that it can only be used for a month, and then it will have to be replaced. Fortunately, the motherboard is not damaged. Hijun gave a thumbs up. Not bad, you passed. I smiled and said, thank you, Sister He. I picked up a smart speaker and fiddled with it for a while. The speaker made a pleasant sound, and I said, turn it off. The speaker immediately muted. He-jun and Yen-su were amazed. Yen-su sighed. Talented people emerge in every generation. I admire you. Who are you? Are you a young genius trained by some research institute? I shook my head. No, you would be surprised because you don't understand. But this is just the basics. Nowadays, electronic products are very easy to repair unless there are fatal problems. The principles are similar. This sounded a bit for Sai. Heejin applauded. It's enough. This part-time job is just a miscellaneous job. Sometimes there are some minor problems with the products purchased by customers. Having someone who can repair them in the store can save a lot of trouble. Of course, if the problem is big, we will send them to the headquarters for professional repair. When there is no repair task, you can also take over the reception position. I smiled gently. Isn't it tailor-made for me? Heejun was happy and stretched out her hand. Lin Shi, welcome to join Tian Shu. The working hours and salary have been told to you. You will have a day off every weekend night, and your salary will be paid once a week. You can also ask for any other requirements. I shook my head. No more. Okay. Did you bring your ID card? I'll register for you. I took out my ID card and handed it to her. Heejin took it and was stunned. You just became an adult not long ago. Yen Su is also stunned. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. I am so young, but I have both good looks and talent. Do I want to let others live? I smiled obediently. Yes. Heejin looked at me, her heart surging. She felt that I was neither humble nor arrogant, had an extraordinary memory, and was quick-witted. At the age of 18, I gave people a feeling of looking up to a mountain. The future is promising. I came back to the community after work. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I successfully found a job, so I decided to buy some delicious food to reward myself. In the dark, not far from the community, Yi Jing rolled down the window and watched me walk into the gate of the community with my school bag on my back. He couldn't help frowning. You're back so late? Yi Hao almost fell asleep waiting. They were worried about me, but I didn't come back. I didn't reply to the messages they sent me, so they had to wait here for 3 hours. Yi Hao was relieved. He finally came back. He thought to himself that his waist was almost broken from sitting. Let's go, Dad. You should be relieved that he's back. Yi Jing said. Let someone check it out. Forget it, let's go. Yi Hao started the car, his eyes were calm, thinking to himself that Dad had made it. If he can't check, he'll be pushed further and further away. I bought some vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk from the convenience store downstairs, climbed up to the 3rd floor in one breath, opened the door, and almost walked in, panting with exhaustion. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. I cooked myself a bowl of luxurious noodles with meat, vegetables, and eggs. I sat down, thought about it, took a photo with my phone, and sent it to Jing Xiao. Look, I don't always eat boiled noodles. Jing Xiao rarely had free time. He went home and was typing on the computer. He picked up his phone, enlarged the picture, looked at it carefully, and replied to me, the noodles are burnt. I ate the noodles and looked at the message, pouting slightly, but it tastes good. Jing Xiao smiled. Well, eating so late? Midnight snack. Be careful not to eat like a pig. I sent a lulu pig sound. Jing Xiao couldn't help laughing. Jing Chun stood at the door with his arms folded. It's rare that you can have such a happy day with such a smile. Who's across the street? Jing Xiao looked back at him. Why did you come in without knocking? You didn't close the door. Why should I bother? Jing Chun pushed his glasses. His hair was meticulously groomed. He looked both gentle and a little bit bad. In fact, he is a black-bellied boss with serious misophobia, the type of man who sells people and has others count money for him. Jing Xiao paused, thinking that although his brother looks like a human being, he is basically not a human being. Something. Jing Xiao looked at his brother warily. Jing Chen walked in leisurely, sat down calmly, and looked at his brother. You haven't answered my question yet. Jing Xiao denied. No one. Jing Chen looked at him with a smile. Have you learned to lie to me? Jing Xiao quickly shook his head. Really not. According to his past experience, his brother might be thinking of some bad ideas in his mind. Jing Chun raised his eyebrows. You're a nervous liar. Jing Xiao's face fell. No, brother, what's the matter with you? Can you not be so aggressive? I am your biological brother. You have been my psychological shadow since childhood. Jing Chun let him go. I'll give you a chance. Do me a favor. No help. Jing Xiao had a hunch that it was not a good thing and immediately denied it. Very good. Jing Chun narrowed his eyes. Okay. Oh, by the way, I have a photo of you wearing open crotch pants when you were a child. It's pretty cute. It will definitely be very popular if posted on social networks. Jing Xiao changed his face. You said you deleted them all last time. Jing Chen raised his eyebrows. I missed one. Tell me, what's the matter? I won't help with anything too outrageous. It's really unlucky to have such a betraying brother. This person has no credibility at all. Yao Yao has ignored me again recently. Please invite her to dinner at home. I despised his brother. Are you bullying her again? Sister Yao Yao should ignore you and let you live alone for the rest of your life. Yao Yao is his brother's girlfriend. Her real name is Tang Yao. The Tang family and the Jing family are old friends. His brother chased her when she just entered college. It is probably because his brother is not a human being that made his girlfriend angry and ran away. I'm used to it. Jing Chen stood up. It's settled. I'm leaving. You continue. What? I stood up and closed the door hard. My growth experience from childhood to adulthood is a dark history of blood and tears. I always think that I didn't turn evil because I am kind by nature, otherwise I would murder my own brother in a minute. His father and mother have to take a detour when they see his brother, which shows how insidious this person is. I looked at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening. Lin, she should have gone to bed. I replied to Lin she good night and ended a busy day. The project has not made any progress, and the research and development has stagnated. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. What went wrong? My life is getting busier and busier. I go to school and work part-time and run back and forth every day. Although working part-time is hard, my skills are becoming more and more proficient. Practice makes perfect. No matter how much books say, it is not as good as doing it yourself. Time slipped away while studying and researching. Before school on Friday, Liang Wei came to remind me, don't forget to come to make up lessons tomorrow. I looked at him and said, am I the kind of person who escapes? Liang Wei said earnestly, that's good. Seeing your posture of preparing to run away, I thought you forgot and came to remind you. I opened my big eyes with clear black and white. Thank you, monitor. You have worked hard. Don't be cute. Me? Uncle. I came to the store with my school bag on my back. I saw an old computer in the backstage. I thought, Sister He, is this computer still useful? Heejin took a look and said, it's useless. It's too old. Can you sell it to me? I asked. I'll give it to you. It was supposed to be scrapped, but it won't turn on anymore. It's useless for you to take it back. I said, it's okay. I'll try to fix it and practice my skills. Heejin was very impressed by my technical skills. Take it, genius Shao Shi. I touched my nose. I didn't dare to take it. I was just a little smarter than others. I took the computer back to my residence, put it on the table, took a shower, and started to dismantle it. After a while, the computer was dismantled into pieces. I observed carefully, bought some accessories and repair tools online, and finally found a piece of cloth to cover it. I was so tired that I couldn't even lift my eyelids and fell asleep on the bed. On the weekend, the express arrived. I came out of Liang Wei's house, took the package from the express collection point, and immediately worked hard until late at night. I covered the outer shell, assembled it, connected the power supply, and the pleasant startup sound rang, and the screen lit up. I flipped my hands, tried the performance, and rubbed my tired eyes with satisfaction. I succeeded. Moreover, the speed is very fast, not worse than the new computers on the market. After a quick meal, I sat in front of the computer, my hands clicking quickly, eagerly learning all the knowledge. My brain was running at high speed, connecting everything I saw, learned, and thought, and then digesting and integrating it. Unconsciously, I fell asleep in front of the computer. For almost a month, I only slept 3 to 5 hours a day, and the rest of my free time was used to think and learn knowledge. My brain was like a receiver, absorbing all information crazily. The consequence of not getting enough rest was that I was tired and sick. I collapsed on the bed and called Jing Xiao, asking him to call the class teacher again to ask for leave. At present, Jing Xiao is the person I trust the most. Jing Xiao was so busy this month that he was shocked when he received my call. This time he is really sick. I sat up with a pale face, took the medicine handed to me by Jing Xiao, and sniffed. Jing Xiao frowned. Didn't you eat well? Why do you look so thin? I coughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice, no, I'm under a lot of academic pressure. I'll be fine after a day of sleep. Jing Xiao picked up the book on the table and opened it. It was brand new. I took the medicine and huddled in the quilt with a guilty conscience. I remember everything with my brain. Little liar. Jing Xiao pointed at my brain. I know how smart you are. Can a mere high school course make you so tired? I closed my eyes and pretended to be dead. Please help close the door when you leave. Thank you. I threw it away after use. Jing Xiao tucked the corner of the quilt for me and resigned himself to making porridge for me. Our handsome Jing cooked for someone for the first time, and he worked very hard. He washed the rice in the small kitchen, put it in the pot, and turned on the fire, stirring it from time to time. He controlled the heat very well, just like a chef. But the kitchen was too small, and he was over 1.8 meters tall, and he stumbled when he turned around. He simply took off his coat and put on only a white sweater. He looked at the bubbling porridge and thought it was almost done, so he turned off the fire. I slept vaguely for a while, took medicine, sweated, and my head was finally clearer. I got up wrapped in the quilt, stretched my head and took a look, and couldn't help thinking that he was such a good man. Jing Xiao is like a big tree living in the sun, and I am a small grass growing on the edge of a cliff. The small grass looks up at the big tree, but dares not get close. But I will take him as my goal, work hard to climb out of the muddy vortex, and look forward to meeting him at the top one day. Jing Xiao came over. Are you awake? Are you feeling better? He reached out and touched my forehead. I'm fine. I don't have a fever anymore. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? His palm was warm. I stared at him blankly, tears flowing out uncontrollably. I lowered my head and whispered, much better. Jing Xiao looked at me softly. What's wrong? I buried my head in the quilt and shook it, and said sullenly, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for being with me. Jing Xiao bent his knees and squatted on one leg, looking at a loss. Why are you crying? It was so embarrassing. I quickly adjusted my breathing and raised my head. No, there's sand in my eyes. My fair little face was rubbed red, and the corners of my eyes were also red, like an abandoned kitten. Although my soft fur stood up, my eyes were full of hope. A person walks alone in the dark for too long, and he collapses when he sees a little light. I also want to live warmly in the sun. Jing Xiao moved his fingers. His heart was soft, and his voice was very light. Sand is really hateful. How can it hurt our little friend Lin Shi? My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My eyes sparkled with tears, and I slapped my forehead in annoyance. How could I be so useless? Cry like this in front of friends. It's so embarrassing. Jing Xiao looked at me, his eyes full of tenderness. Xiaoxi, I don't know what you have been through before, but we have to look forward. No matter what others do, at least I will always stand by your side. We are friends. As long as you need, Brother Jing Xiao will always be there. My tears finally burst, tears wet my eyelashes, and my voice became hoarse. If you could appear in my life earlier, it would be great. If what? Jing Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, this face is dirty. He found a towel to wipe my face and wash it and smiled. Cat. Young Master Jing had never served anyone before, and his hands were a bit heavy. My feelings of being touched disappeared by more than half, and my face hurt badly. I raised my little face. It would be better if it could be a little gentler. The kneading force was like kneading dough. Do you know how to take care of patients? Jing Zhao's heart seemed to be buzzing with electricity. He just thought I was so cute. How could there be such a cute person? Little thing, you are so picky when serving me. I lay on the bed, wrapped like a silkworm pupa, and still pressed for more. I'm hungry and want to eat meat. Jing Xiao touched my head. There is no meat, only white porridge. Do you want to eat it? My silkworm classmate Xiao, she shook his head like a rattle. No meat, I want meat. Jing Xiao sneered. He was tall and had long legs. From my angle, it felt like he was about to hit the ceiling. He looked down at me. I cooked it myself. Do you dare not eat it? I was immediately suppressed and changed my words. Eat it if you want, I'm just kidding. He also showed a flattering smile. Jing Xiao reached out with satisfaction and wanted to touch my hair that felt so good. I shrank back into the quilt and said, how can you touch a man's head randomly? Jing Xiao smiled and patted me through the quilt. He felt a little regretful and walked out with his long legs to serve me porridge. When he passed by the desk, he glanced at the computer on the desk. The shell was quite old. There were 7 or 8 professional skill books placed in a mess beside it, all of which were difficult to understand. He was shocked, glanced at my bulging figure, and walked out without saying anything. How smart is this kid? He didn't ask, but he was looking forward to my growth. This time I just caught a cold because of the cold wind when I was tired. I will recover after 2 days of rest. Sitting in front of the computer, I thought to myself that I must not overdraw my body in the future. Otherwise, I may not grow taller. Although I grew to 1.8 meters at the age of 19 in my previous life, the situation is different now. What if I don't grow taller because of exhaustion? Will I be a dwarf for the rest of my life? Fortunately, I have gained a lot this month. Next, I can relax and give myself time to digest and absorb the theoretical knowledge I have learned. When I appeared on campus, my classmates turned their heads frequently, their eyes full of surprise, excitement, and expectation. They were also whispering nonstop. In my heart, 1,000 horses were roaring. So what? I've been lying down for 2 days. I didn't provoke anyone, right? You can talk about it, but can you not do it in front of me? I am very fierce. I was wondering and preparing to go upstairs and saw Jiangqing at the corner. His skin was as black as charcoal, and he was looking up and waiting for something. I passed by him and looked at him curiously. I didn't plan to say hello, and I didn't know him. Jiangqing's eyes widened and shouted, "Boss, it's you." I stopped and turned around and said, "Am I not a ghost?" Jiangqing choked. Recently, he has finally understood the saying that you can't judge a person by his appearance. I look like a little lamb, but I am actually a big bad wolf, and my bite hurts people. No. Hey, boss, aren't you sick? Why did you come to school? Jiangqing smiled as honestly and kindly as possible, without the provocative look at all. I chuckled. Will you not get better if you are sick? Are you hoping that I will be ill for the rest of my life? No, not really, Jiangqing said with a bitter face. I am just curious. Boss, you may not know yet. Someone spread rumors yesterday, saying that you pretended to be sick and didn't want to take the exam, saying that you were afraid of losing. Everyone is talking about it. Tomorrow is the monthly exam. Do you dare to come? I raised my eyelids and sneered. So that's what happened. I thought everyone was looking at monkeys. Do I still need to guess who it is? You can tell with your toes. If I don't come, I will appear cowardly. And if I come, I may lose miserably. This is because I'm sure that I can't win. Jiangqing looked at my face carefully. Boss, do you have confidence? I asked back, what do you think? Of course I do. Boss, I have confidence in you. You can beat those little calves in class 1. They are so bad. Jiangqing said indignantly. I was quite satisfied and turned to go upstairs. Goodbye, pretty boy. Jiangqing. Oh my, this is too vindictive. Not long after, Shunjua, Qianyu, and Wu Feng came down. I passed by them. Shunjua opened his mouth to say something, but I looked at him and said, "Don't talk, it's annoying." Shunjua shut up immediately. The three of them went downstairs. Jiangqing waved his hand and said, "Why are you so slow? I'm starving." Qianyu threw him a bag of buns and said, "You still complain about eating for free." Jiangqing took it and gobbled it up one by one. I slept too much this morning and didn't have time to have breakfast. I'm starving. Thank you. The four of them gathered together and whispered. They became good friends after fighting. The four of them were a group of 4. I had already walked upstairs and watched them talk a few words and then secretly glanced at me. It seemed that they were also talking about me. Suddenly, my hands itched. I walked slowly into class 4. As soon as I entered, I felt everyone's eyes fell on me. From the shadows to the sunshine, I'm still not used to this kind of life where I am the center of attention from time to time. I gritted my teeth and pretended to be calm and returned to my seat. In an instant, the class exploded. My eyes were deep, and behind me was the worn-out blackboard newspaper, which read, "Ride the wind and waves, go upstream, and sail across the vast ocean." Liang Wei wanted to say something, as if he wanted to ask me why I came, but the bloodiness of the young man made him change the subject. "Are you well?" I didn't answer but asked instead, smiling slightly. "I'm here. Are you happy, everyone?" The classroom was silent for a moment, and then there was a warm applause. They cheered for my courage and bravery. The young man's blood was sincere and warm. How could I live up to this kindness that came to my face? I said word by word, "I will win." My eyes were firm, and my classmates looked at me enthusiastically. "Come on." Song Yi and Liu Beibei also made a heart shape to me. Li Mei hesitated and wanted to make a heart shape, but she was a little embarrassed. Li Mei whispered to me, "Are you confident?" I took out my textbooks and stationery, looked at the thick stack of test papers on the table, and felt complicated. I roughly counted them, and there were no less than 30 papers. I had only been away for 2 days, and I had to write until the end of time. I couldn't help but yelled, "Why are you asking this? Last time I improved by 300 places, which shows that I am very good. I am a genius." Li Mei said worriedly, "What if you lose?" People's words are like knives. I didn't care. It's okay. I'm thick-skinned and can bear it. When school was about to end, the head teacher Zhang Hengrui called me out, and the classmates stretched their necks to look. Zhang Hengrui closed the door with his backhand, blocking their gaze. He looked at me eagerly. "Are you ready for the exam?" I was full of confidence. "Teacher, don't worry. The first place will definitely be mine. Those guys in class 1, just wait and see." Zhang Hengrui tapped my forehead lightly. "Don't brag. If you get into the top 30, I will treat the whole class to roast chicken." I grinned. "Really?" He tapped me again. "I mean what I said. Do well in the exam tomorrow." I went back to the classroom and told everyone. Teacher said that if I win, I will treat you to roast chicken. The classmates applauded sparsely. This roast chicken is not easy to eat. I smiled, thinking that if you don't want to eat it, give it to me. After school, I went to Tianshu's store. When He-jun saw me, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. Xiaoxi, you are here at last. There's a housekeeping robot that a VIP customer has returned for repair. The delivery date is urgent. Xiao Lu has taken leave again. The customer will come to pick up the goods soon. Please go and see if you can fix it. I comforted her. I will go right away. Don't worry. I sat at the workbench, disassembled the robot's shell, and devoted myself to it. An hour later, I put the shell back on, turned on the machine, and checked it, and said to He-jun, "Done, the sensor has been replaced, no problem." He-jun asked me to go home and rest, and my salary would be paid as usual. Although I was a little tired, I was still hesitant, feeling that it would be uneasy to get paid without working, but He-jun insisted, so I had to thank her and leave. After returning to the community and taking a shower, I didn't hit the computer, but bought some equipment accessories on my mobile phone, hoping to expand my learning space. After that, I clicked on Jing Zhao's avatar and shrank back, threw away my phone and stared out the window in a daze, and gradually fell asleep. The next day was the monthly exam, which was a complete simulation of the college entrance examination. I entered the campus and received all kinds of looks along the way, including encouragement, ridicule, disregard, and disdain. I calmed down to do the test paper and wrote it full. The invigilator stopped beside me because I wrote too fast. After reviewing the questions, I started writing immediately, and my handwriting was neat and beautiful. I finished the last big question, put down my pen, and began to check carefully. I dare not be proud of knowing how to do it. Just like repairing precision electrical parts, every link must be error-free, and the slightest mistake will leave flaws. Since I have done it, I must go all out. After checking it once, I looked up, and the shadows around me were really hard to ignore. The invigilator looked strange, and I finished it in just half of the time. My eyes were clear, and I smiled and asked silently, "Teacher, is there anything?" The teacher took my test paper and looked at it carefully for a few minutes. As a teacher, seeing such a test paper, the joy and relief in my heart can't be hidden. He returned the test paper to me, patted my shoulder, and quietly gave me a thumbs up. Amazing, Lin Shi. Such an excellent student. How could I not notice it before? Judging from his more than 10 years of teaching experience, this test paper can be used as a template for answering questions. I am very sensitive to kindness, smiled obediently, and submitted the test paper with 30 minutes left before the end of the exam. There's sunshine outside, and I want to go out and bask in it. My classmates Chu Weidong and Liu Beibei, who were in the same examination room, watched me hand in my paper first and wondered, it's over, it's over. Why did you hand in your paper early? This test is a bit difficult, but don't give up on yourself. One more point counts, and 1 point can help you move up several places. Many students in the examination room have also made up their minds. The bet between me and Class 1 has spread among the students. They are a little disappointed. It seems that the miracle didn't happen. It's basically impossible for the weak to surpass the peak strong in 1 month. For 2 consecutive days, I handed in my paper early for every exam, which was pretty smooth, but I got stuck in the Chinese composition. I wrote too stereotyped about the theme of love. It takes time to embrace the sunshine and immerse yourself. After the exam, I returned to the classroom. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are Saturday and Sunday. I don't have to make up classes. I can sleep until I wake up naturally. I'm happy just thinking about it. My eyes are full of stars, and I look handsome. My classmates surrounded me, and Liang Wei stared at me and asked, "Tell me the truth. How did you do in the exam? Why do you always hand in your paper early? It won't be terrible, right? At least the ranking should be higher than last time. Don't lose too badly." I told the truth. Not bad. Not bad? Which good? I continued. Not bad. I should be the first. I handed it in early after finishing it. My classmates looked skeptical, but the friendship between classmates has grown during this period, so they didn't want to discourage me. Well, just be happy. Liang Wei and Jiang Xiaoming and others are familiar with me, and they all comforted me. This time the test paper is too difficult. I have no idea about several big questions at the end of the math test. I don't know who made them. It feels harder than the previous college entrance examination papers. It's normal that you can't do it. Relax while tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Don't think about anything else. It's just shameless. I was convinced by their way of understanding the difference between chicken and duck many times and nodded vigorously. Well, thank you. I know it's difficult to make a leap, but I have worked hard step by step. I used to stay up late to study hard, and now I am confident. I hope you will do your best. Zhang Hengrui came in to make a post-test summary, said a few words of encouragement, and let everyone go home. I was about to leave when I was stopped. Why are you running? Teacher Zhang kindly grabbed my collar and pulled me back. I blinked innocently and acted cute. No, the teacher said I can go. Zhang Hengrui's face showed a dangerous signal. He usually looks kind, but he can be majestic when he is serious. Lin Shi, I have repeatedly told you to check carefully these 2 days and not to be the first hand in the paper. Did you listen to it even once? You nodded every time and didn't change it every time. Very good. You have successfully attracted my attention. I grinned with my little white teeth. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. I thought to myself, have you paid enough attention to me? It's appropriate to give in. Don't hit a smiling person. Sure. Enough. Zhang Henrui's expression eased a little, and he straightened my collar for me, full of the pity of an elder. The exam is over. Go home and have a good rest. You have asked for sick leave several times in the past few months since you transferred here. Studying is important, but your health cannot be left behind. Exercise more and strengthen your body, understand? I nodded vigorously. Thank you, teacher. After a pause, I raised my arms and hugged Zhang Hengrui briefly. Goodbye, teacher. Then I slipped away quickly like a rabbit. Zhang Hengrui smiled and shook his head. There are many things to worry about when you're a teacher, especially in the third year of high school. Students are under great psychological pressure and their emotions are easily volatile. Because he has experienced it, he hopes that students will take fewer detours, survive this difficult period, and usher in a new chapter in their lives. I walked along the gravel road of the school, and the leaves turned yellow and fell, which was quite poetic. Although student days were boring, contradictory, and depressing, many years later, these are unforgettable memories that make people miss them. That was my youth. I looked at the world ignorantly and grew from a child to an adult, and most of the time I spent in school. Huh, who is this? Luo Su and Jiang Ning stood in front, their faces full of ridicule. I looked at them with contempt. They were waiting for me here, and they pretended to meet by chance? Shameless. Liang Wei, Jiang Xiaoming, and others realized that something was wrong and returned. Want to bully our classmates? Never agree. What are you doing? Want to bully people again? Liang Wei waved his fist and said. Luo Su said disdainfully, Bully? You're not qualified. I stood with my hands behind my back. What do you want to do? A good dog doesn't block the road. Sharp-tongued little bastard. The road is yours? What's it to you? Luo Su and Jiang Ning laughed. They might have just wanted to please you at first, but now, the sense of superiority of bullying has prevailed. The feeling of looking down on others from high position gives them a strong sense of pleasure. Damn, these two little bastards are so annoying. Jiang Xiaoming was timid, and this time he raised his fists. What on earth do you want to do? If you don't get out of the way, I'll tell the teacher. Jiang Ning looked him up and down. Aren't you still breastfeeding? You go to the teacher when you have problems? You little dwarf. Jiang Xiaoming's face turned red with anger. You are the little dwarf? I will grow taller. I felt a little sympathetic and really wanted to tell Jiang Xiaoming that you won't grow much taller in the future. Luo Su and Jiang Ning were just here to mock me. These people's minds are easy to guess. I don't want to get entangled anymore, so I said coldly, if you have something to say, say it quickly, and if you have to fart, fart quickly. I still have to go to work, so I don't have time to play house with them. Luo Su said proudly. Next Monday, the results will be out. You won't pretend to be sick and not come, right? The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Get ready to kneel down. People who run away are cowards. Jiang Ming agreed. I looked at him like a fool. Remember this sentence. I won't run away, and I hope you don't run away either. Ha ha! Luo Su and Jiang Ning were very proud. They knew that I was always the first to hand in my paper. This was obviously a sign of giving up. Even if you are a god, you can't fly to the sky. Run away. Lin Shi, see you on Monday. Luo Su and Jiang Ning said and walked away. Goodwill came, and bad intentions also kept coming. I smiled and said, let's go. See you on Monday. Thank you. I waved to Liang Wei and the others, and separated at the school gate, preparing to have dinner and go to work. Liang Wei and the others looked at each other, full of worry, and sighed deeply. Will it be sunny or rainy on Monday? Yuan sat in the Yi family's car and looked back. His eyes were full of joy. He could have a happy weekend. I received a message from Jing Nan on the way. Xiao Shi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm finally free tomorrow. Let's go out and play. Take you to Sing K and eat hot pot. I hesitated. What is Jing Xiao doing? I finally had time. I wanted to treat Jing Xiao to dinner to thank him for taking care of me during this period. I tried several times, but didn't dare to take that step. At this moment, the interface suddenly showed that the other party was typing. I widened my eyes slightly, looked at the chat interface nervously, and held my breath. A message from Jing Xiao popped up. Xiaoxi, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal and give you some nutritional supplements. Jing Xiao was worried that I lived alone and couldn't eat well, so my body couldn't take it. He wanted to take me to eat something good. It's not easy for this child to be alone, so I have to take more care of him. It feels great to be cared for. The joy in my heart suddenly blossomed and exploded into fireworks. I held the phone tightly, and light burst out of my eyes. I replied to Jing Xiao, yes. At that time, Jing Xiao was sitting at the desk of Group 783. When he saw these two words, he was visibly happy. In modern society, the conditions for the formation of ghosts are harsh, and the number is scarce. Group 783 is very idle when it is not natural, but once there's an unnatural event, they have to go through life and death. The members are all mentally and physically strong, and they are both wise and brave. The ghost spirit Yang Fan glanced at the boss's expression and smiled slyly. It must be Lin Shi again? This Lin Shi's physique is too strange. He can't figure it out. If the boss hadn't asked him to keep it secret, he really wanted to study it. I replied to Jing Nan. I have something to do tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow? Jing Nan replied, okay, I will pick you up the day after tomorrow. I said again, don't get up too early. You need to sleep. Don't worry, I can't get up too early. Jing Nan replied. I smiled and put away my phone, staying away from the people and things in the past while being busy. When I graduate next year, the Yi family will completely disappear from my life. Burning, nirvana, rebirth, although each step is hard, I like the joy of harvest, and I am willing to go all out for it. At 9:30 in the evening, I came out of the mall to take the bus. The driver shivered when he saw me. I held back my laughter. It turned out to be the unlucky driver who was attacked by Zhang on that day. What a coincidence. I was the only passenger in the bus, and it was swaying like a ghost movie. Don't be nervous. I'm not a monster. I comforted him. The driver wiped his sweat and said, young man, don't talk. I'm nervous. I quickly shut up. My life was still in the hands of the uncle. I didn't want to lose my arms and legs. After a while, the driver became more nervous. Young man, you'd better say something. I had to say something to prove that I was not a monster. It was too scary. He recalled the scene that day and couldn't tell whether it was real or an illusion. I thought it was funny. The uncle was emotionally unstable and violated safe driving, but how could he say it? Driver, what you see is fake. Don't worry, I'm a student, I have a good family background, and I'm a good person. It should be okay, right? I continued. There are no ghosts in the world. Don't worry, walk upright and sit upright, and you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. As soon as I finished speaking, something stood upside down on the front window of the driver's car. The driver laughed. You are right, young man. I have never done anything bad in my life. I am upright and fearless. Ghosts can't bear to attack me. I clearly saw an arm like a tender lotus root hanging down from the front window, knocking on the car window and making a giggling sound. My scalp was numb, but fortunately I had a special physique, and the ghost doll only teased the driver. It looked at me and was a little scared, so it jumped down like a monkey and disappeared in the night road in a few moments. This time I was not calm. The driver started talking. You look like a high school student. Why are you out so late? This road is remote. It's not safe to go out alone. My daughter is 16, and I don't let her go out at night. Now bad guys only target children, teenagers. They are really wicked. Be careful. I calmed down while the driver was talking, thinking it's a good thing you can't see, otherwise you would be scared to death, and we would both be dead. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. I returned to the community, feeling depressed. Didn't Jing Xiao say that ghosts are rare? How'd I run into one again? This thing is afraid of me. It can't hurt me, but it looks scary. I have to tell Jing Xiao tomorrow. In my heart, he has become a synonym for reliable. Early on Saturday morning, Zhang Hengrui walked into the marking room and ran into Dong Qingyu, the head teacher of Class 1. He greeted him, morning, Teacher Dong. Dong Qingyu was the head of the marking group for the senior year. He was in his 40s and had devoted most of his life to education. He was a serious person and replied, morning, Teacher Zhang. There were more than a dozen teachers in the room. They had to mark the papers, record the grades, and calculate the rankings today. It was a heavy task, so everyone arrived at 8 in the morning. The test papers and answer sheets were ordered, and the names, student numbers, and classes were covered to ensure fairness. Zhang Hengrui was marking the subjective questions in Chinese. He stopped in surprise. There was a paper with a beautiful surface and almost no points for deduction. The composition was well written, but lacked emotional resonance. Which class is this student from? He can write so well. He must be a top student in class 1. He hesitated and handed the paper to other teachers. This student made almost no mistakes. Let's take a look at the composition. I don't know how to grade it. Several teachers looked at it. The Chinese teacher of class 2 said, "The writing is good, but the emotion is lacking. It's like reciting a poem. How about deducting 5 points?" Other teachers agreed. What a pity. If the writing is good, it can get full marks. Which class is this child from? It's amazing. It's probably Tian Li or Zhang Yishuan from class 1. It could also be Dong Jiayang. The handwriting is not similar. Forget it. Continue to correct it. I will sort it out today, and the students can check the results on Monday. So Zhang Hengrui wrote a big pen and deducted 8 points from this test paper, deducting 3 more points. He felt that the composition should not be written like this. It's not like reciting a text. After a while, another teacher exclaimed that they corrected the test paper to get full marks. There is really no flaw. The teachers in the room were excited. The handwriting is obviously from the same person. Who is this student? Dong Qingyu walked over and looked at the math paper in his hand with satisfaction. There are a dozen students like this, no, a whole car. Teacher Dong, it must be a student from your class. He is definitely the top student in the grade. Top universities are vying for this kid. He might be the top scorer in next year's college entrance examination. Amazing. Dong Qingyu was modest, but he was very happy in his heart. It's too early to say now. The winner will be determined after the college entrance examination. But this kid is indeed a good candidate. His thinking is clear and logical, without any mistakes. He deserves praise. After reading the papers, all the teachers couldn't wait to know who the student who got almost full marks was. Zhang Hengrui was a little nervous. He was thinking about me. I don't know what my grades are. I made great progress last time. I hope I can make more progress this time. The teachers opened the seal and looked at the owner of the perfect paper first. Lin Shi? Who is Lin Shi? Zhang Hengrui's eyelids jumped. His heart was beating. Damn it, he almost swore. The teachers integrated the answer sheet and subjective scores, and they were all a little confused. Class 4, Lin Shi, 742 points. Dong Qingyu was also stunned. He looked at Zhang Hengrui. Teacher Zhang, it's your class student. What a surprise. Zhang Hengrui thought, who wouldn't be surprised? I was also surprised. But he was so happy, ha ha. He smiled happily. I said this child is smart and hardworking. I feel distressed, studying day and night. Finally, it pays off. Our class 4 children are not bad. They're doing well. Dong Qingyu laughed and scolded. Okay, I know your class is awesome. This child is not progress. It's takeoff. I didn't know the teacher's surprise. I slept until 10 o'clock, got up to take a shower, went downstairs, and went straight to the gate of the community. I opened the car door and sat in. Jing Xiao fastened my seatbelt for me, like taking care of a child, and put a glass of milk in my hand. I was a little embarrassed. He treated me like a child. The two came to a secluded restaurant in the city center with an elegant appearance. Jing Xiao said, "It's better to keep it secret here. It's not convenient for me to show my identity, and the food is delicious." Then they got out of the car. "Hey, Jing Xiao, come to eat too." Jing then brought a few friends and happily patted Jing Xiao's shoulder. They were all family members, so there was nothing to worry about. I got out of the car a little slower and was caught off guard by Jingnan's face. The air suddenly became quiet. Me? Why is it a bit awkward? Jingnan saw Jing Xiao and I, looked back and forth, and then covered his chest as if his heart was deeply hurt. He asked, "Did you meet by chance?" I smiled calmly and said no, and even greeted him. When he heard that Jing Xiao and I were having dinner, he was dissatisfied with being the second in line and shouted that he wanted to join us. I hid behind Jing Xiao, but Jing Xiao refused him and pulled me away. The 2 men and 1 woman behind Jingnan were very curious about me, and Jingnan wanted to pull them to share a table. Jing Xiao took me from the VIP channel to the private room on the 2nd floor. Just as I was about to order, Jingnan shamelessly barged in. The waiter couldn't stop him, so Jing Xiao had no choice but to agree. I nervously introduced myself, and the girl Zhong Yuxiu and the 2 boys Zhang Xian and Chen Yan also responded to me. Jingnan sat next to me and asked how Jing Xiao and I became familiar with each other. I said that we gradually became familiar with each other after meeting by chance, and Jing Xiao was a very nice person. Jing then asked him if he was good, and Jing Xiao said that he was not as good as himself. Jing then asked me to express my opinion, and I used the excuse of being hungry to order food. Jing Xiao told me to order whatever I wanted, saying he had money, which surprised everyone and made them feel that Jing Xiao's character had collapsed. Zhong Yuxiu told me not to be polite, so I first praised Jing Xiao as the best, and then added that Jing Nan and the others were also good, and Jing Nan was happy. Just as everyone was about to start eating, there was another knock on the door. It was Jing Chun. Jing Nan was frightened. Jing Chun walked in and said he saw us from a distance. He recognized me and introduced himself as Brother Jing Xiao. I obediently called him brother. Jing Chun said he was discussing the engagement with his parents and Yao Yao. He wanted to call Jing Xiao, but Jing Xiao said he had something to do. He also wanted everyone to share the table, but Jing Xiao was afraid that I would be scared, so he quickly refused. After Jing Chun left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and had a lively meal. After dinner, Jing Xiao took me to the lakeside on the outskirts of the city. It was quiet and had a wide view with few people. He said he would come here when he encountered problems and asked me if it was beautiful. I looked at the sparkling lake, the blue sky, and the grass, and felt that although winter lacked some artistic conception, it was also beautiful. Jing Xiao looked at the sky and felt that although people were small under the sky, they could shake the big trees like ants. The prosperity and peace were the result of people carrying heavy burdens. I looked at his handsome eyebrows and felt a warm current in my heart. I thought that in this vast world, I would also embrace the sun, and I would strive to move forward even if I burned all my strength. I told Jing Xiao about the ghost doll I saw before. It's quite white, like a flower doll, and its eyes are this big. I gestured as I spoke. Jing Xiao thought for a moment and said, I'll try it with the soul-searching device later. Be careful and keep the self-defense items I gave you with you, okay? I nodded. I thought you would take it back. Jing Xiao sighed. With your physique, how dare I do that? I was secretly happy in my heart, but in fact I didn't plan to return it. Jing Xiao wondered why I was still out so late, and I honestly answered that I was working part-time. When he heard this, he was a little angry with the Yi family. I shook my head and said firmly, an honest person will not accept charity. Even if I starve to death, I will never eat another bowl of rice from the Yi family. Jing Xiao felt sorry for me and admired me. In the evening, we finally had a quiet dinner. Jing Xiao said, come in. I'll wait for you in the car and take you home after you get off work. I'm afraid that the doll will appear again and you'll be in danger. I refused. No, you've been tired all day. You know ghosts are afraid of me, not me. Jing Xiao took out his computer and said that he could still do things here and it would be okay to wait for 3 hours. I couldn't resist and had to agree. I didn't see the ghost doll on the way home that night, and I was relieved. At 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, Jingnan came to the community to pick me up. I was surprised to see Jing Xiao there, but Jingnan was depressed and didn't want Jing Xiao to join. But Jing Xiao followed his previous words and insisted on getting in the car. Jingnan said he was taking revenge, but Jing Xiao ignored him. After I came out, Jingnan and Jing Xiao competed for me to sit next to them, and I finally sat next to Jing Xiao. Jingnan had no choice but to be the driver. On the way, Jing Xiao taught me not to learn Jingnan's shortcomings, and Jingnan also echoed that I should learn from his strengths. I responded perfunctorily. We found a private room with good confidentiality and spent the weekend happily. I didn't have to work on the weekend, so I browsed the website of the Science and Technology Museum of Country A in front of the computer, but I didn't gain much. Thinking that perhaps only practice can bring new insights, I looked at the balance and planned to go to the secondhand goods recycling market to find some good things. The monthly exam results will be announced on Monday, and I am confident that I will win. I bought 2 buns, rode my bike to school, and ate them at the school gate. I received a lot of attention, and I was almost used to it. When I entered the school gate, Yi Lin and Yi Wen also arrived. Yi Lin wanted to talk to me, but I ignored him and turned into another road. Yi Wen looked at me with contempt, thinking that I would be in trouble later. I returned to the classroom, and most of my classmates came and looked at me nervously. Liang Wei frowned and said that he was nervous for me. I told everyone not to worry and said that I had completed all the papers and would definitely be the first. But my classmates thought I was bragging. Chapter 59. Sow the seeds and reap the fruits. It is now 7:30 in the morning, and the school will post the list in half an hour. Lin Shi took the unfinished test paper on the table and wrote a few questions from time to time. In fact, he was thinking divergently, which was his way to relax his brain. Li Mei was about to speak, but stopped. Lin Shi knew what she wanted to say. His eyes gradually focused, and his mind returned. He tilted his head and smiled at her. The result was already determined at the moment the exam was over. Suspicion, anxiety, and worry cannot change anything. Little girl, the quantum trajectory and the origin intersect and point to the node. The result, in a sense, is destined. You see, I'm not in a hurry. Li Mei was confused by what she heard and felt that it made sense, but she didn't quite understand it. She suddenly realized that this classmate had surpassed her by far. He might actually be able to work a miracle. I didn't quite understand, but I felt it was impressive. Li Mei blushed and said embarrassedly. The word little girl sounded strangely beautiful when it came out of his mouth. Lin, she couldn't help but laugh. I was just talking nonsense. I don't understand it either. Li Mei was stunned, picked up the book on the table, and covered his face with it. Shut up. What? How could you slap our handsome boy in the face? Liu Bei hurriedly took it off for him, and then did what she had always wanted to do. She pinched Lin Shi's soft cheeks and rubbed her hands excitedly. She was satisfied. Lin Shi felt that this girl would definitely be a playboy in the future. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of people openly, and his pinching was quite painful. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, the students swarmed down, each one like moths with open net bags, fluttering and sticking to the list. Dong Qingyu held the report card and said, "Make way, classmates." The students moved. Zhang Hengrui shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." The crowd finally made way, and Zhang Hengrui said with a smile, "Teacher Dong, please. Hurry up and stick it on, stop dilly-dallying." Dong Qingyu adjusted his glasses and asked, "Why are you so excited this time, classmates? Why are you so anxious? Did you all do well in the exam?" "Teacher, stop talking. Hurry up, we are waiting." The students were so anxious. "I know. You're asking for trouble." Dong Qingyu unfolded the report card and pasted it on. My shoes were almost squeezed off. Zhang Hengrui stood on the periphery, firecrackers exploding in his heart. He was extremely happy. For the first time, the children in his class 4 ranked first, and they felt like they were at the top of the world, overlooking all the other mountains. "I have made it." He puffed out his chest and looked at Dong Qingyu. "Old Dong, you don't understand. It has always been my dream to squeeze out the first place. Oh, now it has come true. I feel that the first place is not so insurmountable. Everything is possible, don't you think?" Dong Qingyu, the head teacher of Class 1. He felt his teeth ache when he heard this. "Look at your poor face that suddenly became rich. There's only one of you. The rest are out of the top 50. So what? That one is number 1. It's very valuable, haha. Who knows? Next time the top May 30th be our Class 4. You are such a boastful person. If you have the ability, you can make him get first place again next time. Getting first place once is nothing. Getting first place every time is the real ability." Dong Qingyu was not convinced. Zhang Hengrui said proudly, "Don't say it too early. The probability of a miracle happening is 1 in 10,000, but once it happens, there are infinite possibilities." Dong Qingyu glanced at him and said with his hands behind his back, "Let's go. What are you still doing here? You go first. I'll enjoy it for a while." Haha. Dong Qingyu waved his sleeves, unwilling to pay any more attention to this person. The students crowded together to look at the rankings, and when they saw the first place, they thought they were seeing things. Be good. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Lin Shi is the first place? First place Lin Shi, 742 points. Second place Tian Li, 709 points. Third place Zhang Yishuan, 690 points. These are the top 3. The score of 742 was so dazzling that it was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, causing billowing smoke and dust at the scene, and it also shocked the young hearts of the students. Yiwon, Luo Su, and Jiang Ning looked at the bright red list with a score of 742 in black letters on a red background. They felt dizzy in front of their eyes, and their hands and feet were cold. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? The situation that we thought was a sure win was dramatically reversed. It was such a huge blow that no one could accept it for a while. Lin Shi got first place, 33 points higher than the second place, which slapped everyone in the face. So, don't underestimate anyone, otherwise, you never know when you might end up in trouble. After a brief moment of confusion, the students in Class 4 became excited. What a shocking reversal. There's a sweeping monk in their class. How did Lin Shi do it? He is my god. Yuan's face was extremely ugly. For the first time, he couldn't keep his composure and lost his composure in front of the crowd. He said to Luo Su and Jiang Ning with a sullen face, "Let's go." Yi Lin was also looking around in the corner. He stood on tiptoe to watch eagerly. actually hoping that Lin Shi would win, but he felt that it was unlikely. He didn't know why, because Lin Shi didn't have such a mentality when he was at home, but when Lin Shi left and ignored him, he began to look forward to talking to him. After all, he was his brother. The word brother lingered in his mind day after day, making him increasingly aware of how excessive he had been in the past. You shouldn't look at Lin Shi with that kind of mentality. When Yi Lin saw the name at the top of the list, he laughed for a moment and then felt incredible, absurd, and weird, and his face turned red. He pursed his lips, and the ridicule and contempt he had for Lin Shi in the past turned into a monster, biting him with its fangs and claws. At this moment, Yi Lin seemed to have returned to the day when Lin Shi left the Yi family. He looked at Lin Shi's back as she left, not understanding the true meaning of that. Why were Dad and Big Brother so sad? He initially thought they would meet again, but in fact there would never be a reunion. The eldest brother said he won't come back. It's true. Yi Lin took a few steps back dejectedly, turned around and left, but saw Yi when not far away. He had never seen the expression on his face before. It was full of gloom, and his eyes were full of coldness and ruthlessness. Yi Lin suddenly bit his lip and took a step back in fear. His mind was spinning, and his face turned pale from the sudden storm. Yi Wen, Luo Su, and Jiang Ning could not bear the mocking look from their classmates and prepared to run away. Lin Shi walked downstairs slowly, like a cat teasing a mouse. Where are you going? It's time to fulfill the bet. Luo Su and Jiang Ning's faces froze, and Yi Wen quietly distanced himself from them. Do you want to escape? Those who run away are cowards. Do you remember this sentence? Lin Shi found it ridiculous. If you insult others, you will always be insulted. You reap what you sow. If you do too much evil, you will eventually perish. If it wasn't me, what would have happened if it was someone else? You're addicted to bullying. Who gave you the qualifications? Who do you think you are? The students applauded one after another, and finally burst into cheers. Well said. So cool. From a female classmate who shouted at the top of her lungs. So cool. With such a young face, his words were powerful and thought-provoking. He was right that campus is a place to learn knowledge, not a breeding ground for bad habits. Luo Su and Jiang Ning's faces turned pale and blue, and they looked at Yi Wen for help. Yi Wen's expression had returned to normal, but he seemed to be none of the matter and had no intention of speaking. Instead, he stayed away from them. The two people's hearts suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that the young master of the Yi family chose to protect himself, and his selfishness and coldness were evident. You cheated, Luo Su said with his neck stiff. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes. Evidence? Are you doubting the strength of the school's surveillance? You're just talking nonsense, you coward. Luo Su and Jiang Ning looked extremely unhappy. How can one person reach the top in such a short time? Did you take a rocket? Lin Shi sneered. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Don't quibble. The facts are in front of us. Tell me, when will you fulfill the bet? That's right. The teacher didn't say anything. How can you slander your classmates? Hurry up and speak. There's still 10 minutes before class starts. The onlookers urged. Luo Su and Jiang Ning were speechless. Were they really going to eat shit live? Then would they still be alive? Why did I come up with such a disgusting method in the first place? I regret it so much. Seeing that they were silent, Lin Shi pretended to think and said generously, How about this? Let's change one and I'll decide. Luo Su and Jiang Ning finally found the steps and immediately said, You go ahead. As long as it's not eating shit live. Anything else is fine. Lin Shi glanced at Yi Wen and said, Didn't you tell me to kowtow to Yi Wen if I lose? Then, Yi Wen has something to do with this, right? The students looked at it, man. Yes, the three of them are inseparable. Who would believe them if they said it didn't matter? This Yi Wen, it seems, is not a good person either. Is his usual noble and innocent appearance just an act? Yi Wen looked innocent. Lin Shi, this matter is between them and you. It has nothing to do with me. I have never made things difficult for you. Lin Shi said coldly, Don't pretend in front of me. It's disgusting. He looked at Luo Su and Jiang Ning. As long as Yi Wen says sorry to me 54 times in public, I'm a vicious white lotus, and the bet will be void. Aren't you good friends? It's not too much to talk for a friend, right? Lin Shi stared at Yi Wen. I'm just telling the truth. It's especially easy for you. If you pretend for so long, will you forget what you really look like? Yi Wen's eyes flashed with viciousness. Lin Shi, don't insult me. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Shi regretted. You two are not careful in making friends. Luo Su and Jiang Ning looked at Yi Wen and just said a few words. Yi Wen stepped back. This is your own business. What does it have to do with me? We are not familiar with each other. Go away. I can't say that to him. Ewan finished speaking. He left in a hurry. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if this was a guilty conscience. Wonderful. Luo Su and Jiang Ning's faces suddenly turned cold. Haha, what the hell? Lin, she spread her hands. Escaped? Coward. Each of you two should write me a handwritten letter of apology and give it to me after you finish writing it. However, you have to show it to me first. It will only count if I'm satisfied. That's it. Luo Su and Jiang Ning nodded hurriedly, as if they had been pardoned. I still feel a little grateful in my heart. They were so humiliated that they ran away in disgrace. Lin, she shook her head and went upstairs back to the classroom. After you finish writing, make 100 copies and post them on the bulletin board until you graduate from high school. Hey. Chapter 60 provoked a devil. Yilin saw all this and was shocked. He returned to the classroom in a daze and was in a trance the whole day. There was a clear discrepancy between what he thought and what he actually saw. He realized belatedly that was he stupid and ignorant in the past? Lin, she walked back to the classroom along the stairs. Some classmates from class 4 followed him closely, feeling extremely complicated and not daring to get close to him for a moment. Lin, she turned around in the corridor and smiled friendly. What are you doing? I don't eat people. A few people coughed. That. Lin, she has already entered the classroom. Well, look at it, unfriendly and arrogant. The classmates followed him sourly back to the classroom and started class. Zhang Hengrui witnessed everything downstairs and just watched from the sidelines without intervening. Lin, she handled the situation very well. He felt that this child had some magical power. He could always bring surprises to others. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He looked well-behaved, but the energy he occasionally burst out was like thunder out of the blue, radiant and brilliant. Walking into the classroom as the bell rang, Zhang Hengrui glanced at Lin Shi and said, I think everyone has seen the results. This monthly exam was quite difficult. Except for Lin Shi, everyone else has regressed. But it doesn't matter. It's just a small step back. Please calm down. Lin, she can create miracles, and I believe you can do the same. There is still half a year until the college entrance examination. Don't be nervous. Follow the routine, be moderate, and believe in yourself. Okay. Okay. The students answered in unison. Lin, she smiled. It was a blessing for a student to have such a teacher. Education is not only about imparting knowledge, but psychological development is also crucial. I believe everyone is scratching their heads. Lin Shi, can you satisfy our curiosity? How did you manage to make us all drop our jaws? Zhang Hengrui smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention that the 8 points you lost were for your composition. I deducted them. The other teachers originally said to deduct 5 points, but I deducted 3 more points. I deducted more points to encourage you to improve next time. Your composition sounded like you were applying a formula. You deserve to be a perfect scorer in comprehensive math. The classmates laughed. It turned out that he should have scored 745 points. I fell into the hands of my class teacher. Lin, she stood up. I was wondering why it was a few points lower than I expected. He looked regretful. The classmates immediately vomited blood and said, Don't attack others. I tell you, if you do this, you'll be beaten up by the group. I'll do it after class. Zhang Hengrui laughed and scolded. Don't discourage everyone, just speak up. Lin, she said honestly. Talent and hard work are both indispensable. Of course, I am not trying to discourage you. Even if you're not talented and your hard work may not reach the highest level, it is no problem to surpass most people. Why are you glaring at me? I've already told you that I will be first and I could do all the questions. It's you who don't believe me. I can't just shout with a loudspeaker, can I? Lin, she chuckled. Liang Wei had mixed feelings. That's not the point. The point is, why didn't you get this score in the previous exams? Lin, she looked at him like a fool. I'm improving every time I take the exam. Last time I improved by 300 places. Shouldn't it be normal for me to improve by more than 100 places this time? Liang Wei took a deep breath. Just wait, you little bastard. You were just quibbling. Don't try to fool me. Just pretend. Zhang Hengrui rolled his eyes at Lin Shi and said, Okay, sit down. You all need to show your true level from now on. If you have any questions, go ask him. Don't let him go. Lin Shi was stunned. I've been talking for a long time. Can you please listen? After class, Lin Shi was kneaded and pinched. Because he did well in the exam, the sense of distance between him and his classmates was gone. He stretched out his hand to tidy up his messy hair and smiled. Everyone is jealous, but the absolute gap will reduce the negative impact of this part of human nature. His classmates have pretty good personalities. My desk mate, Li Mei, doesn't know what attitude to use towards him. She still feels rather illusory, wondering what it feels like for a lazy and scumbag deskmate to transform into a top student. You are so awesome, Limei said admiringly. It's pretty scary, she added. Lin Shi. In the future, you'll get used to it. Limei suddenly felt itchy and should have grabbed a handful of his hair to make you show off. Lin Shi became the darling of teachers in various subjects and also became a little teacher of his classmates. He was willing to tell them everything he knew and answer their questions seriously, becoming the darling of the class. And his name has also become somewhat legendary on campus. In the afternoon, Luo Su and Jiang Ning came to class 4 to find Lin Shi and handed him the apology letter honestly. Lin Shi read it carefully and said, "No, it needs to be changed." The two looked unhappy. They took it back and made some changes before handing it back to him. Lin Shi still looked at it very seriously and said, "It still doesn't work. We need to make some changes. Why don't you tell me what's wrong with that? Is it fun to play tricks on us like this?" Lin, she said, "The feelings are not sincere enough, and the apology is not sincere. You have to write it willingly and passionately so that I can feel that you are sincerely apologizing and have a remorseful heart." The two of them had no choice but to take it back and send it back again. This time it should work. Lin, she looked at it again carefully. "No, you didn't write down where you went wrong and how vicious your behavior was." By the time school was almost over, Luo, Su, and Jiang had lost their tempers. "You are worse than us." "Too bad. I messed with the devil." Lin, she said, "I'm telling the truth. What you wrote is indeed not good. Do you think I should lie against my conscience?" Well, the two of them accepted their fate and took it back to revise it. This time, they were extremely sincere and regretful, and they scolded themselves profusely. Lin, she waited patiently and was finally satisfied when he got it, but he still frowned. "The handwriting is too ugly and too sloppy. Take it back and recopy it neatly. Today's work is done today. I'll wait for you." "You." The two of them sat down on the ground, feeling that there was no point in living anymore. "Look, I'm the same as you. You guys make the revisions, and I'm responsible for checking them. If it weren't for you, I would have gone home after school at this hour. You're not the only ones who are tired. I'm tired too, okay?" Jiang Ning sat on the ground. "Please, shut up. We're going now. You can't regret it." Lin, she nodded and saw them return to class 1, patting their butts and leaving. "Who would wait for you, bastards?" After Luo, Su, and Jiang Ning finished copying, they came to class 4 with great joy and were ready to hand it over to Lin, she to end their journey in hell. However, they saw that class 4 was empty and the corridor was silent. "Where is there anyone? Goddamn, is he a human?" The two men gasped, their eyes went dark, and they almost died. Chapter 61, Tianqing God-Making Plan. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan chased the little ghost across half of the city. They saw that he had already run to the outskirts of the city and was about to disappear into the woods. It would be even more difficult to catch up with him then. Jing Xiao raised his silver spear. "If you don't stop, I will turn you into ashes." The little ghost stopped, pouted, and started crying aggrievedly. His voice was shrill and particularly creepy in the dark night. Yang Fan's hands trembled. "Oh my God, the child is crying." Although he is a little kid, he is also a child who died young. Jing Xiao couldn't bear it. He put down the gun. "What else do you have to let go of? Brother can help you. Pranks are wrong." He tried to be kind, and his eyes softened. This kid squatted on the roadside at night, playing tricks on passing vehicles from time to time, almost causing a car accident. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan did not use any harsh measures considering that he was a child. The little ghost was heartbroken, sobbing and wiping away non-existent tears with his lotus-like little hands. I'm bored. I'm waiting for my brother." Jing Xiao tried to persuade him. "Where is my brother?" "I don't know. My brother passed that road before." The little ghost doll said aggrievedly. "But if you want to catch me, my brother must have left." "Bad guy." Jing Xiao's eyes narrowed. Could it be that he was talking about Xiao Shi? Is he the little devil Xiao Shi was talking about? "Why are you waiting for him?" Jing Xiao clenched the silver gun and stared at him. The ghost doll stopped crying in fear. It was so scary. He felt like he was being torn apart. Even though he was already dead, he was still afraid. "He has the same thing as me." The doll answered honestly. "What is that?" Jing Xiao was stunned. "Medicine. They are terrible." The ghost doll showed fear. "It hurts here." He pointed to his arm. Jing Xiao's eyes fell on the tender lotus-like arm, and he saw that it was covered with pinholes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he realized that things were not simple. "Tell me clearly, who are they?" "I don't know. I don't remember." The doll was confused. His memory was incomplete. He only remembered some fragments. Jing Xiao frowned. Do you remember how you died? Where are your parents? I don't have any parents. The injection hurt a lot. When I woke up, there was no one around me. The little ghost was terrified. There were many corpses burning in a big furnace. I was scared and floated out with the wind. The amount of information was too much, and Jing Xiao and Yang Fan looked solemn. Yang Fan said, Boss, this is not a simple matter. Jing Xiao nodded. Investigate thoroughly. Where did you escape from? Take us there. The little devil shook his head like a rattle. I don't want to go back to that place again. You guys go by yourselves. If you take us there, I will take you to find that brother. I know him, Jing Xiao said lightly. The child's eyes lit up instantly. Really? I don't usually lie. Uh-huh. The kid nodded. Okay. Jing Xiao and Yang Fan followed the little ghost to an abandoned building overgrown with weeds on the outskirts of the city. It had been demolished. It's here. It had been destroyed, and they had no way of checking. Yang Fan shook his head. Boss, this level of destruction cannot be investigated. Jing Xiao nodded and lowered his head to send a message. A moment later, Jing Xiao received a call from Jinan. It was a prison more than a decade ago. Later, the prison was moved away. The location was remote and gradually abandoned until Tianqing Group bought the land and prepared to build a branch, but construction was delayed until last month. Tianqing Group? Jing Xiao's brows did not relax for a moment. I understand. Tianqing Group is a large biotechnology company jointly established by Country A and Country C. It is mainly engaged in drug research and development and biopharmaceutical services. It has made outstanding contributions in conquering various stubborn diseases, such as infectious diseases, cancer, liver disease, and other diseases, and is renowned around the world. The first shareholder is BNT from Country A, which only enjoys the right to dividends, and the actual controlling shareholder is Ming Han from Country C. A great philanthropist, his power is even greater than that of the Yi family and the Jing family. He is a behemoth. Yang Fan swallowed his saliva. Boss, continue investigating? Why are you scared? Jing Xiao glanced at him. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid, even if the King of Heaven comes. Investigate it. We must investigate it thoroughly. Yang Fan said fiercely. He was trembling in his heart. Well, he admitted that he was still a little scared. After all, he was a big shot. Jing Xiao looked at the ruins in front of him, his eyes as cold as ice. Let's go. Since it has been destroyed, there is no more useful information to be found here. What's next? Don't alert the enemy yet. Investigate secretly. Yes. Jing Xiao looked at the ghost doll and said, Come with me. Lin, she came out of the mall after get off work, carrying her school bag, and walked towards the bus stop in a happy mood. Today is another fruitful day. Lin Xiaoxi, you have to keep working hard. In the corner, Jing Xiao warned the ghost doll, Don't disturb him. Is this the brother you're talking about? The little ghost was surprised. It's him, handsome brother, nice. What do you want him for? The little ghost bit his finger and said, I am leaving because I don't have any relatives. I think he is my kind. I imagine him as my relative to satisfy my fantasy. I won't hurt him. The little ghost looked at Lin Shi greedily. Some of his memories came back. He was an orphan who was kidnapped, drugged, and died just like that. All he missed was a trace of warmth. Jing Xiao hesitated. So, do you want to talk to him? The ghost spirit gradually became transparent. No need. I have no regrets. My brother is very dazzling. I won't disturb him. Goodbye. Thank you for accompanying me on my last journey. Jing Xiao looked at the child who had disappeared, then looked at Lin Shi, who was sitting at the station waiting for the bus, and his heart felt heavy. In an unknown corner, someone has come and believed in you, Xiaoxi. Yang Fan was full of suspicion. Boss, Jing Xiao shook his head. Don't bother him. We will take care of everything. Yang Fan nodded cautiously, looking at the bright young man with a hint of worry on his face. Yi family. Yi Lin told his family that Lin Shi had ranked first in the exam. Lin Shi's really amazing. Yi Lin murmured. Yi Hao laughed wantonly. Of course, he is Lin Shi. He is smarter than us. Is it surprising? Family members who think highly of themselves. Yi Jing glanced at him. So you have always known? So what? When did we have to judge a blood relative by whether he is smart or not? No one will always be submissive. Yi Hao picked up his coat and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Passing by Yi Wen, he looked down and said, How did you do it? There's no trace of what you did. Who has this ability? Yi Wen lowered his head. Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Yi Hao looked him over and said, You're still refusing to leave. Aren't you ashamed? Shan Shan frowned. Don't do this to your brother. Yi Hao waved his hand. Okay, let's go. Yi Jing felt as if his heart was being eaten by thousands of ants. He felt depressed and stood up and said, I'll go out for a walk. Shan Shan opened her mouth and finally sighed silently and said to Yi Wen and Yi Lin, go back to your room and rest. Everything will be over. Yi Lin glanced at Yi Wen and went upstairs silently. He became more and more suspicious that Yi Wen was not the person he usually appeared to be. His elder brother was much smarter than him and would not target someone for no reason. They previously thought that Lin Shi was scheming, but who was actually the one? Yi Jing drove to Lin Shi's community and waited silently. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Shi walked in wrapped in a cotton coat. It's so late again, he must be working. After all, he didn't take a single cent from the Yi family when he left. Yi Jing looked at him greedily. He seemed to have grown taller. He looked more energetic, but he was still so thin. Did he not eat well? Dad was wrong, really wrong. Lin Shi bought glue from a small shop and brought it to school the next day. Early in the morning, Luo Su and Jiang Ning stood at the door of class 4 with gloomy faces. Lin Shi, come out. Lin Shi raised her eyebrows and walked out slowly. What? Why didn't you wait for us yesterday and left first? Lin Shi asked curiously. I've been waiting for you guys. Nonsense. You're gone when we got here. Lin Shi said, Oh, I was afraid you were hungry, so I went downstairs to buy you some food. After all, you must be very tired. I came back and waited for an hour, but you didn't come, so I went to look for you, but you left first. That's too much. Luo Su and Jiang Ning, really? Lin Shi nodded in grievance. His face looked really sincere. The two people were puzzled. Did they just miss it? It should be. Lin Shi said affirmatively, and then accused. You are really insincere. Can't you wait for me for a few minutes? The two men lost most of their momentum and said, I'm sorry. We didn't know. Lin Shi was satisfied and said with a smile, It's okay. I'm very generous. Have you written the apology letter? Give it to me. The two men stuffed the letter into his hands. Lin Shi took a look and said, It's good, but you need to sign it. Come on. Sign your name, and the matter will be over. Trouble. The two people wrote their names, feeling happy that it was finally over. Lin Shi took the 2 pieces of paper and put them in the book. After school, he went outside to make a dozen copies and posted them on the most conspicuous bulletin board on campus. From then on, no matter it was windy or rainy, he would check to see if the copies were lost or torn, and then replace them in time, and he would persist in doing so. It is like a pillar of shame, firmly locking the eyes of all teachers and students in the school. He has created 2 rising supernovas with his own efforts. Later, the director of the propaganda department quietly gave him the C position. The school took this as an example to promote a civilized campus and all-round development of morality, intelligence, and physical fitness, and achieve good results. Only Luo Su and Jiang Ning, with tears in their hearts, secretly tore them off several times. But as soon as they tore them off, Lin Shi would stick them back on leisurely and enjoyed it. The two of them discussed whether they should go and beg him again. Please spare me, boss, spare my life. Chapter 62. Lin Shi is too kind. No, Lin Shi refused. He was cornered by Luo Su and Jiang Ning, who begged him to stop, but Lin Shi flatly rejected it. Don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. Luo Su threatened him. My beating hurts. Lin Shi's face turned pale. How dare you? Look, you are still like this, without any remorse. In the future, you will be the parasites of society, the garbage of the world, the rotten mud, the cockroaches that can only dig up feces. Well, Jiang Ning couldn't stand it anymore and covered his mouth. He was too talkative and noisy. No matter how you curse someone, you never repeat yourself. Luo Su was helpless. What on earth can you do to let us go? Lin Shi blinked and said, Let me go quickly, or I'll bite you. Jiang Ning said, I'll let go of your hand, but you can't scold me anymore. Lin Shi nodded quickly. Jiang Ning let him go. Lin Shi despised them in her heart, thinking they were 2 idiots. Graduation isn't long away, so just bear with it and it will pass. People always have to pay the price for what they have done. I do this just to remind you to be alert at all times, so that you don't go astray and end up on a path of no return, regretting it. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Shi said sincerely. Luo Su and Jiang Ning felt that the little bastard in front of them was simply too difficult to deal with. What had possessed them to provoke such an evildoer? I beg you. Luo Su was really at his wit's end. He took a step back and bowed to him respectfully. Boss, I know I was wrong. Jiang Ning also did the same. Please let us go. Please forgive us. Lin Shi accepted it calmly and finally gave in. Okay, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. You say. The two people immediately said, hopefully. You apologize to me publicly in the cafeteria at noon. I won't stick around anymore. We are all classmates, and to be honest, I couldn't bear it. Lin Shi's face softened. Oh, it was no big deal. The two hesitated. You are not going to have another bad idea, are you? Can we change the location? What bad ideas can I have? I'm such a good person. If you don't want to do it, forget it. I don't care. Between dying once and dying forever, a smart person would know which to choose, right? The two gritted their teeth and said, all right, we have nothing to lose anyway, so why should we be afraid? We have a deal. Whoever goes back on his word is a cuckold. Lin, she nodded. Don't regret it. Whoever regrets, it is a puppy. So at noon that day, Luo, Su, and Jiang Ning bowed to Lin Shi in a very polite manner in the cafeteria that was packed with people. I'm sorry, classmate Lin Shi, we shouldn't bully our classmates, look down on others, and bully the weak. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Lin Shi accepted it calmly, his face slightly red, very shy and harmless. It's okay. I forgive you. We are all classmates. I hope we can live in harmony and make progress together in the future. Luo, Su, and Jiang Ning simply didn't dare to look at the eyes of the people around them. They continued, then don't go back on your word. I know. I won't post any more apology letters in there. Don't worry. Lin Shi lowered her eyelids and said softly. For a moment, Luo, Su, and Jiang Ning thought he was quite cute. The two of them left with red faces without even eating. The students who were watching the show applauded and said, this is the right thing to do. If you do something wrong, you should apologize. Well done. By the way, Lin Shi is so kind. Luo, Su, and Jiang Ning came out of the cafeteria and went to the bulletin board. They tore off the two apology letters that had just been posted that morning and felt that the day had finally dawned. The two of them felt like they had survived a catastrophe and were reborn. From now on, I will never look down on anyone again. Once bitten by a snake, I will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. It's really not easy. After school in the afternoon, the two people passed by the bulletin board. Two eye-catching pieces of paper were firmly stuck on it, continuing to occupy half of the C position, silently mocking them. The cold, icy rain hit their faces madly, and the two people were petrified. What's going on? Why is that little bastard not keeping his word? Is he going back on his word? Can people be more honest with each other? How can people be so bad? They looked around, searching in the crowd, and finally saw Lin Shi walking slowly towards them. They were furious. Lin Shi was stunned. What? You said you wouldn't stick it in. So why is it here again? Is it fun to lie to people? The two people went completely crazy. I have to drag him out and give him a good beating today. Lin Shi tilted her head and looked at it. What? I didn't post it. I won't go back on my promise. Otherwise, wouldn't I be a puppy turtle? Who else could it be but you? You're still trying to make excuses. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, oh, I remember now. My classmates said yesterday that they would take turns to help me post the stickers. They said it would be too tiring for me to post them alone and to guard against thieves. Oh, I forgot about it. Look, I didn't do anything. Lin Shi opened her big, innocent eyes. Their shadows were reflected in her eyes, clear as water. Luo Su and Jiang Ning were stunned. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they sobbed. If I had known this would happen, I would have just eaten shit. What kind of person is this? He is not a human being. Lin Shi's eyes showed sympathy. School is over. Go home quickly. Tomorrow is a new day. Come on, you will graduate soon. The two people were trembling slightly. Their eyes were dull, and their hearts were filled with despair. Forget it. They no longer had the energy to care about it. They were scared, really scared. Lin Shi waved her hands excitedly and smiled happily. See you tomorrow. Ha! Whoever wants to see you, stay away from you from now on. The farther the better. Yiwen clearly felt that his classmates had become much more distant from him. Jiang Ning and Luo Su ignored him, and even Yi Lin felt a sense of distance from him. He could feel that he was being isolated step by step. Although he was not caught with any evidence, it was like being tortured to death, with his flesh and blood being slowly cut away one by one, causing him to lose his former glory without realizing it. Lin Shi, on the other hand, is becoming more and more outstanding. He is like a magnet, breaking through obstacles and attracting the attention of so many people. Sure enough, between him and Lin Shi, only one can stay. Even though Lin Shi has left the Yi family, as long as he is still in school and still alive, he will take away everything that belongs to Yiwen. Yiwen gradually developed murderous intentions. As long as Lin Shi died, everything would return to the starting point, and he could be the Yi one of the past. Lin Shi had no idea that other people's hatred was growing wildly. He stayed in the room, surrounded by a bunch of tools. He fiddled with them for a long time. After tightening the screws, a strange-looking little robot appeared in front of him. He turned on the switch. The little robot turned around, and a mechanical voice sounded. "Hello, Master. The housekeeping robot AX is at your service." Lin Shi said, "Hello. Please clean the room." "Okay." The robot turned around, picked up the broom, and began to sweep the floor mechanically. This is a simple version of the robot that Lin Shi made using waste materials collected while working and other materials she found. It is sufficient for daily room cleaning, but it cannot do anything more complicated. After finishing it, Lin Shi received a call from Jing Xiao. "Xiao Shi, I'll come see you this Saturday." Lin Shi certainly welcomes it. "Okay, the weather is cold recently. I'll buy some vegetables, and we can make hot pot ourselves, okay?" "Well, you don't have to buy it. I bought it and brought it with me." Lin Shi chuckled. "That's so embarrassing. You're still polite to me." Jing Xiao also smiled. "How are you feeling lately?" Jing Xiao asked inconspicuously. "It's fine." Lin Shi wondered. "Why do you ask?" "It's okay. There was one time when you fell asleep and couldn't be woken up. I felt that you got tired easily, so I suddenly remembered and asked. It was an old problem, but it's gone recently. I enjoy everything I eat, and my health is getting better and better." Lin Shi knew which time he was talking about and felt quite embarrassed. "Okay, that's good." Jing Xiao hung up the phone and stared at the night in a daze. Chapter 63. Killing is not the right path. The next day was Friday. The weather was clear with a cold wind blowing. The weather forecast said it would snow next week. Next week was New Year's Day, the beginning of the new year, and Lin Shi would be 19 years old. 19 years old. Many things in his previous life happened when he was 19. It was a year that left a deep impression on him and made him fall into the abyss. Lin Shi's face turned red from the wind. He walked on the campus in the morning sunshine. The darkness was buried in the deepest part of his heart. In this life, he will definitely have a different life. "I've worked so hard to climb out. Everything will be different. There are so many lucky people in this world. As long as I work a little harder, I will become lucky too." Luo Su and Jiang Ning thought that today would also be a day of shame for them. But until the afternoon, the two apology letters that made them feel uneasy did not appear in the bulletin board. As if they were hit by a sudden surprise, the two people were happy and felt a sense of relief. Their previous arrogance and pride disappeared for the most part with this farce. This time they really grew up. Instead of relying on others, it is better to walk your own way steadily. For example, Ip Man abandoned them and ran away alone at the critical moment, treating them as play gods. It is disgusting to get along with such people. Such people, even if they get close to them, will abandon them again in the future. Lin Shi. Two people found Lin Shi and called him. Lin Shi looked at the two tall and strong men and said, "What are you doing again?" "I've already told them that I won't stick to them again. I didn't break my promise. From now on, we can go our separate ways." Luo Su looked at the boy's impatient eyes and felt quite hurt. He said, "Thank you, and I'm really sorry." Lin Shi glanced at them and smiled lightly. "In the future, you must be a good person. There are always people who are better than you. You can't always get out of this situation. You were born rich, which is very lucky compared to most people. You must cherish it. As a human being, please be kind. If you push others into hell, you will never go to heaven." The two nodded. "Can we be friends from now on?" Lin Shi shook his head and turned back to the classroom. Hurt is hurt. He is not a saint and will never achieve enlightenment. The two people looked at his back, thin and stubborn, with fragmented light reflecting in the afternoon, forming an indelible memory of their student days. When Lin Shi returned to the classroom, Liang Wei and several classmates were waiting for him with test papers. He felt that Teacher Zhang was quite sinister. Not only did he deduct my points, but he also required me to work hard as a lecturer for my classmates. I was not allowed to complain, otherwise I would receive resentful looks from my classmates. Those thirsty eyes were so passionate and full of vitality. He helped them improve, and likewise, he also drew nutrients from them. Lin Shi took their test papers and explained them one by one. He had clear ideas and was able to draw inferences from one example. As the saying goes, classmates understand classmates best. For some questions, his explanations were more direct and to the point than those given by the teacher, and were easy to understand. They admired him more and more, and any doubts they had before disappeared. Lin Shi really got the first place in the grade based on his own ability. He's a hidden genius, like a mystery, but also like a luminous body. It burns from the glow of a firefly to a raging fire. The learning atmosphere in the class becomes more and more intense. The former domineering trio Shinjua, Qinyu, and Wu Feng have also become much more honest. When they saw Lin Shi, they were like mice seeing a cat, and even slightly attentive. Maybe it was because the winter weather was too cold. Lin Shi became more and more lazy and lethargic, like a kitten curled up in her cozy little nest, not wanting to move at all. On Saturday, Jing Xiao bought 2 large bags of fresh vegetables, eggs, meat, and milk from the shopping platform and put them in the car. Jing Chen watched his brother busying himself and refused to leave Jing Zhao's small villa. Where are you going? Take me with you. My parents kick me out. Jing Xiao moved away from him and refused thoroughly. No, go find Sister Yao Yao. Jing Chen looked weird. Your sister Yao Yao ignored me too. Why? You don't behave like a human being again. Jing Xiao gloated. You're deserted by everyone. You deserve it. Jing Chen laughed. That's not the case. She kicked me out because she couldn't bear it. My Yao Yao won't be really angry with me. Jing Xiao was stunned. Although I am your brother, you have to consider my feelings, right? Get lost. Jing Xiao drove his brother out and drove away without looking back. There was no brotherly love at all. Young Master Jing squatted on the roadside and sent a message to his fiancée. Yao Bao, are you awake? Miss Tang replied. Go away. Jing Chen was quite hurt when he said it succinctly. I am homeless and living on the streets. He also posted a selfie. See, I didn't lie to you. I'm so pitiful. Come and rescue me quickly. Miss Tang hesitated for a moment. It was Saturday, and she really missed him. She bit her teeth and asked, Really? Jing Chun smiled gently, his eyes full of tenderness. I was lying to you. Haha, Miss Tang, with her long black hair, replied to him. You are a beast. You are not allowed to talk to me today. Jing Chen replied again and found that he had been blocked. Alas, Jing Chen looked up at the sky. I calculated in my mind that they would get engaged next month, get married after the engagement, and have a baby. Yao Yao, I will treat you well all my life. The sky is overcast, and it's going to rain. Yuan sat in the room, looking at the gloomy weather outside, holding his phone in his fingers. Killing someone? He shook his head. Destroying a person's dignity is more painful than killing him. He opened the video on his phone. A child of about 11 or 12 was lying on the dirty floor with bruises all over his body. His clothes were disheveled, and his expression was numb and desperate. His pretty face was full of the beauty of sadomasochism. He said nothing even when his skin was torn apart by the beating. He was like a trapped little animal, without any dignity, about to be dragged into the abyss. This was sent to him by Lin Chong, a video that can drag Lin Shi down from the altar. He sent a message to Lin Chong. You were so perverted. Lin Chong was forced into a desperate situation by Yi Jing and Yi Hao. So he found Yuan, hoping that Yuan could help him. Yuan didn't want to mess with this madman at first, but he suddenly had an idea. What Lin Shi was most reluctant to mention was not when she was at the Yi family, but when she was at the Lin family. Why? Yuan raised his lips. Killing people is not as good as killing them. It may also cause trouble for him. But what if he changes his mind? Attacking the heart is the best way, which is no less than being executed by slow slicing. Lin Chong had been hiding in the dark basement for so many days that he had gone crazy. He laughed loudly. Isn't it exciting? He's getting more and more beautiful. I admit that I'm a pervert. I want to destroy him and smash beautiful things. That feeling is too wonderful. It's a pity that the guy is very smart. He can always find the location of the camera and remove it. I only recorded this, but it's enough. It's enough for me to watch for the rest of my life. This is a real madman. Yuan felt disgusted. Okay, I'm different from you. I'll transfer the money to you later. Take the money and go abroad. They will never find you. Don't come back, and don't look for me again. Lin Chong replied, It's the same for you. You're just trying to provoke him. I understand. He has always had a strong sense of self-esteem. If others see him in such a mess, he'll go crazy. You're worthy of being my son. You look like me. Yuan, don't ever come back after you take the money, and don't look for me again, or I will be rude to you. Lin Chong was sitting in the basement eating instant noodles. He sneered and said, I took the money and I don't need you to tell me. Just stay as far away as you can. Otherwise, if the Yi family finds me, I will be in serious trouble if I don't die, and have to go to jail. Yuan turned off his phone and fell into the abyss step by step. Don't you have psychological problems? Then I will expose your wounds and see how you can live. When is this sword used? Of course, it is when you're most proud. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Lin Chong is right. In a sense, I'm just as crazy as he is. Chapter 64. Human fireworks. Jing Xiao drove the car to the downstairs of Lin Shi's residential area and carried his things upstairs. Lin Shi got up early in the morning and directed the small robot to clean the house thoroughly and mop the floor until it was shiny. He put his clothes and shoes in order and then heard a knock on the door. He happily went to open the door. When he opened it, Jing Xiao quickly came in and closed the door. I was almost recognized. Why does it look like a secret agent meeting? Lin Shi was amused. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Jing Xiao took off his hat and mask and took off his coat. I'm going to wash the vegetables. You go to your homework first. I'll call you when I'm done. Let's wash together. Lin, she said, as she was about to go into the kitchen. However, the kitchen was too small for the two of them to turn around, so Jing Xiao pushed him out. Go to your homework. I'll take care of it. Lin, she was outside, watching him put the ingredients into the kitchen, sorted them out, and then started to wash, cut the meat and vegetables, and put them on the plate. He looked at the time, and it was only 10:30 in the morning. Just as he was about to sigh at his hard work, there was a bang, and the sound of dishes breaking came. Jing Xiao was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lin Shi, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Lin Shi watched him bend down and squat to pick up the debris clumsily. He knew that someone like Jing Xiao must have rarely done these things. He went in and picked up the debris with Jing Xiao, wrapped them separately, put them in the trash can, and found a broom to sweep the rest. After cleaning, Lin, she shook his head. It's okay, brother Jing Xiao, you must rarely do these things, right? Jing Xiao answered honestly. When I go home, my auntie cooks for me. When I'm out and about and live alone, I order takeout or hire a part-time worker. Sometimes I make simple noodles or porridge myself. Lin, she smiled and said, it's hard for you. Jing Xiao pushed him out again and said, it will be ready soon. Just wait and eat. Lin, she couldn't persuade him, so she sat at the dining table and took out her cell phone. There was an unread message from Jing Nan. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Jing Nan's message popped up, and Lin, she replied, preparing for dinner. The weather outside was gloomy, and soon it started to rain. The imperial capital was wet and cold at this season, but at this moment in this little house, it was warm and cozy. I had never dreamed that I would live such a leisurely life. Jing Nan replied, are you alone? Lin, she answered honestly, no, with a good friend. Jing Nan didn't ask who the friend was. Everyone has their own privacy. He replied, very good. I'm busy recently. I'll come to you when I'm free. Good. Jing Xiao brought the dishes over. Lin, she had already cooked the base of the pot. There was a choice of shabu-shabu pot, clear soup, or spicy soup. With the curling hot steam, Lin, she looked at Jing Xiao admiringly. Does this count as you descending to earth for me? Jing Xiao sneered. Then you should eat more. Lin, she smiled, picked up a plate of meat, and prepared to put it into the pot, then put it down calmly. The meat was cut into such big pieces that it felt like it could be cooked forever. He lowered his head and chuckled, his eyes full of happiness. The mundane affairs of life are what soothe the hearts of ordinary people the most. Lin Shi's face was covered with sweat while eating. He found that Jing Xiao was very methodical even when eating. He was very well-mannered. In comparison, he himself was a bit sloppy. But in Jing Xiao's eyes, Lin Shi after eating really looked like a sated cat, super cute, and he wanted to rub her. Lin, she remembered something. Brother Jing Xiao, I haven't seen that little ghost doll recently. Seeing that he was a little sleepy, Jing Xiao asked him to go to bed and sleep for a while he cleaned up the dishes. Hearing this, he said, I forgot to tell you that he has disappeared. Lin, she paused. I see. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. After Jing Xiao finished cleaning up, he came to Lin Shi and looked at his arm. The exposed skin was smooth and white, with no abnormalities. He covered Lin Shi with a quilt, thinking that it might be a coincidence and had nothing to do with Lin Shi. The investigation into Tianqin Group is fraught with difficulties, and we still have no clue. It is such a large enterprise with a complicated network of relationships. After investigating over and over again, we are still on the edge. To be honest, it is very difficult. He looked around the room. There was an ugly little robot in the corner. It seemed to be out of power and collapsed on the ground. Jing Xiao walked over and fiddled with it. Although it looked a little ugly, it was quite flexible. Robots are not cheap. Where did this come from? It was so ugly, as if it was pieced together from here and there. There are some new books next to the computer on the desk. It can be seen that Lin, she is learning knowledge very quickly. The little boy is growing rapidly in this world, living comfortably and freely without being disturbed by anyone. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, Jing Xiao left quietly. The car drove into the crowd. When passing by the building of Tianqin Group, he looked inside with a firm gaze. Even if there was a devil inside, he would try to knock open its hard shell and expose the evil. Lin Shi slept for 3 hours and woke up feeling refreshed. The room was quiet. He looked at the time. Oh no, he was going to be late for his part-time job. I hurried out the door and sent a message to Jing Xiao on the way. Sorry, I fell asleep. Jing Xiao replied to him. It's okay. You were sleeping soundly. I didn't disturb you. Lin Shi was embarrassed. I'm a little weak. Then I'll take you to exercise next time. Lin Shi immediately refused. I suddenly feel that I am more suitable to grow in bed. Jing Xiao smiled and shook his head. You little lazy bastard. On Monday, our homeroom teacher, Zhang Hengrui, announced that the Municipal Department of Education will hold the first citywide joint examination in a month. This will be the first large-scale baseline test, and students are requested to take it seriously, find out their weaknesses, adapt to the entire format of the college entrance examination in advance, know their own level roughly, and study with more direction. Lin Shi, however, was not paying attention. He was writing and drawing on a notebook with a pen and paper. Li Mei took a look and was unable to understand what he was saying. What is this guy learning? Chapter 65. Extreme wisdom leads to injury. Lin Shi was lowering his head when a pressure came over him. He saw it out of the corner of his eye and immediately sat up straight. He looked up at Zhang Hengrui, who was staring at him. Just as he was about to smile ingratiatingly, the head teacher took the lead and said, Student Lin Shi, you should listen carefully in class. What are you writing? No. Lin Shi watched the notebook being taken away and laughed. I'm listening. It's the joint entrance exam. I know. Zhang Hengrui glanced at the contents of the notebook. What was written on it? It looked like a formula or a code. He couldn't understand it. He returned it to him awkwardly. Well, do well in the exam. Lin Shi smiled and said, Is there any reward if I do well in the exam? The teacher hasn't delivered the roast chicken from last time. Zhang Hengrui, I mean what I say. I've already made the reservation. I'll let you eat as much as you want after school this afternoon. If you can get good grades in the joint exam, I'll treat you all to roast duck, one for each person. Wow, the students were excited. The teacher is great. Don't be happy too soon. If you fail the test, I will go crazy. What are you laughing at, especially you? You are so bad. If you don't rank in the top 30 in the city this time, you'll be caught in the office and scolded. Zhang Hengrui patted Lin Shi's head threateningly. Lin Shi stopped laughing. How could he be criticized even for laughing? He pouted and muttered vaguely. The old man is very bad. What are you talking about? Zhang Hengrui, he didn't hear clearly. Li Mei chuckled. Ha! She secretly gave Lin Shi a thumbs up. Lin Shi looked at Zhang Hengrui innocently. I say, the teacher is so nice, and the teacher has worked hard. Zhang Hengrui was very pleased. It is satisfying to see you getting better and better. When school was about to end in the afternoon, Zhang Hengrui fulfilled his promise and brought in a steaming fresh roast chicken. Each student in the class got one. The roast chicken was fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. As soon as the juicy chicken was opened, everyone's mouths watered. At this point, they were just hungry, and the students were excited. The fragrance was so strong that other classes could smell it too. They became restless. When the bell rang, many students from other classes stood at the door of class 4, some curious and some greedy. Zhang Hengrui announced, Everyone can take it home to eat, or eat it on the way. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, so we have a day off. In the new year, I hope everyone will continue to work hard and create brilliance together. The classmates cheered. Some of them had already started eating, their mouths full of oil. Lin Shi carried a roasted chicken, ready to eat on the way. He and Liang Wei went downstairs. The children in class 4 were showing off their roasted chicken. Dong Xingyu, the head teacher of class 1, looked at Zhang Hengrui's painful expression and laughed. You spent a lot of money, didn't you? Can you still open the pot this month? Zhang Hengrui glanced at him and said, How about you lend me some? Dong Xingyu looked up with his nose in the air. Don't even think about it. In fact, he is a henpecked husband and has no extra money at all. Isn't it just roast chicken? Dong Xingyu snorted and said, Go home and ask for money. I'll buy it later. Our class is the best. Lin Shi walked out of the school gate carrying the roast chicken and saw 2 people she knew in her previous life at the door, Yi Wei and Lu Riyue, Yi Lin and Yi Hao's grandparents, and the old man and old lady of the Yi family. Are they back from abroad? Calculating the time, it is true that they also returned to China at this time in their previous life. Seeing how happy and joyful they were when they saw Yi Wen and Yi Lin, Lin Shi went around and took another route. Yi Wen used to be the darling of the Yi family. Yi Wei and Lu Riyue also loved him very much. Lin, she hoped that she would never have any contact with him again in this life. It is a blessing that I haven't had the chance to meet you in this life. Ewan was very happy, even if only Shan was kind to him now. So what? Now that his grandparents who loved him the most were back, as long as he became a little better, everything would be fine. Lin, she heard the barking of a puppy on a small path in the back alley of the school. He went to find the sound and saw a dirty yellow puppy next to a trash can. It was groaning as it picked at the garbage. It looked like it was only 1 month old, but it had already begun to struggle for survival. Lin Shi's eyes softened, and he tore off a piece of chicken and threw it to the puppy. The puppy looked at him and immediately began to devour it voraciously. Lin Shi looked at him for a while, as he still had to go to work, so she tore off a piece of meat and placed it in front of him. Before he left, the puppy actually ran over, looked up at him, and wagged its tail affectionately. He was in a dilemma and looked around. Brother has something else to do. Why should he take you with him? Where's your mother? Doesn't she want you anymore? Lin, she squatted down and touched its head. The puppy was shivering with cold. It might snow tomorrow. If she left it alone, it might freeze to death. But I am alone. How can I have the energy to take care of it? Lin, she looked around, but there was no one there. Could it be an abandoned puppy? He couldn't bear it. So he wiped the puppy clean, put it in his pocket, and took it away. From now on, you and I will be together. I'll give you a name, Xiao Huang. Haha, Xiao Huang, call me brother. Xiao Huang opened his ignorant puppy eyes and said, Oh. When they arrived at the store, Xiao Huang had fallen asleep in his pocket. He was very well behaved and didn't make much noise. Lin, she put Xiao Huang in a box in the backstage. Xiao Huang squatted inside the box, looked up at the busy Lin Shi, tilted his head, and yawned cutely. Lin, she took the opportunity to push him gently, and the little guy immediately fell on his back with all 4 legs in the air, whimpered, and climbed up to nudge Lin Shi's hand. Lin Si smai sopti, Shagu. Yen Su came over and said, Where did this puppy come from? It's so ugly and cute. Lin Shi's expression changed in an instant. How can it be ugly? It's so cute. Yen Su couldn't help but smile, and found some sausage to feed it. I have raised several dogs before, but they were either stolen or died of illness, and I never raised another one after that. If you raise a pet, you have to take responsibility and endure the pain of death. Small animals have a very short lifespan, and the world is too unfriendly to them. It is rare for a puppy or kitten to die a natural death. Lin, she was disassembling a computer. He said as he worked, But if I don't take care of it, it might die tonight. Life and death are happening every day in this world. I personally have very little power, but I also want to do my best to make a better place. Yin Su Xiao Xiao. This is a child with a clear and delicate heart. Sometimes I feel that you're much more mature and insightful than your age, Xiaoxi. Too much wisdom will lead to harm. If possible, at this age, you will be happier if you live a little more naively. Lin, she paused, then replied with a smile. I'm very happy. Yin Su shook his head. Happiness, as the name suggests, is the joy that comes from the bottom of your heart. You are far from it. Yin Su touched Xiao Huang and said, I am a top student from a prestigious university. I took psychology as a major in college, so I have a way of judging people. You are too sentimental. You hurt others and yourself the most. Maybe you have let go of your obsession, but the shadow will follow you. What you need to do is to get closer to the sun and save yourself. Lin, she was stunned. Even the insignificant people around her should not be underestimated. After get off work in the evening, Lin, she took a taxi and brought Xiao Huang to his residence. He bought a bag of dog food from the supermarket and made a small nest for him. Xiao Huang licked his hand happily, with tears in his eyes. Lin, she felt sad seeing this. From now on, I'm the older brother, you're the younger brother, and I am your relative. You have to stay by my side and never leave me, understand? Lin, she held its little paw and said seriously. Xiao Huang didn't understand and looked at him with eyes full of dependence. Lin, she poked it. Little thing, idiot. Xiao Huang sat down on his slippers, staggering from side to side due to sleepiness. Lin, she carried him into the nest, observed his breathing, sat beside him, and sent a message to Zhou Xiaomei. Sister Zhou, I found a little puppy. Can you keep it? Zhou Xiaomei replied, Sure, just be careful about hygiene. Lin, she felt relieved and pinched the puppy's ears. It was sleeping so soundly. Had been a long time since it had slept so soundly. When he looked up, he saw a big yellow dog by the window, covered in blood, looking at Xiao Huang tenderly. Lin, she was startled. It was the first time he saw a dog's spirit. It was like a cloud of fog, and he could only see its general outline. It looked like it would disappear as soon as the wind blew. Are you Xiao Huang's mother? Lin Shi asked it, and the big dog wagged its tail. Yes, followed him all the way. Are you worried about your child? Lin Shi picked up the sleeping Xiao Huang and moved closer to it. As soon as he walked in, the big dog moved away from him. Lin Shi opened the window and moved away from it. The big dog approached Little Yellow cautiously and licked it from a distance with its tongue. Little Yellow was sleeping soundly, with its little tongue sticking out in its sleep, which was so adorable. After a while, the big dog's body gradually became transparent. Finally, it crawled towards Lin Shi with a look of peace in its eyes and gradually disappeared. Lin Shi went forward to close the window and touched Xiao Huang. You are a happy child. Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future. You won't be cold or hungry anymore. It snowed at night. The next day, Lin Shi got up early, put some food for Xiao Huang, and went out wrapped in winter clothes. On this day, in her previous life, a major fire and explosion occurred. Because that day was New Year's Day, there were a lot of people in the shopping mall, and there were heavy casualties. He remembered it so clearly because that day happened to be Yi Wei's birthday. The Yi family was having dinner at the Xinghuang Hotel across the street and witnessed a tragedy. The official report later stated that 309 people had died, shocking the whole country. Chapter 66. Being a good person is really tiring. It was too tragic. Lin Shi still remembers it clearly. The god of death swung his scythe, reaping life after life, and mortals were powerless to do anything. He remembered the desperate cries for help coming from the fire, which sounded like a sacrifice and also like the last elegy of life. He couldn't ignore it, and he wanted to try to change the original outcome with his mortal body. Snowflakes were falling outside. Lin Shi put on a hood, wrapped in a cotton coat, and got on the bus. Today was a holiday, so there were many people on the bus. The noise of the children made people feel hopeless. Human babies are really cute when they're cute, but when they're annoying, it really makes people want to bang their heads against the wall. Jing Xiao has been secretly investigating Tianqin Group, but has not found any abnormalities in its operation. The only suspicious point is that Yin Minghan has not shown up for a long time, and now his son Yin Xiu is acting as the agent, which seems to mean that all power will be handed over to Yin Xiu. This Yin Xiu is suave, generous, and very popular. He does things flawlessly and is even more cautious than Yin Minghan. The less abnormalities are found, the more problems there are. He sent a message to Lin Shi. Xiao Shi, is it a day off today? Should I take you out to play? Lin, she had already gotten off the bus. He was very tempted, but could only refuse. I have an appointment with a classmate for tutoring today. How about next time? Jing Xiao replied. It doesn't matter. Studying is more important. Alas, Jing Xiao was just about to take a nap listlessly when Jing Chen knocked on the door and came in, his hands in his pockets, dressed casually, less sharp and more kind. You're busy so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of being exhausted? Jing Xiao looked at his brother's meticulously combed hair, and his nose moved. He even sprayed perfume. TSK. He knew what he was going to do with his toes. He bared his teeth. What is Sister Yao Yao like about you? She always forgives you easily. Jing Chun was proud. I am strong, rich, loyal, and I will not suffer any loss. She loves me to death. Jing Xiao chased his brother away. Let's go. You always have to show off before every date. What's wrong with you? Haha. Jing Chun said innocently. Not this time. Let's go. My parents asked me to call you to come with me. I want to buy a ring for Yao Yao today. Let's have a meal together. Jing Xiao immediately refused. No, I have something to do. Who wants to go? These few together can cause huge trouble. I won't go. Jing Chun narrowed his eyes. If you don't go, I'll ask my parents to arrange a blind date for you, one a day. Jing Xiao was convinced. Do you really think I won't murder my brother? Jing Chun smiled proudly. Let's go. Dear brother, this family can't be without you. Jing Xiao. No. This family can ignore me, really. Lin Shi looked up at the building, the Nandu building, which had a total of 6 floors, 4 above ground and 2 underground. It was just 8 o'clock. He sat on a bench outside the building with his hands in his pockets, thinking carefully about the cause of the fire. It seemed that welders on the first underground floor violated regulations and illegally carried out construction, and the welding sparks fell on the flammable furniture on the second underground floor. There must be safety hazards in the mall, otherwise so many people would not be trapped to death. Lack of safety awareness has caused deaths. More than 300 lives were lost unjustly. How much karma must have been created? What should he do? Eliminate the source of fire before it happens, and use force if necessary. Don't worry about anything else. At 9 o'clock, customers had already started to enter the mall. Lin, she walked in and started observing from the second underground floor. He found that the two underground floors were not equipped with automatic sprinkler fire extinguishing systems, and the automatic alarm seemed to have lost its function due to age and was just a decoration. 3 of the 4 evacuation passages on the 4th floor were blocked. He looked down from the upper floor and found that there was no fire protection distance around the building at all, and all of them were occupied. The only passage for fire trucks was blocked by a shop. If a fire occurs in a place like this, escape will be difficult, and there will be countless casualties. Lin, she frowned. The fire broke out at around 12 noon, which happened to be a time when there was a huge flow of people. There was still more than 2 hours left, so time was running out. He came to the evacuation passage on the 4th floor, looked around, and saw no one around. He put his hand on the iron fence, gripped it tightly, and pulled the fences down abruptly. He took down 3 fences one by one and sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Oh, it's so tiring to be a good person. There are still obstructions behind the fence. These illegal buildings are really going to kill him. He could only continue, leaving a small passage for one person. It was very narrow, but it could be used to escape at the critical moment. There is no other way but to do this. The owner of this mall is blinded by money and does not care about safety at all. He looked at his hands. The power was like an energy field. He could use it freely as long as he wanted. The doubts in his heart grew. Maybe the god of the plains gave him a ball of energy, but if he couldn't control this energy well, it would backfire. So how could he control it well and not be harmed by it? He didn't have time to think about it, because he heard footsteps and quickly turned over and ran. The mall staff came closer and saw what a jerk. Someone had taken down the fence. He called other people over and checked one by one in horror. All 3 had been demolished, and an exit as high as a person was moved in the back. The few people had no choice but to temporarily put up the fence on top and went to report to the leader. Lin, she rolled her eyes. He didn't even let go of such an important place. How much he loved money, he had no sense of security at all. They couldn't re-weld it in a short time. So Lin, she moved the fence to the side again, and this time he broke the fence in the middle. Let's see how you can block it again. After he finished, he slipped away. I went to the basement, sat in a place, and waited for an opportunity. Today, I will see who dares to do illegal welding under my nose. I will kill myself. The 2nd floor is full of flammable materials. Once a fire occurs, the fire will spread rapidly. The fire door here is separated from the firewall, like a chimney. Once a fire occurs, toxic smoke will quickly spread to the 4th floor. However, the 4th floor was previously blocked by iron fences, and people will be unable to escape and will quickly suffocate to death. At nearly 11:30, several workers walked past Lin, she holding tools and carrying welding machines. Lin, she thought to herself, here it comes. Seeing the workers preparing to weld in the hall, Lin, she looked at the people around him, quietly went around to the back and destroyed the power supply. The welding machine had no electricity and could not be used. The workers began to check what was wrong. Lin, she stole the welding machine when they were not paying attention. He was so fast, like lightning, that no one noticed. When they came to their senses, they were so shocked that they were speechless. In broad daylight, the thing disappeared out of thin air. Lin, she destroyed the welding machine and threw it into a remote corner. After doing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This shopping mall must be renovated. Otherwise, even if we can get through today safely, there will be no guarantee in the future. He was just about to sit down and rest when he heard the sound of electric welding. Oh no, it was somewhere else. Lin Xiaoxi looked quickly and saw several workers working near the window. The electric welding machines made a rustling sound, and a few sparks floated down through the window. Lin, she ran over and unplugged the power cord. Stop it. There's going to be a fire downstairs. Are you looking for death? Several workers were stunned. Where did you come from, little kid? Go away. Don't interfere with our work. Lin, she kicked the power supply away and ran downstairs quickly. He saw screams coming from downstairs. Sofas, fabrics, and other flammable materials began to burn. Smoke began to float upwards. The crowd fled in panic, and no one noticed him. Lin, she used the water gun of the indoor fire hydrant to put out the fire. Fortunately, he discovered it in time, and the flames were gradually extinguished. The scene was in a mess. The smoke and dust choked him so much that he couldn't see the road clearly. He finally climbed out and sat aside. He had completely lost his strength and wanted to curse in his heart. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Lin, she paused for a moment and was about to get up and leave. At this moment, Two tall figures quickly ran over. Lin Shi was unable to dodge and was pinched on the face by someone. Brother, there is someone here. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Jing Chun pinched his face and looked around. His face was covered in dust. But why did he look so familiar? Jing Xiao came closer, knocked his brother's hand away, and his face turned pale. Xiao Shi? Wow, he's a kid who gets along really well with his younger brother. Wow. Lin Shi opened her eyes slightly and thought, I'm done. Chapter 67, Where Did the Treasure Come From? Or, Is Life Full of Drama? If he had left 2 seconds earlier, he would not have met these two people. Lin Shi's head worked quickly, her eyes rolled, and she thought of a countermeasure in an instant. Just deny it. Even through the mask, she could feel Jing Zhao's low pressure. Lin Shi pulled Jing Zhao's arm with a weak look on her face. Why are you here? Jing Zhao sighed. There was smoke coming out of this building. We heard shouting in the Yintai shopping mall next door, so we followed the evacuation and saw if there was anyone who needed help. At this time, the firefighters came out, and the man in charge said, Xiao Xiao, Brother Chun, the fire has been put out. It didn't burn. I don't know who did it. I'll report it and give them a reward later. Hey, there's a young man here. Is he injured? No. Lin Shi replied. Lin Shi didn't know when they went in. They probably took another passage, as they came in quite quickly. Jing Xiao and Jing Chun seemed to already know them. What small world. Jing Chun nodded. He and Jing Xiao naturally made sure that there was no danger before coming in to see if there were any injured so that they could send them to the hospital for treatment in time. He looked at Lin Shi inquiringly. Let's leave first. Leave this place to the firefighter uncle to clean up the battlefield. Lin Shi avoided Jing Chen's gaze and moved forward to Nestle beside Jing Xiao. I feel dizzy. Jing Xiao picked him up horizontally and glared at his brother. Why are you scaring him? Jing Chun followed behind them. Lin Shi looked at him quickly, stuck out her tongue and spit at him, then closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. This kid? Jing Chun smiled sinisterly. Interesting. Lin Shi heard the firefighters wondering, doing good deeds without leaving a name. Hey, could it be that kid who did it? I don't know. We'll find out later if we check the surveillance footage or ask Brother Chun. Jing Xiao carried Lin Shi out. Lin Shi was covered in dust and now looked like a little cat. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup, Jing Xiao said as he was about to take him there. Lin Shi woke up in a second. No, I'm fine. I ran out a long time ago. I was just scared and my legs are weak, really. It's better to go check it out. No. Lin Shi struggled to jump down and hopped. Look, nothing happened. Really, I was near the exit and I wasn't even touched by the black smoke. Jing Chun shook his head. Look at this dust on you. How convincing are you? It took only a few seconds for me to run out with the crowd. Moreover, I was wearing a mask and covered my face with clothes. I was really fine. Jing Xiao turned him around and checked him, making sure he was intact. He still hesitated. Really? You just said you were dizzy. Lin Shi nodded. It's 1,000 times true. The one who lied is a puppy. I was just hungry. I haven't had lunch yet. Jing Xiao looked at him. Okay, let's leave here first and think about how to explain it. Lin Shi had a smile on her face, but was feeling miserable in her heart. This was what it meant to be caught on the spot. Jing Chun interjected. Make up a better reason. Lin Shi snuggled up to Jing Xiao, as if she didn't hear what he said. The three people avoided the crowd and quietly walked away from the other side. Jing Xiao took Lin Shi to the nearby Star King Hotel, bought him a clean coat to change into, and took him to a private room. Lin Shi remained very calm throughout the whole process. Come on, didn't you make an appointment with your classmates for tutoring? Where are your classmates? Jing Xiao said unhappily. Why did you run to such a dangerous place and stage a disaster movie for me? Lin Shi explained, my classmate had something urgent to do, and I was stood up, so I just came here to hang out. So that's it. Jing Xiao then asked, everyone else ran away. Didn't you know they ran away? Why are you sitting there in meditation? Lin Shi muttered, I told you I was so scared that my legs went limp and the fire was out. I was going to sit for a while and then leave, but who knew I would run into you guys? Jing Chun leaned over and said, I thought you were the one who put out the fire, but it turns out you're a coward, haha. Seeking death. Lin Shi raised her innocent eyes. This big brother. Lin Shi bared her teeth at him, picked up his arm, and bit it. You are so abominable. I will bite you to death. I can't win by talking. I can't fight. The only option is to attack by surprise. Hey, Jing Chun shook his arms. Are you a dog? Why do you bite people? He lifted up his clothes and saw a row of small teeth marks. It didn't hurt, but it was the first time he was bullied by a child. Jing Xiao stood in front of Lin Shi, his eyes full of smiles. Brother, forget it, he is still young. Tiny little thing. Jing Chun sat down and crossed his legs. You're done. Lin Shi ignored him. He sat next to Jing Xiao and emphasized, I am an adult, not a child anymore. Jing Xiao smiled, but you don't look very convincing. Lin Shi's face fell. Time passed so slowly. When will I be able to grow taller? Did you see clearly who put out the fire? Jing Xiao asked him. No, I was so busy running for my life that I didn't see it. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. It's correct to just say you didn't see it. If you admit that you did it, there will be a lot of trouble and suspicion later. These people are very smart, even though they look so weak. Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Jing Chen stared at him suspiciously. What are you planning? Lin Shi froze. How could I? I clearly didn't have any expression. Don't try to cheat me. Jing Chen was regretful, but quite shrewd. Jing Xiao blocked his brother's view. Stop teasing him. Haha. Jing Chan shook his head. Brother, you are finished. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and Jing Chun immediately opened the door. Yao Yao, I miss you so much. Looking at her boyfriend, whom she had only been separated from for half an hour, Tang Yao, wearing short boots, really wanted to kick him. The head of the Jing family, Jing Yin, and his wife, Zhou Qing, looked at their son with disdain. There are 3 people standing outside the door. How did you manage to only see one person? Jing Chen followed suit and opened the door. Mom, Dad, Yao, please come in. That's about right. Aren't you two going to help evacuate the crowd? Why are you here? Jing Yin asked as they walked. Hey, who is this kid? Lin, she was embarrassed. What was going on? These seemed to be Jing Zhao's parents. Was that beautiful girl Jing Chen's girlfriend? It's just a little embarrassing. Jing Xiao explained to him. Don't be nervous. These are my parents and sister Yao Yao. They're all very good people. Lin, she stood up. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, sister. I am Lin Shi. Oh, what a handsome brother. Tang Yao smiled. My name is Tang Yao. Hello, brother. Sit down, sit down. What's there to see, you little brat? You must be hungry. Sit down and order some food. See what you like to eat. Jing Chun put his arm around his girlfriend and sat aside. Zhou Qing looked at Lin Shi. Be good, sit down. Lin Shi sat down next to Jing Xiao, who took the menu and handed it to him. You must be hungry. Order whatever you like. Don't be restrained. I'm here with my eldest brother to pick out an engagement ring today, and I just happened to run into you. So let's have a meal together. Lin, she nodded and secretly looked at Jing Yin and Zhou Qing. Jing Zhao's mother was so beautiful, like a movie star. Jing Yin and Zhou Qing looked at each other, feeling somewhat confused. Where did these 2 people pick up this child from? Moreover, Jing Xiao and their family has never been so gentle to anyone, which is rare. Jing Qin smiled and said, You must be worried, right? We picked him up from the fire scene. He was the little thing that your son was protecting. Poof! Lin Shi burst out. What the hell is this little thing? He was so angry that his face turned red. He would really bite him to death if he had the chance. Why do you think Jing Shen was a good person before? Jing Xiao handed Lin Shi a glass of water and calmly explained to others. We are friends, really. Tang Yao opened her beautiful eyes and showed an expression along with Jing's parents. Jing Xiao continued to remain calm. Believe it or not, he knew what kind of people these people were. The more he explained, the less they believed him. I'm afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Lin Shi agreed. Yeah. Oh, the 3 of them laughed in unison. What a handsome child. Jing Yin couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, how old are you this year? Lin Shi replied, 20. Poof. This time, it was Jing Zhao's turn to rant. Jing Shen couldn't help but burst out laughing. This kid was too funny. His brother would probably be locked up tightly in the future. 20? That doesn't look like it. Zhou Qing's eyes flashed with interest. 20? I thought you were only 16. Lin, she continued obediently. 20. Tang Yao also smiled. Brother, you are quite honest. Lin, she nodded. I've always been honest. Everyone in the private room couldn't help laughing. Where did this baby come from? It's so cute. Chapter 68 Life is like a ruthless knife. Jing Xiao observed Lin Shi and was relieved to see that he was indeed not feeling unwell. The meal was very pleasant. After the meal, several people had already asked for Lin Shi's contact information. Although they couldn't say that they became friends, at least they got along very well. Several people went downstairs together. Jing Xiao saw Lin Shi yawning several times while eating, so he prepared to send him home to rest. Lin, she had no objection. He was indeed extremely sleepy, the kind that could sleep for a whole day and night once he got into bed. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin, she looked at the Nandu commercial building across the street and said, Will there be punishment there? Jing Xiao said, There is no way to avoid major rectification. If it is found that the rules and regulations have been violated, it is possible that the business will be closed down. She was relieved. She had to investigate. She had to investigate thoroughly. Jing Chun suddenly said, "Do you know what caused the fire?" She walked slowly. "I don't know." "You still want to cheat me?" "No way." Jing Xiao glanced at him. "Human behavior, right?" "Yeah." She responded. "This expression?" Jing Xiao smiled. "Little liar, you did it on purpose." She glanced at him and smiled brilliantly. "I guessed." Jing Xiao smiled and said nothing. "As long as you are happy." Several people came downstairs. She looked up and saw the person he didn't want to see standing in the hall. He put on his hood and walked towards Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao also saw it. He blocked Lin Shi and was about to leave with him quickly, but was stopped at the door, Xiao Shi. It was Yi Hao, followed by Yi Jing, Shan Shan, Old Master Yi, and Old Madam Yi, as well as Yi Wan and Yi Lin. None of the group was absent. Shi didn't look back. "Let's go quickly." Jing Xiao understood and took Shi away without looking back. Xiao Shi. This time, it was Yi Jing who called. Jing Chen's eyes sparkled. Jing Yan, Zhou Qing, and Tang Yao also noticed something unusual, and they all blocked the Yi family's sight for Shi. "What are you doing? Are you trying to bully others or pick a fight?" "Mr. Yi, long time no see. I hope you are well." "Hello, Mr. Yi and Madam." Jing Yan greeted with a smile. They are all from the same circle, and although they are not familiar with each other, they know each other. Yi Jing nodded. "Hello, Mr. Jing. Can you please move aside? I want to find someone." Jing Yan said no. Yi Jing's expression changed. "Why?" Jing Yan smiled. "He is my guest. I have an obligation to ensure his safety." "Excuse me, Xiaoxi doesn't seem to want to be disturbed." "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Old Master Yi looked at Lin Shi's back and said, "Could he be?" Yehao nodded. "Madam Yi looked unhappy. Why don't you say hello to anyone you meet? Is this your attitude towards your elders?" Old Master Yi frowned. "Don't you understand basic etiquette?" Yi Jing immediately shook his head at his mother. "Mom, please don't say that about him." Yi Wen hugged Madam Ye's arm. "Grandma, Xiaoxi is a very good person." Old Madam Yi touched Yi Wen's head and compared herself with him in her heart, and felt that Yi Wen was the most obedient and sensible one. "Although he is not my biological grandson, after more than 10 years, he is better than my biological grandson." Yi Jing said to Jing Yan, "I just want to talk to him for a few words, just 1 minute." She sighed. He didn't mean to be a coward. He just didn't want to see those piercing looks from before. "I couldn't resist it, so I withdrew. But why are you still entangled in my life? I only have the light of a firefly, which may be extinguished at any time if the wind blows." He didn't want others to take the trouble for him, so he turned around and looked at these people with his head tilted. His heart was pierced with dense needle holes little by little, and his hands were a little numb. "What do you have to say? After we say goodbye?" "There's no need to say goodbye." Lin Shi's voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it clearly. Jing Yan made way for Yi Jing. Yi Jing walked up to Lin Shi, looked at him, and said, "How are you doing recently?" Lin Shi nodded. "It's good here, it's quiet." He pointed to his heart. Yi Jing suddenly felt sad and didn't know what to do. "That's good. The weather is cold, and the clothes are a bit thin. Wear more clothes. You can't be careless about eating when you are alone. Your body is your own." Lin Shi raised her beautiful eyes. Yi Jing had more and more wrinkles. He was getting older, and she was growing up. "There's no going back. I'm living a good life." Lin Shi smiled. Just a few short days seemed like a lifetime ago. Shan Shan came over and reached out to touch his face, but Lin Shi refused. "Don't let me dirty your hands with my muddy hands." Shan Shan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, her voice suppressed and dull. Lin Shi used to feel that she was an unloved person. She had been pestering him maliciously for more than 10 years. After finally crawling out, she was still someone that others avoided. They think that they are soaked in blood and flesh in the mud and cannot be washed clean, but they don't think that they are hoping for light every day in the mud. With eyes brighter than pearls, he came to the big house, seeking redemption, but was pushed into another abyss. But his closest relatives thought that they had given enough alms. "Don't cry. Crying will make me look even more hateful." Lin Shi laughed. "Why are you crying? I, a thief, a greedy ghost, a scheming piece of trash, am gone. Be happy." Lin Shi looked at old lady Yi. "My understanding of elders is people who watch the younger generation grow up and care for them all the time, not people who arbitrarily criticize me. I have done nothing wrong to you. People who criticize others without authorization cannot be called elders. At least I don't agree with that." Yi Hao was filled with anger. Are all the women in this family blinded by love? Xiaoxi, let's go. Yi Hao looked at him with dejection in his eyes. Let's go fly higher, higher, soar 10,000 meters in the sky, leaving them far behind. Lin Shi turned around and waved. I don't want to stay here either. Jing Xiao took Lin Shi and left quickly. Jing Chun saw the clue and shook his head. In one's life, some people just drift apart as time goes by. Madam Yi felt wronged. I just said a few words. Mr. Yi shook his head at her. Stop talking. Jing Yin glanced at the Yi family and left with his family, thinking about the relationship between Lin Shi and the Yi family. Tang Yao frowned and left with Jing Chun. Whispered to Jing Chun. Xiaoxi is like a different person when facing the Yi family. Jing Chun grabbed her hand and said, I think the matter is quite complicated. There is something wrong with the way the Yi family does things. Tang Yao nodded. Xiaoxi is so well behaved, but she behaved like that when facing the Yi family. It must be the Yi family's problem. Jing Chun raised his eyebrows. It was necessary. That was the person his brother looked at with a special eye and protected and praised. Lin Shi sat in Jing Zhao's car and closed her eyes to rest. I am most afraid that good people are not good enough, and bad people are not completely bad. One of the weaknesses of human beings is that they are easily hurt. Jing Xiao said, that's why there's so many troubles in the world. Xiaoxi, leave it to time. It will take away everything. Lin Shi stared out the window in a daze and suddenly said, I hope time goes faster. I want to know what the ending of my life will be. Jing Xiao said after a long while, the ending depends on our hearts. When Lin Shi returned home, Xiao Huang ran over, wagging his tail and rubbing his legs. Lin Shi picked it up and said, you must be starving. Let's go eat something. He was so tired that after feeding Xiao Huang, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I actually slept until 9 o'clock the next morning. When I opened my eyes, I thought I was dreaming, but it turned out that it was already past class time. I also missed my part-time job last night. Life is like a ruthless knife. Chapter 69, God of Sleep. It's really scary to accidentally oversleep. Life has taken its toll on my little kitty again. Lin Shi jumped up from the bed in shock, washed, dressed, and fed the dog all in one go. At the steam bun shop at the entrance of the community, a young couple was packing up and preparing to end their breakfast sales. Lin Shi ran over and said, Sister, 2 vegetarian buns. Why are you so anxious? The hostess hurriedly packed the buns for him and handed them to him. She already knew Lin Shi. After all, there were not many people who looked like her, so she left a deep impression. I overslept. Lin Shi covered her face. Goodbye, sister. Child, slow down and be careful. The hostess smiled and shook her head. You're going to be criticized. The man laughed. When I was in school, one morning my parents came back from planting vegetables, and I was still fast asleep. I was almost kicked out of the house. There's a reason why you didn't get into college. The hostess smiled and shook her head. Hey, then you still marry me. I'm blind. You're looking for a fight? My wife's noodles are scattered. The mortal fireworks fell behind Lin Shi. He pedaled his bicycle, took a bite of a bun, and felt proud in his heart. I am a hero who put out the fire. It doesn't matter if I don't have a banner, but I can have one by taking 3 days off. But the reality was that he was about to break the bicycle chain. He rushed to the school gate at lightning speed, took out his cell phone, and called Hijun, sister He. Hijun was wondering and anxious about not being able to contact him. So she picked up the phone and asked, Xiaoxi, you finally called back. You didn't come last night, so I called you several times, worried that something had happened to you. Lin, she said apologetically. Yesterday, I fell asleep in the afternoon and woke up in the morning after a while. I'm sorry. How embarrassing. Lin Shi's face turned red. Hijun breathed a sigh of relief. Falling asleep? You're amazing, Xiaoxi. You're the sleep god of our store. Sister. Lin Shi was helpless. I also want to save face. I won't say anything more. See you in the evening. I'm going to class now. Go ahead. Hijun hung up the phone and thought to herself, after all, I am young. If I get this quality of sleep, I won't have to worry about losing my hair every day. Lin Shi carefully moved to the guardhouse, stretched her head to take a look inside, and while the old man went to get some water, she prepared to go in with her school bag against the wall. By the way, he also said, Good morning, sir. The old man turned around and looked at a shadow, and immediately called him. What are you doing? Come here. Lin Shi stopped and turned around with a bitter face. Hello, Grandpa. The gatekeeper paused and was quite polite. We can't let him in either. It's almost 10 o'clock, which is past the admission time. The old man dragged him to the door and asked, Which shift are you from? Why are you here at this time? Lin, she showed him her student ID card with her class information on it. I still have to go to class, Grandpa. Let me in. No, I'll call your class teacher and ask him to come and take you in, otherwise you can't go in. The old man said sternly, the country has its own laws, and the school has its own rules. Just wait patiently. Oh, Lin, she sniffed, feeling aggrieved and almost crying. After the old man finished the call, he felt a little reluctant, so he grabbed a handful of pine nuts from the drawer and put them in his pocket, then patted his head and said, wait a minute, your class teacher will come over, and you can leave. Lin, she nodded, and the old man's heart melted. He rummaged through the boxes and found a bag of candy for him. This is the rule. No one can be an exception. Lin, she laughed in her heart. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Grandpa. After a while, Zhang Hengrui came over hurriedly. Lin, she perked up and saw Zhang Hengrui staring at him. Why did you come so late? Lin, she told the truth. I overslept. Zhang Hengrui was stunned for a moment. Then he carried him inside with amusement. Uncle Zhang, I'll take the person away. Thank you. Uncle Zhang chased after him and said, he didn't do it on purpose. Don't make it too hard on him. Zhang Hengrui found it funny. Uncle Zhang had such a personality that he would actually favor one person so much. Lin, she waved obediently. Goodbye, Grandpa. Uncle Zhang showed a kind smile. Good, that's really good. He opened the drawer, took out a photo, and stroked it with his old hands. Xiao Bao, if you hadn't left, you would be the same age as that child. Grandpa, I miss you. The 10-year-old child in the photo is innocent and bright, posing in a cool pose, with a sweet smile and full of energy. The child died of illness 5 years ago. His presence in this world has gradually disappeared, and only his family members remember him. Perhaps after many years, even his family members will rarely think of him. Lin, she put her cell phone into the cabinet and walked towards the classroom with Zhang Hengrui. Zhang Hengrui looked at the candy in Lin Shi's hand and said, you are quite likable. Lin, she put the candy in her pocket and said proudly, Teacher, you are jealous. Zhang Hengrui snorted. How was it possible that I would be jealous of a little kid like you? I tell you, I was also very popular when I was in junior high and high school. Who hasn't been young before? Lin, she said nonchalantly, yeah. It was very perfunctory, and obviously she didn't believe it. Zhang Hengrui seemed to remember something. Oh, I forgot. Before you came, I called your parents and asked why you didn't come. Lin, she's expression changed. Did you get through? Zhang Hengrui nodded. Yes, your parents are very busy. I couldn't contact them before, but I was able to get through this time. So what did they say? Zhang Hengrui looked at him strangely. Your father said that he would get back to me later after confirming it. Your parents are not at home. Lin, she shook her head. Teacher, please call him again for me and tell him that I'm back at school. Also, from now on, if you have any problems, you don't have to call them. I can take full responsibility for my own affairs. Zhang Hengrui looked at him and finally nodded. Okay. He took out his cell phone and called, saying that Lin, she had arrived and seemed to be driving. After hearing that, he felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hengrui led him to the door of class 4. Go in, and don't be late again next time. Lin, she nodded. Thank you. Zhang Hengrui sighed secretly. Lin Shi's parents hadn't come for such a long time. He had actually guessed it a long time ago. Lin, she returned to the classroom, and her classmates were curious and puzzled. Why are you here just now? Lin, she explained. Something happened. The classmates did not ask much. The study pressure of senior year left them no time to care about anything else. The remaining 6 months would basically be spent in exams. Their high school career would soon be over, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Lin, she was writing something on a notebook, but Li Mei couldn't understand it, so he explained to her, it's code. I am more interested in the computer field and would like to pursue this path in the future. Li Mei admired. Keep it up. Lin, she sighed. It had reached a bottleneck and couldn't be refueled. In the evening, Lin, she finished washing up, sat in front of the computer, and turned on the computer. Not long after, his eyes changed. His computer had a hidden virus. Once an outbreak occurs, the system will quickly collapse. Existing antivirus software cannot kill it. Lin, she thought for a while, tapped his fingers on the keyboard, wrote the code, ran it and tried it, but it didn't work. He was frustrated. He continued until late at night. When he pressed the last key, the program ran and began to remove the virus, and finally succeeded. Who has nothing to do after eating and writes a virus to attack other people's computers? Let me catch you and see how arrogant you are. Lin, she shook her head and touched Xiao Huang. Look at you, your belly is so round. You're just a lazy and greedy little fat dog. Xiao Huang was almost dying of sleep. He barely groaned and lay there motionless. Lin Shi smiled, knowing that with the company of the puppy, she was no longer alone. A little life is relying on me wholeheartedly. After a few days, the virus spread to various places, including major companies, governments, and even schools. Once infected, the system would be completely paralyzed, files would be deleted, data would be lost, and the computer would not be able to start normally. Millions of computers and tens of thousands of servers were paralyzed, and the losses were incalculable. Chapter 70, He is so weak. But that night, Lin Shi still didn't know that the virus would have such destructive power in the future. He was thinking about how to learn more knowledge, and began to feel dissatisfied with the status quo and longed to go to a wider world. He always felt that much of human suffering could be avoided. If this world could be less unhappy because of me, then my life wouldn't be in vain. He used to believe that life was meaningless and that birth meant death. Some people say to enjoy the process, but the process is also accompanied by illness, sorrow, and pain. Then is the meaning of this journey to suffer and then transform it back into worldly energy? It's like a set program, and every step you take is calculated by fate. However, I'm unwilling to give up. If this world is like a complex and huge running machine, then who is controlling it? Lin Shi was distracted during class, and his math teacher tapped him on the head, signaling him to stop distracting. Lin Xiaoxi came back to her senses after accidentally thinking too far away and began to listen carefully. She reviewed what she had learned in order to gain new knowledge, and she believed that basic knowledge was also very important. After class, Tian Li from Class 1 came to find Lin Shi, who was once the top student in the grade. Everyone stretched their necks curiously. Liang Wei winked at Lin Shi, and Lin Shi wondered, "Did you have a cramp in your eye?" Liang Wei laughed coldly. "My mouth and eyes are crooked. Go quickly, don't keep people waiting." Lin Shi was also very puzzled. Why did she come to find him when she didn't know him or was not familiar with him? He walked out looking puzzled. Tian Li was a small, thin girl with a ponytail. She had a few freckles on her face, which made her look cute. She looked at Lin Shi and said calmly, "Student Lin Shi, I want to tell you something." Lin Shi was puzzled. "You say." Tian Li is full of fighting spirit. "In next month's joint entrance examination, surpassing you is the goal I set for myself." Lin Shi looked at him, a small girl with great energy who probably had never experienced what it felt like to be second. "Is first place so important to you? Isn't it enough for you to just compare yourself with yourself and make progress?" Tian Li shook her head. "I don't care about being first. I just want to know where I can go. I never had an opponent before, and now I am very happy that I have you as my target to catch up with." Lin Shi showed appreciation. "Then keep going. I will always be number one." Tian Li couldn't help laughing. "Are you showing off?" "No, I'm stating the facts. You're making progress, and I won't stand still. Although you're very inspiring, it's a pity that you met me." Tian Li clenched her fists, feeling the urge to beat someone up. This genius who suddenly appeared turned out to be such an arrogant person. "Go away." She left angrily. Lin Shi touched her nose and sneered, "Little girl." Back in the classroom, Liang Wei and the others looked at him dangerously. She didn't know how he had offended them. They looked like they were going to beat him up. He immediately turned and ran. Liang Wei yelled, "Close the door and let Xiao Ming go." The classmates immediately rushed towards Lin Shi, and Lin Shi almost escaped through the window. What's wrong with him? Fighting and killing is uncivilized. The situation became chaotic. Liu Beibei and the other girls pushed Liang Wei and the others away. "What are you doing? Don't hurt our handsome Lin's face. Do you think everyone looks as crude as you?" Lin Shi's hair was tangled up in a mess, and he glared at her. "Barbarians. You were just jealous of my intelligence, Spa." This look was really funny. The whole class laughed, and it was quite cute. When school was over, Lin Shi walked out of the school gate and said happily, "Grandpa, goodbye." When Uncle Zhang saw that it was him, he followed him and looked at him for a long time, his eyes full of vicissitudes. He looked at these young children and bent down to clean the table. The crowd gradually walked away and dispersed. The old man looked at the sky and murmured, "I'm old. The sun sets, generation after generation, and the cycle of life repeats itself." At night, Jing Chun sat in his brother's room. "I heard from a building that the fire was caused by illegal welding, and sparks fell on the furniture in the furniture store. They checked the surveillance. Unfortunately, the firefighters avoided the surveillance at first, and then the smoke started to fill the air, blurring the camera, so it was not clear who put out the fire." Jing Xiao thought, maybe he is low-key and doesn't want to show his face. Jing Chun found it very interesting. There's another suspicious point, which is incredible. There were originally 4 escape passages on the 4th floor. In order to make more money, the building blocked 3 of them. But did you know? The 3 escape passages were opened artificially shortly before the fire that day, as if they had foreseen it. If the second underground floor caught fire, the 4th floor would be the first to suffer. The poisonous smoke was everywhere. If they couldn't escape, you can imagine what would happen to the people inside. What a coincidence, isn't it? Just by chance, that kid was stood up and showed up there, frightened to the point of limp legs? I don't think so. Jing Xiao glanced at his brother. You doubt him? What can he do? He is so weak. Don't put your calculations on him. Jing Xiao said. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong. Jing Shen spread his hands. I just feel suspicious. Brother, I think he is not simple. Jing Xiao knew it, but so what? He admired this person. Xiaoxi is very good, even better than you. Jing Xiao said finally. Jing Chun said with a sour tone. Okay, I understand you. Yishi is blinded. What the hell? Jing Xiao felt that his brother was becoming more and more like Sherlock Holmes, his eyes like radar, scanning everything. That night, Jingnan was busy and sweating. An unknown virus was attacking everyone's computers, blocking antivirus software and antivirus websites, destroying all information on the computer's hard drive, and could spread through all possible channels, such as floppy disks, emails, downloads, etc. The infection speed was extremely fast and caught people off guard. It could cause the system to crash in a short period of time, and there was no way to crack it yet. Jingnan works at the Network Information Security Center, where he and many like-minded colleagues safeguard computer information security and combat cybercrime. This was the first time he encountered such a difficult virus. For a while, the atmosphere in the department was extremely low and everyone was on edge. What is Lin Shi doing? He is upgrading the little robot and adding a dog voice, so that when he is not around, he can accompany Xiao Huang and let it grow happily. Chapter 71, Codename X. The next morning, the virus was continuously upgraded and improved, and its types increased. It was obvious that this was a premeditated virus invasion. It was different from all known viruses, was highly contagious, and could penetrate almost anywhere. In recent years, with the advancement of technology and the strengthening of network security, the public's awareness of network security has been improved, and various free antivirus software and firewalls have been widely used. There are very few viruses that are so tricky that can escape various barriers. Is it a person or organization hiding in the dark? What is their purpose? Are they seeking wealth? Or are they simply saboteurs? Or are they hostile forces disrupting public safety for some ulterior motive? Jing Nan was extremely worried. He shook his head at the minister Lu Guang beside him and said, It still won't work. Lu Guang said solemnly, Continue. Jing Xiao came out of the base and drove into the busy torrent of traffic. When he was almost at his residence, he received a call from Jing Nan, and he picked up the phone. Hello. Jing Nan seemed very tired. Xiao. What's wrong? Jing Xiao noticed something unusual. What happened? Jing Nan told him the general situation. Jing Xiao had been at the base all day and didn't know about it. He frowned and asked, What's the current situation? A large area has been occupied. I feel it was planned for a long time. The terrible thing is that we can't find the source. Jing Xiao turned the car around and said, I'll go over and take a look, but don't hold your hopes too high. This is not my strong point. If it doesn't work, go find Xiang Chuanfu. Maybe he has a solution. Jing Nan sighed. I can't contact him. Once he disappears, no one can find him. Xiang Chuanfu is a leading information expert in Country C. His wife and daughter died in a car accident 3 years ago. Since then, he has been depressed and withdrawn from the world, hiding himself from the crowd. I'll contact Mr. Zeng again and ask him to try. You still have to find the culprit as soon as possible. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jing Xiao turned around and drove to the Information Security Department. After a long time, he looked at the computer screen and said, No. Jing Nan was discouraged. What is the purpose of the virus creator? Do you want money? It's not that it can't be cracked, but it will take time and the loss will be greater. Jing Xiao said a little tiredly. Then we can only wait. Jing Nan said, You go back and rest first. Is there still no progress on the project? Jing Xiao shook his head. The road ahead is long and arduous. Jing Nan patted him on the shoulder. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Catching up won't happen overnight. Jing Xiao nodded. He knew it very well, but if he fell behind, he would be beaten. The offices and computers at Lin Shi School were also affected and were in a semi-paralyzed state. 2 days later, Lin Shi came out of the ocean of knowledge and looked at the various information about viruses on the internet. She opened it and took a look. It seemed that this was a variant of the virus she encountered that day. So far, millions of computers have been affected. At 9 o'clock in the evening, we software company in Country J claimed that it had cracked the virus and would soon launch a paid version for sale at a sky-high price. Obviously, this calculation was blatant. There is no way. Technology is the hardcore truth. If it can really kill it, then you can buy it, which can save a lot of losses. In information warfare, technology is the key. Shameless. I think the virus was created by them. They make money in such a dirty way, and they are not afraid of retribution. Jing Nan slammed the table in anger. Jing Xiao said, "Give me a few more days. Several teachers in our base are already working overtime to crack it. I estimate that in about 10 days, we will be able to work out a way to deal with it." How much loss will there be in 10 days? Jingnan was at a loss. Jing Xiao shook his head. This was already very fast. Lin Shi browsed the information and couldn't help but frown. This company called we was blatantly stealing money. He thought about it and posted a message on the forum. I attached the program installation package that I recompiled myself and also attached the source code. After finishing it, I went offline. This inconspicuous post was almost drowned out by the numerous messages until a senior computer enthusiast accidentally clicked on it. It was amazing, but no one dared to download it at will. What if it was a trap? Until someone brave enough tried it and found out it was true. The popularity of this post soared, and the number of comments and likes continued to increase until the Information Security Department personnel retrieved it and tried it. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. A dramatic turn of events? Unbelievable. Minister. Jing Nan swallowed his saliva. It's successful. Lu Guang showed a delighted look on his face. Quick, check who this person named X is. Could it be Xiang Chuanfu? Jing Nan immediately began to investigate. Not long after, the results of the investigation came out. Minister, we can't find anything. Can't find any information at all. Lu Guang pondered. It seems that he doesn't want to be found out. Maybe it is really Xiang Chuanfu. Leave him a message and ask him. Good. A few days later, everything began to return to normal, and we company withdrew its announcement in disgrace. X became famous, and on Friday night, Lin Shi released an audio clip under the post. Once it was released, it caused an uproar. The audio confirmed that the virus was produced by We Company, which directed and acted by itself and would do anything to make huge profits. Netizens are speculating who this X is. His technical level is amazing. Jing Xiao said to Jing Nan, "This man is a genius. If you don't want him, I will take him." Jing Nan frowned. "You think too much. This person is mine. Whoever finds it first gets it." Jing Nan said bitterly, "It's as slippery as a fish, and it's impossible to find it." Jing Xiao thought for a while and left a string of incomprehensible words under the post. Lin Shi is not trying to show off. He is well aware of the principle of keeping a low profile. Given his current situation, if something unexpected happens, he will find it difficult to cope. As the saying goes, hard work leads to great success. He feels that he still has a lot to learn. Browsing the messages casually, he noticed a string of strange words. What was this? Lin Shi looked at it in surprise. Was it just a random fight? No, Lin Shi looked at it with great interest. Reverse code? After decrypting, the answer is 4 words. Make a friend. He replied with a string of numbers below. Jing Xiao smiled, so smart. After decrypting the numbers, 6 words were revealed. We will meet if we are destined to. Okay. Jing Xiao tapped his fingers. This is an extremely intelligent person, and he should be from Country C. We Company has suffered a heavy blow since then. Their top technical staff could not find out who X is, but they threatened that he had slandered We Company and wanted to sue him for defamation. After all, there was only one piece of evidence, the audio. Lin Shi thought this company was terrible, so she went to their official website and crashed it. It was so annoying. If you keep shouting, I will break into your core technology library. You insidious puppy. Since then, We Company has been as quiet as a cicada. A cutting-edge technology company that makes software was quietly conquered, which was a loud slap in the face. The company went downhill from then on and became notorious, but that's a story for another time. From then on, X became famous. The online world is full of noise and bustle, but after closing it, his world is still deserted. The weather was getting colder. Lin Shi curled up in his small bed and didn't want to move. Xiao Huang bit his slippers and curled up on them with his eyes closed. Lin Shi flipped through his phone and sent a message to Jing Xiao. It's cold. Let's eat together. Jing Xiao quickly replied. I have something to do today. Is tomorrow okay? That's fine. Lin Shi. Okay then. After a while, he sent a message to Jing Nan. Brother Nan, do you want to go shopping and eat together? Jing Nan replied regretfully. I'm a little busy. Some other day, some other day. Alas, are they all so busy? Lin Shi didn't believe it, so she sent a message to Liang Wei. Let's go to the South City Snack Street to eat skewers together? Liang Wei. How can a genius like you understand the pain of us mortals? I'm studying. You go play. Oh, Lin Shi put down his phone. It was a rare occasion that he wanted to find someone to play with. But it seemed that everyone was very busy. He lowered his eyes and decided to stock up on dog food for Xiao Huang and go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables to reward himself. I have made some money during this period, and I have much more money on hand. I will buy some winter clothes. Free Xiaoxi. Everything is getting better, and I am in a great mood. Chapter 72, The Final Winter. This virus invasion incident, which was thought to be very serious, ended so dramatically, and the relevant cooperating personnel hiding in country C were also arrested one after another. As for we, although it is inconvenient to enforce the law across borders, this company will be on the road to destruction with such a scandal. The aftermath work will keep Jingnan busy for a while. Lin Shi wrapped herself in a scarf and put on a mask, then took the bus to the nearby Taya supermarket. Counting the days, she found that the college entrance examination was about half a year away. When she had some free time, she would go get a driver's license, then buy a car and take Jing Xiao for a ride. Then say to him, "Look, this is the exclusive car I prepared for you. Isn't it cool? Oh, hurry up and worship me. I'm an awesome guy. Very reliable." Lin Shi had a beautiful thought in his mind, but in reality, the wind made his nose red and tears welled up in his eyes. How could this stinging wind go straight into his heart? There were a lot of people in the supermarket. He picked and chose and bought a bag of dog food, 2 pounds of mutton and 1 pound of pork, some vegetables, and a few bags of potato chips. He didn't buy too much. He forgot about the winter clothes and said he would buy them next time, otherwise they would be too heavy to carry. He was still quite self-aware. He returned to his residence, cooked a bowl of mutton soup, fried a dish, steamed a bowl of rice, sat down, and ate slowly. He now had the awareness to take good care of his body and wanted to have a normal lifespan. Dr. Su said that as long as he is open-minded and replenishes adequate nutrition, he will slowly recover. He wanted to die before, but couldn't, but now he wants to live. After dinner, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shi was surprised. It seemed that no one would come to his place except Jing Xiao. "Who?" Lin Shi asked through the door. Jing Xiao's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Shi, it's me." When Lin Shi heard this, she hurriedly opened the door. "Why are you here?" Jing Xiao was carrying 2 large bags of fruits and a variety of food. "I'm passing by here, and I'll bring you some food to save you the effort. The weather is too cold, so just stay indoors and don't run around." Lin Shi stared blankly. "Why are you so nice?" "I will become arrogant because of my favor." Jing Xiao sorted out the food for him. "You are alone. I have to take care of you more. You are still growing. You must eat nutritiously and be responsible for your body." Lin Shi nodded vigorously. "Thank you." Jing Xiao had something else to do, so he couldn't stay for long. At this moment, he heard a dog barking at his feet. He looked down and saw it was a little yellow dog. It was very small, but looked very smart with shiny fur. Obviously, its owner took good care of it. Where did the puppy come from? It's very cute. He squatted down and touched Xiao Huang, who licked his hand in a friendly manner. Lin Shi also squatted down beside him. "I found it. Its name is Xiao Huang. It is very well behaved and obedient. I picked up a little white cat some time ago, and I brought it back to let it make friends with Little Yellow." Jing Xiao smiled. "Little White is also very well behaved and clingy." Lin Shi also smiled. "Yeah." Jing Xiao left very quickly. Lin Shi looked at the food, which was enough to last for several days, and felt like a hamster in captivity. Sooner or later, she would get fat. He picked up the book on the desk and started flipping through it page by page. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his mind was spinning. He covered his forehead and supported himself on the desk with his arms. His vision went dark and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After about 2 minutes, things gradually returned to normal. He gasped heavily and felt a dull pain in his chest. The book fell to the ground and he raised his sweaty face, his heart filled with waves. What's going on? Low blood sugar? Not really. Could it be that he overused his power? But it had been more than 10 days since he last used it to put out a fire. Sick? However, he did not have such symptoms at this time in his previous life. Lin Shi looked at the white wall with dark eyes, lost in complicated thoughts. Do you believe in fate? Fate always plays its own tricks on us mercilessly, regardless of whether you are a good person or a bad person. Jing Xiao drove to the police station, where Captain Zhong was waiting for him. How is it? Any clues? Jing Xiao asked. Zhong Qiming shook his head. No, maybe that kid was just talking nonsense. Jing Xiao sighed. I hope so, but my intuition tells me that there must be something wrong with Tianqing Group. I still want to continue investigating, Captain Zhong. Some crimes are hidden too deeply. If we don't stop them, they will become more rampant. Zhong Qiming looked at Jing Xiao and said, Okay, stay safe. I will send more people to continue monitoring. But if there is still no abnormality after a while, I may have to stop the investigation. Jing Xiao replied, Okay. After leaving the police station, Jing Xiao drove back home. His brother was getting engaged next week, and the family had been a little busy recently. Although he was not required to do anything, he had to show up. Otherwise, with his brother's temper, he would remember it for a long time. Lin Shi was wondering, if he went for a physical examination and a blood test revealed that he was different from ordinary people, what would be the consequences? Outliers are not accepted. Would they be used for research? Looking at the pale face in the mirror, he felt a little suffocated. No, don't think too much, Lin Shi. Everything has changed. Don't be pessimistic. Maybe it's hypoglycemia. He exhaled a breath, lost interest in reading, and fell on the bed, as if all his strength had been drained away. Only deep sleep could restore him. Yi family. Yi Hao basically no longer lives in the Yi family. He relies on his courage and determination to further develop and expand his company. When Yuan was surprised at first that Lin Shi had hooked up with the Jing family, he sneered his heart. So what? Even if you soar to the sky, you're getting further and further away from the Yi family. I am the final winner. Chapter 73 Good luck comes naturally. Lin Shi cheered himself up. He was not a novice who knew nothing about the world. He had experienced so much darkness, and his ability to withstand it was no longer the same as before. It's Sunday, and he doesn't have to work today, so he has a whole day to rest. Jing Xiao came to pick him up. Let's eat first. Where do you want to go after that? Lin Shi replied, Something exciting. I want to go bungee jumping. Jing Xiao immediately denied it. No, it's too dangerous. Then let's go racing. It's all about excitement. Of course that's not allowed, Jing Xiao said seriously. This is not allowed. Lin Shi was disappointed. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What about parachuting? Jing Xiao still frowned. Why do you always want to play these dangerous projects? No, I think find a manor hotel, take a walk after dinner, you can exercise your body and get enough rest. The more Jing Xiao thought about it, the better he felt about this idea. No objection? Then it's settled. Lin Shi opened her mouth and said, It's decided just like that. I didn't even have time to say anything. Wicked thing. Lin Shi picked up his arm and took a bite. Comrade Jing Xiao, who wants to take a walk? I don't. I want to go and see all the mountains, gallop like the wind, and take the lead, fly over the mountains and the sea, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Jing Xiao sneered. No, you don't want to? Lin Shi's arrogance was suppressed, and his whole body revealed a sense of resentment. Jing Xiao was helpless. After dinner, I'll take you to the racetrack, but you can only watch and not get in the car. I don't know where you got the courage from. Lin Shi was happy. It was okay to watch. He just wanted to feel the extreme rhythm and clear the haze in his heart. At the racing track, Lin Shi sat in the audience seats, feeling the bold and free atmosphere, but he just watched quietly without saying a word. Jing Xiao noticed his abnormality. What's wrong? Are you worried? Lin Shi turned her head in the wind and stared at Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao, do me a favor. Jing Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and panic came over him. He rarely felt so nervous. Lin Shi said, Is there a doctor I can trust? I want to have a full body checkup. Are you feeling unwell? Jing Xiao took him to a secluded place and asked anxiously. Lin Shi nodded. After thinking about it, you're the person I trust the most. Jing Xiao looked into his eyes and said, Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. I'll take a day off for you. Lin Shi smiled and said, Why are you so nervous? It's just a checkup. Maybe there's nothing wrong. Even if the result is not satisfactory, it doesn't matter. Jing Xiao put the hood of his down jacket on him and said, Don't say discouraging words. Don't be afraid. I'll find a way. Lin Shi lowered her eyelids. She didn't want to live before, and now she doesn't want to die. How sad. There are still many places I want to go and many ideas I want to put into practice. He obviously didn't want much. The private Shuwang Hospital is an industry owned by the Zhou family. It is equipped with top-notch equipment in all aspects. The cutting-edge medical equipment developed by the Jing family will also be shipped here first. The dean, Zhou Changsheng, is also Jing Zhao's uncle. Jing Xiao has two uncles. The older uncle, Zhong Qiming, took his mother's surname and became a policeman. The younger uncle, Zhou Changsheng, is a doctor who cures illnesses and saves lives. Early in the morning, Jing Xiao brought Lin Shi to Shuguang Hospital, where Zhou Changsheng examined her personally, and confidentiality was maintained throughout the process. Jing Xiao introduced him. "This is my uncle, don't worry." Lin Shi smiled. "Hello, Dr. Zhou." Zhou Changsheng nodded and thought, what a handsome boy. After a thorough examination, Zhou Changsheng frowned tightly. How could such a young child have so many wounds on his body? Doctors are kind-hearted, but the boy remained calm throughout the whole process. He went through the examinations one by one. Perhaps because his blood was drawn, his face was pale. After finishing the last task, Zhou Changsheng asked him to sit down and rest. "Are you okay?" Lin Shi nodded. "It's okay. Thank you, Dr. Zhou." Zhou Changsheng said to Jing Xiao and Lin Shi, "The test results will be out this afternoon. Don't worry." Jing Xiao said, "Thank you, uncle. We will leave first. Let me know when the time comes." He prepared a cup of hot drink for Lin Shi, took him to eat something, and then sent him back to rest. Later, Zhou Changsheng called him and said, "Xiao Xiao, the results are out. Come over here." Jing Xiao rushed to the hospital and looked at his uncle's expression, feeling a little nervous. "How is it?" Zhou Changsheng didn't know how to answer. He had been practicing medicine for 20 years and had never encountered such a strange thing. "My body has been badly abused and is weak, but fortunately, I am young. If I take good care of myself and exercise, I will have no problem leading a normal life." Abuse. Jing Xiao was stunned. It was at the Yi family? No, it shouldn't be. The Yi family is not that cruel. Is it the Lin family? Jing Zhao's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Bastard. Yes, all over with scars. Zhou Changsheng looked angry. Too cruel. He went on to say, "But the most important point is that I detected an unknown substance in his body, similar to a biological enzyme, which can catalyze, devour, and decompose most substances. What's even more outrageous is that it can also revive and regenerate cells and promote metabolism and blood circulation. The time is too short to conduct a thorough study, but it is enough to shock the world." Zhou Changsheng obviously hadn't recovered from the shock yet. "Where did you find this child? What's his origin? Do you know what this means?" Jing Xiao replied in a deep voice. "It doesn't have much background. What does it represent? It means that humans will break through the existing laws of aging and achieve longevity, or even immortality." Zhou Changsheng nodded. "This is amazing, but this substance exists in his body. As he grows older, it will put a strong load on him. When he stops growing, his body will collapse because it can't bear it. It's like a high-speed machine. The body consumes too much energy, which will lead to malnutrition, mental fatigue, limb weakness, dizziness, panic, etc., and it may eventually lead to his death." Jing Zhao's breathing gradually became heavy. It means that too much is as bad as too little. Yes, the details need further research. If we hadn't used the new equipment this time, we might not have been able to detect it. But Xiao Xiao, once this substance appears, it will become a battleground for human desire. Theoretically, it has a single nature. If it can be combined with other substances, perhaps it can really make humans live longer. Zhou Changsheng expressed his guess. "It's too early to say that. I can't let him become someone else's test subject." Jing Xiao rejected it. "I just want him to live. Uncle, please keep it a secret and find a way to remove this substance as soon as possible. Please." Zhou Changsheng looked at his persistent expression and asked, "He is very important to you, isn't he?" Jing Xiao nodded. "Uncle, you don't understand the whole story, but this kind of thing that goes against the ethics of birth, aging, sickness, and death should not exist. It will lead to a major disaster. Eternal life is something that humans have been pursuing since ancient times, but humans are carbon-based life and carriers of desire and greed. Once the last layer of constraints is broken, what will be the result?" Zhou Changxing nodded in appreciation. This was a remarkable child who could stick to his heart, was honest and clear-minded. He smiled with relief. "Uncle is biased. I understand. Don't worry. I will do my best to save him." After coming out of Shuguang Hospital, Jing Xiao sat in the car, staring at the sky for a long time, and finally called Lin Shi. Lin Shi had been waiting for the result. He picked up the phone and asked, "How is it? Any result?" Jing Xiao told him, "It's okay. I'm just weak. Xiaoxi, your physical fitness is too poor. Come out every weekend in the future, and I will take you to exercise and strengthen your physical fitness." Lin Shi was suspicious. "Really? It's absolutely true. I won't lie to you. Lin, she was skeptical, but still said, then should I take a good rest? Exercise? I'm too tired. I don't want to. Jing Xiao was helpless. Be obedient. No matter what he said, Lin Shi refused, so he finally gave in and said, then let's take a walk. Can we take a walk? Lin Shi smiled, okay. Jing Xiao paused and continued. You will have to go to the hospital once a week for treatment. It will only take a while, okay? Lin Shi did not refuse. She agreed and hung up the phone. I thought to myself, do you really take me as a fool? However, I think there is no problem for the time being. Well, just pretend you don't know. Good luck will come naturally if you are happy and healthy. Chapter 74 Boomerang. On Tuesday, Lin Shi went back to school. The classmates gathered together to discuss what kind of person the mysterious X was. The technical expert who came and went without a trace. His mysterious and powerful existence always aroused a lot of imagination. He's probably a stay-at-home uncle with a big belly. It could also be that he's an inconspicuous programmer. Low-key gorgeous, understand? Wrong. Song Yi and Liu Beibei imagined. She must be a beautiful girl with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, who can crush the island country's stubborn people with one move. Puff! After hearing the last one, Lin Shi couldn't help but lower her head and choke. Well, what good words could she expect from them? You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Lin Shi, what do you think? Liang Wei couldn't win the argument with the two girls, so he asked Lin Shi for help. Lin Shi kept his achievements and fame to himself. Well, X is actually me. Vomit. Everyone laughed and scolded. You want to go to the sky. You want to take advantage of everything. Be careful that netizens will find out and scold you. Lin Shi was depressed. Am I not awesome? I am number one in the grade. Be careful, or you will get slapped in the face again. Who believes it? No one believes it. Jiang Xiaoming said. It's not that I don't believe you, but no one would believe this kind of thing, okay? Be good. Just be your own good and good academic master. Lin Shi didn't want to talk to them anymore. It's up to you, believe it or not. Ha! Everyone was having fun. Liang Wei asked him, why are you sick again? Your physical fitness is not good enough. You only have brains, but no physical strength. How can this work? Lin Shi also took this matter to heart. He has been trying his best to replenish his body, and now his physical strength is much better than before. He also felt the same way. Well, the old problems left over from the past will get better in the future. During lunch break, Yilin actually came to look for him. Seeing him, he felt relieved. He stretched his head to look at him eagerly and asked, can you come out for a while? Who is he calling? The classmates were puzzled. Yilin was Yi Wen's younger brother, a wealthy young master, and he knew many people in the third year of high school. Who could he come to see? Only Shun Zhua glanced at Lin Shi. He had seen Yilin looking for Lin Shi before, so he thought that he was looking for him this time. But Lin Shi turned a deaf ear to it. The person who used to avoid him actually started to come to him openly. Wasn't he afraid that others would know about their relationship? Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. Don't bother with that. You call me, and I have to answer you? You are a piece of trash. He complained silently in his heart, but refused to go out. Go away quickly and stay away from me. Seeing that he completely ignored her, Yilin looked sad, hesitated to speak, and turned away. Lin Shi yawned for no apparent reason. Staying away from people with negative energy, she felt much better. But after school in the afternoon, Yilin came over again and blocked him on the road. Lin Shi was annoyed by him. What do you want to do? Yilin said to him, I recently had a falling out with Yuan. I feel so upset that I wanted to come and tell you that I'm sorry. Yilin's face is less childish and more mature. Lin Shi looked at him for a while before saying, Yilin, do you know why you are so stupid? You have no empathy and your pride is worthless to me. Lin Shi said bluntly, there are some things that I can suppress in the deepest part of my heart, but you can't. Why can you continue to live with peace of mind? You want to dump all your guilt on me and then continue to live your brilliant life peacefully? Can you please be kind? Let me go. It's not easy for me either. Lin Shi's words touched people's hearts. Yilin was speechless. I am not. His eyes were red. Whatever you say, that's not what I meant. I sincerely apologize to you. Lin Shi didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. Are you done? You can leave now. People passing by looked at them, thinking they were too eye-catching. After Lin Shi finished speaking, she left. What do I want in return for sorry? I don't need it. 3 days later, a major event occurred in the imperial capital. The two young masters of the Yi family were kidnapped. The kidnapping incident has not been spread yet. It was a letter sent to him by Yi Hao, reminding him to be careful recently. Although his identity has not been made public, and he has left the Yi family. Who knows if the kidnappers can find him? He still needs to be careful, just in case. Lin, she was stunned when she heard this. Kidnapping? In his previous life, he and Yi were kidnapped by kidnappers on the eve of the college entrance examination. In this life, it is not even February yet. Did his decision produce a butterfly effect, and it was Yi Lin who took his place? The time was brought forward, but it still happened. But there have been some slight changes. Lin Shi's heart was filled with a sense of absurdity and drama. Well, let's see who the Yi family will choose this time. This time, both the palms and the backs of my hands are in tatters. Cause and effect will always come in a cycle. In the dark, this is a boomerang. You have to move a small stool and sit down to watch. As for himself, he had nothing to worry about. The kidnappers only wanted money, and they had captured two, which was enough for them. Why bother catching someone who has already left the Yi family? He replied to Yi Hao, "No, I am safe without you." Yi Hao over there smiled bitterly. This guy just stabbed people in the heart. At the same time, the Yi family was in a gloomy mood. Shan was at a loss. She huddled together with old Lady Yi, thinking about both Yi Wen and Yi Lin in her heart. God in heaven, please bless them to return safely. Yi Jing remained calm and said, "Don't panic, everyone. You must stay calm at this time." Chapter 75 Jing Shun gets engaged. Yi Hao said, "Dad, call the police." Yi Jing shook his head. "Wait a minute. If they only want money, then give it to them. This is a premeditated kidnapping case. Our every move is under the surveillance of the other party. If we are not careful, it will lead to unpredictable consequences." Mr. Yi said, "They should call again. Let's see how much money they want first. If they want money, then everything will be easy." Yi Hao stopped talking. He was just worried about Yi Lin. As for Ip Man, he may have had some feelings for him in the past, but with the appearance of Lin Shi, he became more and more aware of Ip Man's viciousness. The clues he uncovered during the investigation, as well as the dark intentions he had not noticed before, made him feel disgusted. Throughout the whole day on Saturday, the kidnappers called them once in the morning asking them to prepare the ransom. However, they did not call them again for 2 days in a row. They must be observing them. The kidnappers haven't mentioned the exact amount of the ransom, but must be a large sum. The Yi family was extremely anxious, but they did not dare to call the police and waited for the kidnappers' next move. Lin Shi attended Jing Chen's engagement party on Saturday. Jing Chen said to Jing Xiao, "Bring Xiao Cece here to show her face. What's the point of hiding it all the time?" Jing Xiao had long been numb to his brother's insults. He just gave his brother a cold look and said, "You tell him yourself. It was you who invited him, not me." Jing Chen glanced at him, tisk. But he had actually sent an invitation letter to Lin Shi with a message, "Xiao Shizi, I'm waiting for you." Lin Xiao Shizi Shi. This big brother really deserves a beating. He was thinking in his heart that he would definitely give him a few injections to vent his hatred when he got the chance. Who the hell is Xiao Shizi? You are still Xiao Chenzi. So Jing Xiao is Xiaozi? Ha ha, Lin Shi laughed. Jing Xiao came to pick him up on Saturday. Lin Shi was afraid of the cold, so he wore a decent cotton winter coat. He was good looking, so he looked eye-catching in any casual outfit. Jing Xiao also didn't want him to wear formal clothes. Firstly, they were not warm, and secondly, he felt that Lin Shi was the type of person who looked better the simpler the clothes. He looked at Lin Shi, took out a diamond-studded brooch from his pocket, and pinned it on Lin Shi's chest. She looked noble, generous, and decent, and her temperament was even better. So unique? Very expensive, right? Lin Shi was a little afraid to move. What if one of the diamonds was missing? Even if she sold it, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. The diamonds on this brooch are dazzling and form the shape of a bird flapping its wings. It feels heavy when worn on the body. There is no doubt that it must be worth a lot of money. Jing Xiao was satisfied. The diamond made Lin Shi look even more handsome, with an extraordinary temperament and very beautiful. It's not expensive and it suits you very well. Jing Xiao said, "Lin Shi, just take it off. I'm nervous." Jing Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Don't be afraid. Stay with me. No one dares to steal." Ha, so cute. What he doesn't know is that in a banquet like this with so many celebrities, basically no one would do such a thing. People with a certain status and position all have their own pride. Besides, who would dare to do that with Lin Shi following him? Lin Shi looked up with her nose in the air. "You could just laugh at me. Anyway, I am just a country bumpkin." Jing Xiao said calmly, "No, you are not. You are Xiao Shizi who will stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun." Lin Shi. These two brothers of the Jing family are really birds of a feather. They must always be talking nonsense about me behind my back. The engagement party was held in the Jing family's villa. This was Lin Shi's first time to visit the Jing family. There were many buildings, gardens, rockeries, courts, and even fountains. It was bigger than the Yi family's villa and was built like a manor. It was winter now, and if it was spring, with flowers blooming and grass green, it would surely be beautiful. Damn rich people, Lin Shi complained in her heart. What can one do to make so much money? Wake up, Lin Shi. Just look at it. Money is something outside of the body. Don't be assimilated by this life of decadence and extravagance. What are you thinking about? Your face looks like the weather forecast. Jing Xiao wondered. Lin Shi glanced at him. Cultivate your mind. In fact, it is just sour jealousy. Jing Xiaoduo was a smart man. He parked the car and said, the Jing family made their fortune more than 1,000 years ago. They have experienced ups and downs for several generations and have fallen to the bottom before. Only now have they saved up so much wealth. The wealth has been accumulated from generation to generation. Lin Shi nodded. It is difficult for a single generation to achieve such an achievement. Jing Xiao nodded. Let's go and see Big Brother and Sister Yao Yao. Lin Shi followed Jing Xiao in and was once again blinded by the gorgeous banquet hall. The banquet had not yet begun and the guests had not yet arrived. Lin Shi greeted Jing Yin and Zhou Qing, and then greeted Jing Chen enthusiastically. Xiao Chenzi, congratulations. Here is a gift. The gift was a pair of cute stuffed dolls that he picked out. Jing Shan looked particularly funny in his arms. Phew, ha 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 ha. Zhou Qing and Jing Yin laughed out loud. Little Chenzi, this kid is quite courageous. Jing Shan was particularly handsome that day, tall and handsome. He put the doll aside, stretched out his hand to hold Lin Shi's collar, and brought her to his face. Xiao Shizi, you will regret this. Get lost. Lin Shi covered her chest brooch and looked at him warily. Robbery is against the law. Jing Chun let him go and said in admiration, forget it. Today is my brother's big day. I won't bother with you, kid. Just wait. Just wait. What can you do to me? Jing Chun sneered, his eyes falling on the brooch. It's 20 million. Keep it safe. You'll be in trouble if you lose it. What? Lin Shi was stunned. How much? Jing Xiao stabbed his brother and said, he's just talking nonsense. It's only 18 million. It's okay. You don't have to pay for it if it's lost. What the hell is the difference? Oh, there is a difference of 2 million. Sure enough, the gap is huge. Lin Shi's dumbfounded look was so adorable that everyone present started laughing. Jing Chan said in a heroic and confident tone, let's go. I'll take you to see my wife. She is the most beautiful woman in the world. The engagement party was very joyful. Tang Yao's dress was beautiful and her face was rosy. She and Jing Chan looked really good together. Lin Shi was very sweet and made the whole Jing family happy with just a few words. Jing Xiao looked at him as if he was a fish in water. How could he be nervous at all? After a while, the guests arrived one after another. Lin Shi wanted to be quiet and sat in a corner eating. Jing Nan rushed over in a hurry. Xiao Shi, brother Nan is here. The cake in Lin Shi's hand fell onto the plate because of his shock. He said, are you busy recently? Jing Nan nodded. I'm so busy. I'm so hungry. I'll eat a few bites first. After a while, Zhong Yuxiu, Zhang Xian, and Chen Yin also came over. Xiao Shi, long time no see. Lin Shi greeted everyone politely, and everyone sat down and started to enjoy the delicious food. After Jing Xiao greeted the guests, he sent Jing Nan aside and sat next to Lin Shi, drinking tea and eating some snacks. Many people secretly looked over here and saw a strange face. They all guessed who this boy was. He had such a good temperament, and the diamond brooch on his chest was really big and bright. That was something the Jing family had obtained at an auction and was worth a fortune. Judging from how close the Jing family was to him, it seemed like they had a very good relationship. Therefore, those who wanted to strike up a conversation were all stopped by Jing Nan. What is there to talk about over a meal? This is not Vanity Fair. However, Lin Shi still greeted people she knew, Zhong Qiming and Zhou Changsheng. There is also Jing Zhao's uncle Jing Sui, an upright soldier with the rank of Major General, who is also Jing Nan's father. It is hard to imagine that these two people with completely different personalities are actually father and son. After a while, there was a commotion among the crowd. Jing Zhao's pupils shrank. It was Yin Xiao. Why was he here? He used his body to block Lin Shi. His instinct told him that he must not let Yin Xiao notice Lin Shi. Chapter 76, Let's Compare Life. Xiao Shi, I'll take you upstairs. Jing Xiao suddenly said. I haven't eaten enough yet, wondering why. Jing Xiao shook his head. Don't ask. I have a reason. Okay. Although I didn't understand why, I still chose to believe him, got up and followed. Let's go. Jing Nan was unhappy. What's the matter? You are so mysterious. Xiaoxi is not yours alone. I want him to accompany me. Jing Xiao stuffed a banana into his mouth. Eat yours, don't meddle in other people's business. Jing Nan was secretly depressed. I obviously knew Xiaoxi first. How come Jing Xiao got the upper hand later? Seeing them getting more and more familiar with each other, I feel a little sad. In Xiao looks gentle and elegant, with extraordinary demeanor. He was invited later. After all, he is well known in the imperial capital. In the early years, the Jing family and the Yin family had a friendship, but in recent years, the Yin family has been ruthless, and the exchanges between the two families have gradually decreased. After all, people with different ideals cannot work together. I followed Jing Xiao upstairs. In Xiao glanced over and then looked away. He smiled and integrated into the guests. He did not steal the limelight from the host. He sat properly and chatted with the people around him. He was neither humble nor overbearing. He was indeed a character. I stayed in Jing Xiao's room in the second half of the night. Jing Xiao went downstairs to greet the guests and told me not to go out. I had a nod and guessed the reason in my heart. Jing Xiao's room has simple colors, is clean and tidy, with musical instruments in the corner and a special cabinet for trophies and gifts. There's a computer on the table and a family portrait next to it. It can be seen that the atmosphere in the Jing family is very good. I didn't dare to move things, so I took a nap on the bed. When Jing Xiao came back, I had fallen asleep. He looked at me and saw that my face looked okay, but there was fatigue between my brows. He was anxious and could only urge my uncle to hurry up. An hour later, I woke up and sat up. Jing Xiao was sitting on a chair reading messages. You're awake? I apologized. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. Is it over? Jing Xiao nodded. Everyone has left. I prepared some food for you. Go wash your face and go downstairs. I nodded and went downstairs to see Jing Chun and Tang Yao resting. Jing Chen looked at Jing Xiao in confusion. Why? Hiding upstairs for so long, so secretive. Jing Xiao asked me to sit down and put some food in front of me. Neither of us paid any attention to him. Jing Chun had a feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't ask much. He said to Tang Yao, come on, Yao Yao, eat more. Tang Yao pushed him away. Do you think I'm a pig? I can't eat anymore. Jing Chen's eyes were full of tenderness. Eat a little more. Tang Yao was very beautiful today, and she felt sweet in her heart. Well, you eat too. I couldn't bear to look at him. Although Jing Chun was sometimes hateful, he was really good to Tang Yao. In my heart, I silently wished them a long and happy life together. After eating something, Jing Xiao drove me back. I was puzzled. Don't you want to explain? Jing Xiao said, there's a man named In Xiao. I don't want him to see you. It's very dangerous. I will send you a photo later. You must stay away from him when you see him next time. In Xiao? Who is he? My mind turned. Is he among the guests today? Jing Xiao nodded. Yes, remember, this man is very dangerous. Don't get close to him. I sighed. Okay, but your behavior has become more and more unpredictable recently. Jing Xiao knew that I was smart, but he could only say, listen to me, I won't hurt you. I didn't ask any more questions and returned the brooch to him. It's so expensive. I've been worried all day. I'll get it back to you. Jing Xiao was about to speak, but I shook my head. He took it and held it tightly. Go up quickly and rest early. I nodded. Goodbye. I'm very happy today. On Sunday night, I quietly went to a remote small warehouse near Beihai. I remember that I and Yiwen were tied up here at the beginning in my previous life. This group of kidnappers are desperate criminals, a total of 15 people, and they all have guns. I watched from distance, and there were indeed people. This place is remote and desolate, and it is indeed suitable for Tibetans. There were only 5 guards at this time. One was watching. Yi1 and Yi Lin inside, and the other 4 were patrolling around the warehouse. I wanted to get closer to check, but I didn't have the chance. I couldn't help but sigh that the kidnappers on TV would take a break, but in reality, there is no loophole. It was too cold. Not long after, another group of people came back, put masks on Yi1 and Yi Lin, and took them away. I had to go back quietly. I thought to myself, don't the Yi family think they're smart, powerful, rich, and powerful? Why don't you save them? Anyway, nothing will happen to them in a short time, so I might as well go back to sleep. I don't know where they were taken. From then on, I was blindfolded and lost my direction, but I can be sure that the final location is in the North Sea. On Monday, I went to Shuwang Hospital. Zhou Changsheng looked at me and said, Xiaoxi, the nutritional injection will be a little painful. I subconsciously took a step back. I was afraid of pain. Jing Xiao felt distressed. Is there any way to avoid pain? Zhou Chongqing looked at us. It will only hurt a little. Young people, just bear with it. I took a deep breath. What am I afraid of? I stretched out my arm. Come on. Zhou Chongshang praised. Very good, be brave. It is most important to take good care of your body. The cold needle was inserted into my upper arm, and the medicine was slowly pushed in. Cold sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. It hurts. This is not a little pain. It hurts so much. After the medicine was injected, Dr. Zhou pulled out the needle. Are you okay? My arm was sore and numb, and I could hardly lift it. I looked at him sadly. Dr. Zhou, what do you think? I'm almost dying of pain. Okay. Dr. Zhou couldn't bear it either. Drink more water, exercise more, cooperate with the treatment. Your body will get better and better, and you won't have to suffer in the future. Jing Xiao asked me to lie down and rest. He went to Zhou Chongqing's office. Uncle, is this useful? Zhou Chongshang said, try it. It's not bad for your body. Come back for a checkup next week. If there is no effect, change the medicine. Jing Xiao nodded. Zhou Chongsheng is a top doctor in the country, and he believes in his uncle. After the pain, my arm was slightly numb. I collapsed on the bed, raised 2 fingers, and compared life to a yes. Nutrition injections. I'd be a fool to believe you. The joint entrance exam will be in a week, and after the exam, there will be winter vacation, and then there will be plenty of time to rest. Time flies. The Yi family received another call on Monday, and the other party asked for 300 million in cash, and they would kill the hostages if they called the police. I calculated the time, and the kidnappers should act on Thursday night. I just want to verify my guess. Between me and Yi Wan, they choose Yi Wan, then between Yi Lin and Yi Wan, how will they choose? Chapter 77. Let the small one go first. During the self-study on Tuesday, the classroom was noisy. My classmates are doing their own things, but I was in a daze. Li Mei used to remind me to study, but now I feel that I am absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and swimming in the ocean of knowledge. I shook my numb arms and complained that Dr. Zhou seemed to force me to rest, but I still had to go to school and work, and I wanted to watch the fun. The Yi family kept the matter secret. I yawned, and Li Mei couldn't help asking me if my illness was serious. I replied no. After all, I didn't feel any discomfort except being easily tired. Li Mei thought that I had taken too many leave this semester, and was depressed that my grades were not falling even though. I took leave. At this time, teacher Zhang Henrue came in and waved me out after seeing me. I knew what he wanted to ask, so I said I was fine and told him not to worry. Teacher Zhang worriedly said that my brother told him that he would take leave every Monday in the future and asked what disease he had. I took out the certificate of malnutrition and nutritional injections issued by Dr. Zhou and gave it to him. He was relieved after reading it and told me not to participate in class duty and to take care of rest. I promised to get good grades in the joint examination. The teacher told me not to be too stressed because the college entrance examination was more important. I asked if I would be a jerk if I didn't take the college entrance examination. The teacher frowned and told me not to talk nonsense. I had to take the college entrance examination. He also asked me if I wanted to be recommended for admission. I shook my head and promised that I would work hard to take the college entrance examination. This was a regret in my previous life. It was raining and snowing on Thursday. It was cold and freezing. I wrapped myself in a quilt and watched the snowflakes. I wanted to give up and watch the fun for fear of being frozen. Little Huang, this little guy, doesn't live in a warm nest and always crawls into my slippers. I sat for a while, poured little Huang out, dressed, and washed up to go to school, and asked Yijin for leave to go to the other side to watch the fire at night. On the other side, Jing Xiao and Yang Fan followed Yin Xiu for many days. This day, Yin Xiu came to Qingya tea house. Yang Fan muttered whether he was tired of eating meat and changed to being elegant. Jing Xiao stared at the tea house and didn't give up. He felt that Yin Xiu was about to show his hand. Yang Fan found out that this was the Qi family's property and wondered when the Qi family and the Yin family had an intersection. Jing Xiao explained that the Yin family also engaged in real estate development in the early years. Yang Fan felt that he would wait in vain today. Jing Xiao asked him to be patient. Big families act secretly and need to be patient. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after waiting for 3 hours, they saw a young man following Yin Xiu, who came out of the tea house. His face was ashen, his hands and feet were blue and gray, and he was neither human nor ghost, but he had a physical body. It turned out to be Qi Min, a young genius pianist who died of illness 3 years ago. Qi Min had won all the piano awards at home and abroad, but died of a malignant tumor. Jing Xiao admired his piano skills very much. Yang Fan was shocked. Chi-min dodged and got in Inshio's car, followed by bodyguards. Yang Fan asked if he would chase him, and Jing Xiao asked him to keep a distance and follow him so as not to be discovered. I was wrapped like a dumpling, hiding on the coast of the North Sea, with a hot water bottle in my arms. This was the scene where I paid the ransom in my previous life. I waited for a while, and Yi Jing came alone to put a bag of things on the beach and left. Then 3 kidnappers wearing hoods and holding guns came to check, and after confirming the money, they got on the boat and left. Yi Jing and Yi Hao appeared with bodyguards. Yi Hao was worried that the kidnappers would not release the people, but Yi Jing thought they would release them for money. An hour later, the kidnappers called and asked Yi Jing to choose which son to release first. Yi Jing chose the younger one. Igriga. Ewan was tied up, and his eyes were cold after hearing it, and he accepted it with a bitter smile. The kidnappers said that Yi Jing did not choose him, so they chose him and blamed Yi Jing for being cruel, and then carried Yi Wen out of the cabin. Yi Lin fainted from hunger and thirst and was also carried away. When I heard the answer, I felt that I was the cheapest in the hearts of the Yi family, and I couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Chapter 78, Reversal. It's really not worth it in my previous life, TSK. Yi Hao, Yi Jing, and I immediately drove after him. In the dark night, we were as fast as the wind. I gradually determined that this force was the embodiment of energy. I adjusted my breathing and felt the surroundings, wondering if I could find the law of energy in a timely manner. Would I be able to eliminate its negative impact on my body? But this idea was too vague and difficult to understand for a while. I followed Yi Jing and Yi Hao like the wind, and came to a forest full of dead trees, and saw a sack. We hurried forward to untie it, and Yi Jing and Yi Hao's scalps tingled instantly. Inside was the unconscious Yi Wen, not Yi Lin. The kidnappers lied to us. I was also confused. This plot is different from the previous life. The kidnappers called and played with us wantonly. Boss Yi, have you found person? Yi Jing shouted angrily. Didn't you say that you would release the younger one first? How can I trust you if you are so untrustworthy? The kidnappers replied. Do you think we are stupid? Release the favored one and keep the unfavored one. What if you don't want the one left and call the police directly? We will be in trouble. Yi Jing secretly said that it was bad. He was planning to call the police, but now his plan was messed up. Well, I'll give you the remaining 200 million. Tell me an address, and I'll hand over the money in one hand and the person in the other. If you don't see the person, don't even think about getting the money. The kidnapper said, go 5 kilometers south to the coast of the North Sea. Don't play any tricks, otherwise the poison needle will pierce your young son's tender skin, and he will die miserably. Looking at this situation, I couldn't help but feel that the kidnapper had a very high IQ, and it was a bit of a waste for him to be a kidnapper.